Copy that. All right, we are finally live. We had a couple conundrums on the tech side of things, unshockingly, but we figured it out, of course, just in time to miss the first two stoppages of the night. That's on us. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Obviously, I'm Ben Davis. It's great to have you all with us for UFC 329, Conor McGregor versus Max Blessed Holloway 2. I'm deeply pumped up about the main event. I think it'll be an interesting one. I think it could be over very quickly, right? But I suppose it all just remains to be seen. Okay, we are trying to organize a little bit. We've got to send out some StreamYard links to our guests. We're bringing on some fun people for you all throughout the evening, a couple giveaways that we'll do. And then we've also got some trading card packs courtesy of our friends at Home of Fight. So we have got some of their repacks, some Topps trading cards, some Panini cards, I believe, excuse me. Can't wait for it. And this stream brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Huge thank you to them for all of the assistance. Tyler, what's going on, brother? Hope you're having a good day. Very fast finish for Ryan Gondra. He blitzed through Zach Reese in probably, 60 seconds? That was like a 60-second stoppage. A very easy one for one Ryan Gondra. When I was looking into this fight, I had thought that Reese was a guy who'd lost more than he had, if that makes sense. I'd assumed, this was a Cody Brundage-esque type fighter. But it wasn't really the case. I think the guy's like 10-3 overall. He's only been stopped once in the UFC, which was to Azamat Bekov, who's a pretty solid guy all around. And then Cody Brundage also stopped him. Okay, yeah, never mind. This year has been arguably the best year for the sport in the last 10 years. Hopefully his card lives up to the expectations. It's an interesting one, right? It's a kind of a hot time to be a UFC fan. We're coming off of the White House event last month. We've got this Conor event this month. And then, of course, Islam and Ian Gary comes up later in the summer. I think there is a healthy amount of interest and high-ranked bouts being booked, which, we don't always have. Sometimes we don't have that, right? But now we do. It looks like we've got some Waldo Cortez Acosta action going on here in Ryan Gandra's post-fight interview. Speaking of post-fight interviews, here he is, Oscar Willis. We finally figured out the streaming problems. How's the T-Mobile?
Well, hold on. Have we? Oh, yeah, go. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes, you are coming through. The internet is...
I believe I've sent the live on the MacLife page, so hopefully we have some people watching us. Hopefully we're all healthy.
Yeah. It's, if it wouldn't be us if there wasn't some dramatic problem that completely shot us in the foot right when we want to get going.
And you know what? Let me tell you as well, Ben. If the 109 heat here in Las Vegas that they made us line up outside in for 40 minutes, that can make a man quite irritable. So then, when you're walking to the cage and the gentleman security at the T-Mobile Arena says, actually, I've just realized something. This isn't fucking plugged in. Hold on. 1 second. See if this makes my audio a little bit better. 1 sec. Check, 1, 2. Is that a bit clearer?
That is a bit clearer. Okay, that's an upgrade.
Sorry, the microphone wasn't plugged in there. But yeah, so when the security man tells you have to wait till the end of the round, which has never been said before, you usually can just take your seat. I can't say I reacted all that well.
Yeah. Well, the good news is it looks like you're still inside the T-Mobile, so they didn't kick you out.
I'm in the tent outside.
Yeah.
But no, I will be running back and forth to cage side all night, trying to tune in as and when the Wi-Fi of the T-Mobile allows. Also, would love to fix my hair at some point, but that seems to be out of our joy. But anyway, Ben, how are we? How are you feeling for fight night?
We're good. We have got obviously our fun friends from Black Rifle providing us with
Oh
energy
my
to keep
God, there
us
they are.
booming. And we've also got an interesting second camera angle. Peep this, my friends. We're going to build a parlay. I'm going to lose money. I'm going to bet. But we've got some fun stuff in store, some giveaways, some guests that we're bringing on, and obviously Oscar boots on the ground from T-Mobile all throughout the night. Okay, so question I have for you, right? This is a huge return. For Conor. I'm not sure. Did you get the chance to speak to him or any of the team earlier today? What's the consensus on fight day?
No, the consensus on fight day is usually a lot of sleep for Conor. He will sleep until, I'd say he's probably waking up around now, actually. And but no, it's very much in the team comms off until post-fight. Got to let the guy sort of focus, lock in. I don't think he was at Power Slap last night. Unfortunately, I missed that as well. But yeah, it's been an interesting week, Ben. It's felt like a sort of, I don't really know how to articulate it. It's almost felt like a fun, almost like a tribute act to the nostalgia we had, but it's still very current as well. It's an interesting one. How have you felt about it being vantage point at home?
Vantage point back home, obviously it's an interesting time because you've got the World Cup, which is drawing so much attention. And I feel like it has absolutely not overshadowed completely, but, I saw the sentiment from some people that, it doesn't feel like a McGregor fight weekend. It kind of didn't up until maybe the ceremonial weigh-ins. I feel like that was really when, you saw some of those big photos snatch a lot of engagement online, and obviously the aura from Conor with the 2 belts. So now I'm into it, but I will say I do hope Erling Haaland also gets through in his respective discipline.
We'll disagree with that. What is the score actually in the England game?
That's a good, let me yank it up real quick. I was trying to get on Kubo, and then everything fell apart.
It's 0-0. Yeah, I think it's an interesting, and obviously I saw the sentiment as well that the fight week was lacking in some way. Mm-hmm. My response to that is, one, I think a lot of people just don't enjoy this sport as much as they used to. I think everyone's been watching it for a long time and could perhaps be a little bit jaded. So you sort of remember fonder yesteryear, and actually this is as big. I mean, certainly being in the T-Mobile Arena at ceremonial weigh-ins, I realized man, they haven't even come close to replicating or replacing Conor. There's no one else. Ilya, Pereira, no one's filled out a weigh-in like that since. It's really, truly unique what he's done. And they have not been able to fill that void. And in fact, if, things don't go his way tonight and he decides to walk away, something I don't anticipate him doing, of course, I think you would feel the void to go from the White House to Conor to then maybe a bit of a step down, respectfully, in Ian and Islam. I think you would probably feel, that gap. But I also think as well, the reason why perhaps the press conference, which was still very well attended, didn't maybe light up the world, is I just don't think people have as much money as they did in 2016 and 2017. So to come to come to Vegas for a whole week, I don't think is that feasible for a lot of people these days. And the tickets are more expensive. So what, you're going to come and not get a ticket to the fight? I think people are more inclined to just come in Friday, Saturday now than actually come in from Wednesday onwards. No UFCX in town as well, which always helps International Fight Week. There's a couple of reasons why maybe people are suggesting the energy wasn't all that back home. But I think, as you said, ceremonial weigh-ins certainly felt like the spectacle we have come to expect.
Do you think that the ticket prices for this return are at a different level than maybe some past Conor fights, or is this kind of the average? Because to your point, I remember seeing so much explosion regarding the high fee to get into this event, but it sort of is like, isn't that just historically he's a hot ticket? It's going to bump up the price attached to it.
It is. I just think as inflation grows, so do the ticket prices, right? So I was just looking, there's a couple left, I think the floor seats are still going for 15 grand. It's a lot of money. And presumably those have been lowered already because the fights are on. And I just don't know who's got that sort of cash. Certainly not, you would traditionally say, the boisterous fans who would be strong in voice don't usually drop 15 grand on sports tickets. So yeah, I think even the $25 million gate, there's an element of inflation in that as well. I don't like that we're talking finances. That's a bit strange, but you know what I mean? so Ben, instruct me. How does this live stream work? Can we read comments from people? Do we even want to? Are they going to be pretty aggressive? What are we expecting from this live stream?
Typically, right, we are usually getting the comments on StreamYard. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the Mac Lives comments, which is the most active bunch. I will be directing my focus to y'all to respond, but for whatever reason, we can't bring those up. But for other platforms like Twitter, we've got Tyler, who asks to read his, which we shall. Our Foes to Bros stream, which we'll bring up. Go follow that channel as well. And then we've got some other fun things that I'll show you while you're here. So we've got some odds for specific bouts on the card that we can.
Penis and Wang, your two favorite.
Gotta bring up Penis and Wang to kick off the odds portion. And then, like I mentioned, we've got a few sounds. So let me know if you can hear these.
Okay.
I just actually got a text message.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Phenomenal.
It feels kind of bad to use an ESPN.
All Ben's ever wanted is a soundboard. All he's ever wanted.
It's the only reason we're doing this, Oscar, is so I can play around with sounds, man. Using an ESPN Plus stinger in the Paramount era, I don't know. I gotta update the soundboard, Oscar.
I don't know, to be honest with you. I just was teasing Mr. Brett Okamoto because he had to line in up with the rest of us peasants to get in here. So I was quite enjoying that. Now that the deal's gone, buddy. But no, so we have up next. Who's it? Fashid Barrett?
Yeah, Fareed Basharat aims to keep his 15-0 record and extend it to 16 against a literal child in John Garza. Garza, he's got an algebra test on Monday and an English paper due on Wednesday about the Egyptian pharaohs, which is going to tax him. But what might be harder, Oscar, is a fight against an unbeaten bantamweight.
Yeah, I mean, I think I picked Fareed to win this. Perhaps unsurprisingly, this was the Ethan Ewing fight that fell out, right?
You broke up there. What'd you say?
I said this was the Ethan Ewing fight that fell out, right?
Yes, this was unfortunately our guy, the Professor of Finesse, who dropped out.
Oh, he's an odd-looking man, is Mr. John Garza.
Is he up there right now? Oh, he's John Garza the second.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, yes. So now we come to the realization that real life is 40 seconds ahead of your stream. That's going to be quite hard to navigate, isn't it?
Oh, boy. Everybody on Kalshi and Poly Market, don't do it.
Yeah, if I say what happens before you see it, is that insider trading? I'm about to get a lot of offers.
Yeah, the SEC is going to come down on us. I will say for all of us betting back home, just to keep our interest in this sport so we don't jump off a cliff afterwards, are we feeling $5 on Fareed under 1.5? Is that where we're going in this?
For moi, I think that's a fair bet. I'd say that. And when we eventually get a betting sponsor, Ben, this is the area we would plug them relentlessly.
Oh, hey, by the way, Norway up a goal on England.
Fuck.
Sounds bad for Bellingham and Kane.
Bollocks. I could have been out there watching this, fucking getting in amongst it.
Yeah, gosh. You were telling me though, you never really were the biggest of football fans.
No. I'm a Premier League fan, but international football never so much until around this stage. Then I sort of, when I actually went and watched England versus Mexico, obviously you were there. Fuck, that reminded me that actually I do enjoy getting very being the worst British stereotype watching. I do enjoy that very much. It is like my goal in my life. So once I experienced that, I was sort of ready to get into it. I know if we win, there's a game on Wednesday, which I would probably assume we were going to get knocked out in, so I would go full for that. But it sounds like Norway's tempted to put us out.
I will say, for those that were maybe curious what Oscar acts like in a football, soccer setting, it is what you think. Plus, when you get shots and multiple drinks going, you were double fisting the whole time. There was not a moment where you had a single drink.
Just expedite the process.
Yeah.
That's like, what's the point? I just hate ordering drinks. I'd rather just get it.
It's
do it so in advance. Yeah.
Ben,
I think for this, because genuinely the live action is so significantly ahead of you, it's probably not going to be feasible for me to watch the fights with you. So maybe I will come on in between them.
I think in between makes sense.
And then, an English fan just walked past me.
Uh-oh.
No, it's all good. But I think perhaps that's way. Otherwise, I do wonder if we could get done for insider trading or something. If I react,
Look, if they come at us for insider trading, I'm just going to direct them to our friends over at Black Rifle Coffee Company. Keep your buzz going, and their legal team can defend us from anything.
Yeah. Black Rifle, by the way, we want to say very much thank you. That sponsorship, those are the boys. They're keeping us alive. In this heat, there's nothing more that I like than a hot coffee.
109 plus 192 in a little cup of Joe. Someone had said White Boy Summer in the Mac Life chat. We agree with that. I feel like White Boy Summer had a big thing a couple years ago and then expired.
In Charlestown, wherever it was. That was like a big White Boy Summer, right? With the tiki torches.
I think so. Yeah. That was very tiki
solid political. So we were thinking there's a new UFC PR member, and we, amongst the media, we're thinking of maybe doing a little hazing ritual for the new gentleman. We were going to lie to him and say, at the end of the press conference, you have to get up and take questions from the media about yourself. And then the haze was going to be either, there's two trains of thought. The majority said we should haze him by then not asking any questions, My thought was to ask him questions that are like, how long have you been doing this? What's your interest in media? Before then hitting him with do you think Israel was justified in their response to the October 7th attacks and things like that? I thought suddenly ask him serious news questions. I was overruled, unfortunately.
I think that could have gone wrong more than it could have gone right to most people.
What's the best exit strategy for Iran? Things like that. Really get to grips with the new guy. But
I do think that's a hilarious hazing concept. Just make them think that they have to, you've got a post-fight presser segment. Make sure you don't miss that,
So someone says, Oscar, you are there live, but watching in a tent. Yes. So the way the T-Mobile works is there's a big tent outside with poor AC. And after each fight, they bring the winner back here. Maybe if I could do this without destroying my setup, they bring the winner back here where they take the stage and answer questions from the media, and they do that throughout fight night. So unfortunately, that usually means when the winner is on stage, you're unable to watch the fight currently going on, which means then you kind of have to guess what to ask the winner of that fight, and so on and so forth. John Ray MMA says, oh shit, this channel actually does stuff now. We've been doing stuff for a very long time, but a very poor standard. We're just going to add to that demographic. Mother-in-law was hit by a bus today. Hope I don't lose my license. Jimmy Ireland, I'll let you off.
Yeah. We'll give it to him. All right. It looks like our action is starting between Fareed Basharat and John Garza, which means...
Ben, God bless. Have a lovely fight. I'll talk to you after.
6-1. John the second. He's a plus 460 underdog. I will say, if you look at this fight from Fury, he's pretty solid all around. Nasty body work in one of the highlights that was circulating around Twitter this fight week. So it seems like the boxing might be on John Garza's side, at least relative to the competition he's been facing. But come on, Fareed Basharat, 15-0. He's been in there with some real dogs. Are we thinking that this is going to be a quick night at the office for Fareed? What's the temperature? I've already put $5 on the under 2.5, which, I can gamble. I can gamble. I will say, we'll bring it up. I'll have producer Johnny pop in and we'll go through our 14-leg parlay, which, if I'm remembering it correctly, I think is still live. So we had Alessandro Costa and Ryan Gondra. So boom, 2 legs down. We need 12 more. Fareed Basharat under 1.5. And we're going. Garza's in the white, the ranked Basharat in the black. And, for a guy who's only 14 years old in John Garza, the second, pretty solid frame, right? Physically looks kind of the same as Fareed, at least in sort of height and maybe width, right? This kid's filled out. Nice oblique there from Fareed. Nasty technique. Ooh, good calf kick on the outside. Garza can't respond. And I think this might be an area where we're seeing big differences, right? Fareed knows when to touch, when to get out. I think Garza at this level might have a little bit of a issue acclimating to the distance as cleanly or easily. God, please put that power in Connor's left hand. Ben Anik, have either of these fighters been going through a difficult divorce? No divorces, but marriages on both sides. They just went to a church down the street from T-Mobile and signed a marriage license. And this is how they're celebrating their honeymoon, getting into a fist fight with one another in front of thousands. But at least they're making money, right? At least they're making money off one another. Let me make sure that I have got the right links sent out. Okay. I will say one of the guests that we have coming on, I'm very pumped. I think you guys will love him. He is a fan favorite. Maybe not the most known guy in the world, but you will know him and you will love him. We will reveal him when time permits. Okay, 3:20 left on the clock. Garza in a bad spot here. Fareed's on the back. This is, he's trying to turn in. Beautiful work by Garza the second. You can see those poly market odds that they just brought up on stream. 95% think Fareed's got it. My stream just fucking it just reset itself. Come on. Tech issues, some troubleshooting problems. We do apologize for what is a very Mac Life centric ability to stream. I think Max is going to win, but if Connor wins, it's going to be generational. Absolutely. I mean, this would be what? The greatest comeback in UFC history. A guy who's been out for 5 years and has not won against elite competition in pretty much a decade, beating a dude in Max Holloway, especially if he knocks him out. I mean, come on, that would be pretty stupendous. My stream has in fact frozen, which is awesome. That is superb. Just what we need right now. That's unreal. Where's the ESPN Plus stinger? Okay, now we're back. Garza, 110 on the clock, standing. Better than where he was before, earlier in this fight. And if you're Fareed Basharat, here's a little bit of an instant replay. Head kick, lead head kick from Basharat. That touches the temple. Good clinch work from both guys there. Feels like Fareed maybe got the better of it. Those knees to the body in the clinch are just such a bitch. Whenever I'd show up and do Muay Thai days, it was my least favorite day. I hated it. And I was very bad at it. Never really got much better. But it was just such a grueling experience. And then when, let's say you don't see the knee coming, oh gosh, that's when it's even worse. Garza swings wildly to the body with the left hook. Nothing going. Am I screaming into the void here? Pylon, you're not screaming to the void. Unfortunately, it's not coming up on the StreamYard, so I'm not seeing that. So I have to look over and see the comments on my laptop. Stuffed, and we are once again buffering. Bro, this stream fucking sucks. And we're back. Okay, final 10 seconds. Garza's made it to the second round, which... my 14-leg parlay, unfortunately, does need this to end quickly. Pylon wants to know when the main event begins. Main event will start probably sometime around, what do we think, 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m. Pacific Standard? Unsure. Okay, so John Garza II makes it to the second round. Let's bring in producer Johnny. Johnny, we've got a minute on the stools here. It seemed like Fareed Basharat maybe got the better of that one. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, I think Fareed Basharat got the round easy, but I think Vegas money all depends on how long this fight goes, and we might have gotten baited into the under 1.5 because Garza is looking like he's not going anywhere.
No, the kid's hungry for it, right? Which I think is something we could have expected. This is a huge opportunity. He's an ambitious young guy. At that age, right, Johnny, we could take a lot of damage before you go out. We're invincible at that age of
exactly. I'm a little older now. I don't think I'm an ACL in, so I don't think I could do much. But no, if it stays on the feet, he's going to look decent because his striking is sharp. Once we get to the mat, that's where Basharat looks a lot better and he can find a sub, but doesn't look like he's just going to glue him there all night like I had anticipated.
Yeah, which, again, for those, I'm not sure if we can pull up the 14-pick parlay in time to show it, but we do need this to end in the next 2.5 minutes or else I will have to reconstruct my 14-leg parlay, which is a bummer.
The under? Was it just the under?
It's Fareed Basharat to win and under 1.5.
Well, if Garza lands a right hand from hell, we're not very happy there either, so...
He's eating a lot of leg kicks, though, man. I like how Fareed's been touching that lead leg of Garza, but yeah, it's just having no effect. Which is something that I don't know how this fight will proceed over the next 2 or 3 rounds, but like clearly Garza's ready. This was a sensible short minute replacement guy for Ethan Ewing because he's durable. Okay, takedown for Fareed. Garza's immediately back up. Fareed pushes him into the fence. Now on the hips.
Corner team didn't stop the blood well on Garza at all. He's already leaking right away in the beginning of the second.
God, but look how active this kid is in the clinch. I mean, he's got an appetite for all areas, which is something that I think is hard to teach, right? That level of intensity. And maybe
I'm gonna butcher this name, but Liwad, sorry if I got that wrong, on YouTube says, has any UFC ranked fighter ever lost to a debut guy, especially somebody who has no real professional experience like an LFA or Cage Warriors? To be fair, I'm pretty sure Garza's fought in some very good shows in Texas.
Yep. I mean, Fury Fighting is one of the best promotions, I would say, on the regional circuit.
Yeah. That's where Kevin Holland came through as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult because like real pro experience in like an LFA or Cage Warriors or a requisite type of promotion, I don't think you're going to find anybody that can just bounce without those promotions on their radar and resume, get to the UFC and win. I mean, Tyrell Fortune came in and beat a ranked opponent. He was obviously Bellator, PFL. That was a big.
I don't even think it's not a talent thing. It's just like when you're playing a ball sport, you can't be as good as these guys until you see it. Even if technically you're there, you've got to experience the back and forth with these guys to learn what works and what doesn't. Because when you're fighting guys who may not end up in the UFC, a lot of what you do works because technically you're there.
Okay, we've got 20 seconds until my 14-leg parlay crumbles. I'm actively redoing it as we speak. Oh no, it's already lost. How did it lose?
Yep, we just hit under 230 in the second.
Oh no, I had Costa by KO, and he subbed Cody Durden. Shoot. Well,
we'll still blame this one. No big deal.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. 11-leg parlay. I'm gonna put $2. Let's put $3 actually to clear up.
Garza's busted up, but he's starting to win these exchanges, and he looks fresher in there, dude.
Yeah, Fareed's. I don't really love this body language from Fareed. He's looking a little bit maybe labored. Maybe he wasn't expecting this, right? You're fighting a dude who's 6-1, doesn't have the high level experience you do. Maybe you think this will be easier than it turns out to be, Johnny.
Yeah, you can't convince me that there's not a part of his head that's thinking, hey, my brother had a great record in the UFC. He just recently got cut. Basharat's fighting out his contract tonight. There's a lot at stake for him. Even though, yeah, Garza may be making his UFC debut, there's a lot going on in Basharat's head right now.
Ooh, I like that defense from Garza. Basharat chains it, gets the takedown, 90 on the clock here in the second. And to your point, lot of leaking out of John Garza the second. That kid is he's painting the canvas right now. When does the event start and where can I watch? Paul, you can tune in on Paramount Plus. The event is going on right now. We're here for the early prelims. Main event. I mean, what time do you think the main event's going to walk?
Main event's probably walking at 8:30 if the main card starts at 6. That would be 11:30 Eastern, or about 3-4 in the morning UK. So
yeah, gosh, I am feeling bad for all of our UK fans. If any are tuning
especially
in,
with Patty's in the co-main, Connor's in the main, that time should have shifted down a little bit.
You wish. Okay, 50 on the clock here in the second. Lewin, Garza's a dog. Feel like he's taking this fight momentum the longer it goes. I agree with that for sure. Oh, good body shot from Garza, then a jab upstairs.
Garza's becoming a favorite of mine early. I love his fight style right now, and he's getting up to his feet and just throwing again right away.
Bro, he is butchering the body of Fareed Basharat. I don't think Fareed likes these shots, man. I do not think he wants to take a lot more of this damage to the midsection.
Ooh. Nice takedown from Basharat, but those right hands, even when he was off balance, were shaking Basharat.
See you soon, boy. Our guy, Jake from Homo Fight, one of the best journalists on the scene, will be joining us later on the show. Can't wait to bring him in. Again, we've got some big Homo Fight repacks cards. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we won't. Hopefully we can pull something big, Johnny.
Hopefully. I did want to ask you, though, with Basharat's brother getting the not cut, but no extension on I think it was like a 6-1 record or something like that. Don't quote me on that. Do you think that we could see the other Basharat leaving as well after tonight, regardless of outcome?
I don't know, because I think what Farid might be operating upon is the belief that, okay, whatever misfortune falls on my brother doesn't really have to fall on me. I don't know how linked he wants his journey in mixed martial arts to be to Javid. You know, and again, he's 15-0, working his way through the bantamweight division, ranked in the top 15. I feel like for Farid, he's probably thinking, yeah, it sucks for my brother, but my journey's just getting going. You know, he's just getting into the rankings, and you know, we'll see if that stays, though. This third round could get really interesting. And then if we hit the scorecards, right? I mean, that second frame, yeah, Luan saying 1-1, am I delusional? I don't know.
I think it's 1-1. I think it's 1-1.
Josh saying the asshat's rethinking his life choices. I won't call him an asshat. I'll be more respectful. But Farid, I think, is absolutely in a position here where he wasn't expecting this to be as challenging as it was. Specifically, Johnny, the takedowns. He can't get this fucking kid down.
And when he does, he can't hold him there. He can't hold him there for more than 20, 30 seconds.
Okay. I think I've got one more bet on this fight, but I'm not gonna lie, John Garza is winning me over. I'm fine if he breaks my bets because of how good this kid's looking.
And hey, all of the pictures on Twitter were not doing him any justice. He doesn't look 14. He looks 21.
He's a 23-year-old kid. I've been joking and trying to spread some of that false propaganda out of, just comedic interests. But yeah, he's like, again, like I said at the beginning of this fight, he's clearly ready. I mean, you're seeing him go toe-to-toe with a guy like Farid Basharat. Imagine this kid against a lesser tier unranked bantamweight. Like, that has Garza knockout written all over it.
Mm-hmm. No timidity either. That's what's really cool. He's busted up. He's definitely taken some damage. He's ending up on his back, but he's on his front foot the whole time. He's not letting the moment get too big for him. He's not becoming a shell.
You can see that stat. No leg kicks landed for Garza. A lot of investment downstairs. I like this pressure, though, dude. I mean, he is just sticking on Farid, walking him around the cage, not giving him a moment. Think, what has Basharat done so far in this round? It's been 90 seconds to nothing.
Garza's gas tank looks deeper than Basharat's, which is something that really probably shouldn't have happened if he's on short notice. Basharat's usually a full 15-minute fighter. Bro, everything's landing. Garza is really coming alive here.
Whoever commented at the beginning of this in the chat and said, an unknown, unranked guy coming in, debuting against the top 15 and beating him, you might have just summoned a victory for Garza because, dude, he's in the driver's seat right now. We've got some love from Australia. Friday, WTF. Good day, mate. Hope you're doing well. Another defensive maneuver from Garza. Good leg kick by Basharat. Where'd the leg kicks go from Farid, right? He was landing them effectively in the first frame, doesn't throw them until the third stanza. I don't get it.
You always got to find a way to quote Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, and I don't think he wants to eat another one of those straights when he's throwing a leg kick.
Or especially, I mean, punch in the mouth, punch in the liver 1 billion times. That'll shut down your game plan. Okay, halfway through round number 3. If you had an under 2.5 ticket, that has been extinguished. Beautiful uppercuts from Garza too, right? You see that instinct from him to rip that back, that rear uppercut every time Farid's dropping in. I mean, dude, he could literally just win this possibly off volume alone. He's been way more active.
I think he took the second, and I think he's clearly in the lead in the third. The sports guy says, you think Garza is going to win this? Perfect timing. I mean, I think he's taking the lead. It's all going to come down to the second round because I don't think Basharat's going to pull this third one out.
The Sheffield Sheep. This is boring. What?
I disagree entirely, man. This is a very good fight.
And now Farid's getting sprawled on, man. He's having no success in the closing 2 minutes.
This would have been a 5-round regional title war if Garza was not 12 years old a couple of years ago.
Again, man, he just learned to count last week.
Oh, leg kick. Leg kick puts Garza down, and then the nice right overhand from Basharat. That was a nice exchange for him.
What's your time at right now?
120.
Oh, I'm at 123. I'm a couple frames behind.
16 of 20 on takedown defense for Garza. Make that 16 of 21. But that's really nice, man. He's got a bright future in the UFC if he keeps fighting this way.
Baby getaway, what time is the fight? I assume you're talking about the main event. That'll probably walk around what, 11:30 Eastern time. Still give the second round to Basharat. 2 takedowns, 25-24 total strikes for Bash. Sports guy, I mean, look, I think it's arguable. I think that is a close second round where you can certainly make a case either way. This is a very necessary final minute for Farid. I mean, you stay on top, you continue landing ground and pound. Maybe you can erase the earlier 3.5 minutes of getting your ass beat a little bit, right?
Could he steal the round here, though? That's my question, because this groundwork is his best of the fight. Not only positionally, but damage as well.
Lewin screaming, get up! Get up!
Baby, get away. Max and Mac will likely be fighting about 5.5 hours from now. That'll likely be 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific, or 3:30, 4:30 in the morning in the UK and Ireland.
Ooh. I mean, look, I can't deny that Farid Basharat has been cooking in this last minute. But to your point, Johnny, is it enough? That's the big question. This is a strong ending. That can't be denied.
Fight is over. The cards are going to be all over the place because round 2, it really depends what lens you view it through. And round 3 could be very similar. The church pastor. Oh, boy, man. You're going to catch me between fights changing the shirt.
Yeah, dude, John, I love that you went top button with it, man. You said, every button's getting buttoned.
They can't see the pineapples, man. I don't think a church pastor would wear the pineapples. So
a youth pastor, maybe like a cool youth pastor.
I'm the cool youth pastor for the John Garza fight. There we go.
There you go. Link to watch for free. Hey, Paramount Plus, man, all you need is a standard subscription to tune in. Josh Horn from South Africa, Johannesburg, Pretoria. Where you at, brother? Where you tuning in from around the world? I mean, shoot, talk about a late time in South Africa, right? It's got to be what, fucking midnight there?
Yeah. Man, South Africa, shout out to EFC. Amazing promotion, by the way. Drekus came through there. Roberto Soldic came from there. A few others that I'm blanking on, but EFC is an amazing promotion.
Looks like a backstage shot of UFC superfan Theo Von. There's John Silva.
John Silva's got my hairline.
Yeah, you just got to let it go, man, John. You just got to let that go. You got to shave that shit off, brother. Get rid of it. Once again, make sure you tune in to Black Rifle Coffee Company. Go ahead to their website, pick up some BRCC for yourself, keeping us energized throughout the evening.
Iro Machuo says, what's up, guys? Where's that flag? I've actually never seen that flag. International stream tonight.
Yeah, drop where you guys are from. Let us know where you're tuning in from and enjoying the fights alongside us. We'll be
Here comes the decision.
All righty. I mean, Farid doesn't look too confident.
30-27. Basharat gets the win with 2 30-27s. That's interesting.
This is a great comment from Andrew, though. Ethan Ewing would have beat Farid Basharat. Hard to think he wouldn't. Based on that performance, man, I think I've got Ethan Ewing winning all day in that one.
Oh yeah, I think Ewing's strikes would have had more power. I think he would have been even harder to get down.
Okay, so here's our 11-leg parlay that we need. It is Damian Penis to win by KO in round 1. Tracy Cortez plus 3.5.
Piñas.
Luke Riley to win by decision. Adrian Yanez by KO. Gable in round 1. Whitaker by KO. King Green in round 1 by knockout. Kavanaugh by decision. Sandhagen by decision. Patty by sub. Holloway under 2.5. That's $3 to win 106,000. We'll keep you updated as the night charges on. All the way from the Eastern Cape, South Africa. The time is currently, it's currently 5.
It's 12:05 for us out here who we use the uncultured 12-hour clock.
Okay, so Arrow's saying he's from Micronesia.
Oh, I love the islands, man. I got a lot of buddies from the islands. I love the Micronesians. I love the Polynesians. Welcome in.
Micronesia, that is cool, man. An island nation in the Western Pacific comprising over 600 islands. Oh, damn, that is cool, man. Hey, hope everything's well in Micronesia. 230. Yeah, 230-27s is weird, Johnny. Let's talk about that. Judging a little bit. I feel
like I understand how one guy could maybe get there. Like I said, it's going to come down to the lens you view the fight through. It's hard for me to believe that 2 people are sitting cage side and saw all the damage Garza did in round 2 and round 3 and didn't give him a single one. That's tough. Because if you're giving Basharat round 3, it's on the last minute, then don't you then apply the same logic to giving Garza round 2 based on the last 90 seconds? The consistency doesn't line up there to me. You're muted. I can't hear you now.
Oh no, Chief, thoughts on Penis looking big on stage? Dude, Penis looks big. Confirm. He's obviously looking powerful, which is the big thing we're going to talk about with this next fight. Cesar Almeida, I think, is such a decorated striker. I've been really impressed by his UFC bouts, Johnny. But a guy in Damian Penis, I just have ultimate faith in.
I think we both know why we're pulling for Mr. Penis. I'm really thinking he gets the job done tonight. Also, dude, his physique looks crazy. His physique looks absolutely nuts.
He's built. He's built. The Baba Yaga is absolutely built. Here's some Contender Series shots from him, his journey up until this point so far. And this will be something that we reiterate, Johnny, but the fact he's on a Conor McGregor card this early in his UFC tenure speaks to the company's faith within him and what they can do with Damian Penis. I absolutely think, obviously, maybe the jokes of the name aside, but the way the guy fights is so action-oriented that you stick him anywhere and it'll be exciting.
And this is a really perfect fight for him because, yeah, some people may not remember much about Cesar Almeida, but if you recall, either his UFC debut or no, it was his second UFC fight, only his 6th fight overall. He fought Roman Kopylov. That whole fight was stand up. That whole fight was back and forth, and he lost a split decision. But Almeida can hang in there with the good strikers, and if Penis can find himself a finish here, I think you could see a rocket attached to his back soon enough.
They just played a clip of Senko calling Penis an incredibly explosive striker. Dude, this guy explodes. When he explodes on you, you're going to feel it.
He puts you in for a very hard fight, man.
He needs to hop on some test. John
Time
Ray!
for Penis, boys.
I am so excited. Here's some shots inside the T-Mobile Arena. Fans rushing in for the late prelims. I do think, actually, we have a banner for this one. So I made these odds several days ago. The lines might have shifted. Penis minus 275, Cesar Almeida plus 235. We talked about the experience that Cesar has. This is kind of a moderately lined underdog. Do you think that that's maybe a bit too wide, or do you have minus 275 faith in Damian?
I think a lot of times when you get guys like Piñas in here who look like potentially the future, I think they get heavily skewed lines. Like I said, a lot of people don't really remember Cesar Almeida, and the way Vegas lines move is with money. So the money's coming in on the guy who's being promoted, but Almeida has shown in his career already that he's in any fight that he's in. I think this fight will be competitive, and if it's not, that tells me a lot about where Piñas is going with his future, because Almeida's not easy to get out of there. A finish at all here, I don't think he's ever been finished in his career. He has 2 decision losses, 1 split to Kopylov, and then the other decision to Oleksiejczuk, and that's it. That'd be the first time he's been finished in his career.
Okay, so I also have some UFC 329 bingo for us back home. The top row, Gilly attempt, fighter points to the ground. Herb Dean fuck up. Joe Rogan saying he's hurt. Or Rogan saying, how did he make X weight class? Second row, Rush Holloway mentioned, and that is not Rush Holloway. I don't know what ChatGPT was doing. That is not Rush Holloway. A split decision.
That looks like Greg Jackson, dude.
Yeah. Same thing with Fabiano Busquets, the UFC's greatest translator of all time. Fabiano getting a mention and translating. He's a square, but that's also not him. A call-out, a shitty call-out. I think that's got to be a square. Someone's going to win and call Connor out, and that will check that box. Doctor coming in and checking. Third row, eye poke, low blow, free space. Booing from the crowd, which I'm not listening with audience, so you'll have to let me know.
That fourth line is going to be what wins. Look at that fourth line top to bottom.
Easy work. Easy work on that fourth line.
Crowd boos has already happened.
Has it really?
Yeah, they booed the decision between Basharat and Garza.
Oh, that's not how bingo works. If you all have the same card, then everyone gets bingo. That's the point. We all get bingo. We all win. You try to be creative, at least that's something. Hey, I will try. I will always try. Let's say big upsets of plus 200 or more. If Cesar Almeida wins, we can check that box. Corner saying you need this round, cage, climb out, celebration. DC saying something dumb, and then that is DC. Blood, which I do think we got with Cody Durden, we can check that box. No glove.
And John Garza.
And John Garza. Double check it. Superman punch, spinning back fist. John Anik hitting one of the fun stories, and a 10-8 round. So I am quite confident that we will find some I'm quite confident we'll find a bingo. Hopefully.
To pivot back to the YouTube comments, Brian Fullendorf says Max in 2, a 6-week camp doesn't overcome years of cocaine and whiskey. Yikes. But here's the thing. Conor looks ahead of this fight. Everyone's talking about his physique, saying it looks like a fall off. It's not. His physique before was not better for fighting than the physique he has now is. And the physique he has now not only is better for, let's say, this fight, but there's a very clear route back down to 55. People can make all the jokes that they want. Regardless of outcome, it is very clear that Conor took this camp very seriously. And call me crazy. I'm taking Conor. I'm taking Conor in this fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I don't see a future at 55. I think however this fight goes, he's definitely going to stay 170 or above. I don't know if he can really even get down to 55 anymore.
You don't think they'd push to try and get him down there for Gaethje, or you think they'd bring Gaethje up and do a BMF fight and just say, Charles, that belt's not yours anymore?
Probably bring Gaethje up. Then you could do double champ, undisputed lightweight champ, and BMF belt for Gaethje. Comfortable weight class for Conor that's more acclimated to where he's at these days.
They both have their legacy belts. I don't know if you saw the Gaethje legacy belt they just released with the red, white, and blue and his name on the nameplates. But yeah, so they both have legacy belts. We can still have a bunch of titles there.
Lewin asks, how concerned are you guys about the worst ref in the UFC, Mike Beltran, being assigned to the main event? I like Mike Beltran. Mike Beltran refed my karate combat fight, and he was great, a very sweet guy before and afterwards. He annoyed me during my fight because when we were going over the rules meeting, he was mentioning that any kick basically below the knee was fine in addition to thigh and up. You know, KC used to have rules, then they changed them, then they changed them again, so it was a little confusing. And so I'm throwing calf kicks in the fight, and Mike keeps fucking saying, stop that. And I'm like, Mike, you literally just told me a day ago that that's fine. So that's the only thing with Mike Beltran. But
you should have thrown one to him.
I should have thrown. Yes, I should have thrown a calf kick on former. Wasn't he like in a biker club or currently?
Yeah, I wouldn't throw a calf kick on him just to be honest with you. But you can do that. Let me know how that works out for you.
I'll get back to you. I'll let you know how it goes. Approximately how long until Conor fight begins? Tartarian, I agree with that. 5 hours, maybe 5 hours and some change. So in the meantime, hang out with us here on the Mac Life, a fun second screen experience to boost your UFC 329.
The odds have shifted slightly. To close, Piñas is -250 on +210. Live dog, Almeida is 38 and just debuted in the UFC a couple of years ago. That's crazy.
Almeida, 38, 14 years his elder, both 6'1". Each came in at the middleweight limit. Piñas, the biggest reach in this one. Now to Bruce. If that gets us like copyright struck, I'm gonna be so fucking mad, dude.
Oscar's here.
Oh,
want me to bounce out and pull him in, or do all, there we go.
What's up? Sorry, guys, had to tune in to make about 6 or 5 penis jokes.
You are looking wet, my friend.
No, I think that's just the fuzzy webcam. So you find me alongside MMA Fighting's Jose Youngs.
Jose Youngs. It's
No
Buffalo. There he is.
No habla. I can't.
No habla. Oh,
I
he's
can't hear you.
Yeah, he's being racist about you, Jose. Carry on. So anyway, other than that, what did we think of the last fight? I didn't watch any of it. What did you think?
Garza looked better than expected. Kid's a dog. Felt like he was. Give Casey a shout out behind you.
Shout out, Casey.
I thought Garza's body shots were really frustrating for Reed Basharat. You could tell that the game plan maybe shifted for Fareed as the fight went on. Wasn't getting the takedowns that he anticipated he would get, or the control time, more importantly. So a loss for John Garza II. But man, I'm curious to see what happens with that kid. And talking about kids, the 24-year-old Damian Penis is up now, baby.
You've been waiting for this. You've been waiting for penis all night, Ben, and I know you haven't. Don't worry, you'll get some wang after.
I fucking love penis. 100% finishing
Clip
rate.
that.
But this is, I mean, the wide age gap here is crazy. 14 years between Damian and Cesar Almeida. I mean, in terms of statistics, how often do you beat someone 14 years younger than you? It rarely happens, if ever.
No, very true. I was 34 when I beat a 20-year-old in MMA, though.
Yeah.
But no, to your point, this is a young man's game. And just generally, you see, like, even with recent examples like Israel Adesanya and Joe Pyfer, you kind of get the sense that the older man, 36 or older, just tends to slow down a little bit faster. So yeah, young man's game, unfortunately.
A $5 donation from Brian, our friend Brian. Thank you for doing this. For guys like me stuck at work and can't watch the fight, keep grinding, boys. Brian, that's exactly why we're providing this for those.
Someone donate money. Or
what was that, Oscar?
Did someone donate money, or was that just a nice comment?
They've donated $5. So we're up
Yeah, fucking no wonder MMA Guru does this. Thank you so much. What was his name?
This was Brian. Brian Follendorf.
Brian, genuinely. That's fucking sick. Thanks, mate.
Okay. We had, all right, guys, the live stream's cringe. I'm out. Goodbye. we appreciate
less of a thank you to that guy.
Yeah. Okay. 3:38 on my clock here. Nothing too explosive has occurred.
Penis has not been exploding, Ben. I see. I live in the future. It's actually 2:45 in the real world.
Oh my goodness.
So how am I going to not react when anything happens? That's crazy, though. By the way, there's a loophole here, and I'm not talking about someone on the card, but no, there's a loophole here.
We are going to be the reason they amend that. Like, they're going to be like, oh, Oscar highlighted this for us. Thank you for...
It's probably by design, let's be honest.
What's been the... did they bring Fareed or Alessandro back? What's going on in the tent?
We have not had Fareed. We've had Alessandro Costa, Diego Lopez sitting alongside him. And then we had Ryan Gandra as well. And in regards to comments, can't say that either one of them had too much interest to share, if I'm being candid with you. The most interesting thing...
we got to give a shout out. Charles Johnson just tapped into the stream, said, what's good with us? What's good, Charles Johnson?
Shout out, Charles Johnson. Aren't you here, bro? I saw you walking around yesterday. I think he's here. Is he at the arena?
Charles Johnson is inside the arena. We originally invited him to come on, but he was like, I'm there right now. So, Charles, if you do want to pop in, by all means, you're welcome. That's very
funny. In terms of the comments made by the winners, nothing so far. I was too busy eating the Chinese food that the UFC have generously supplied for us. The quality of the Chinese food, you ask? Well, I thought I was eating chicken for 4 plates. It was actually pork. And I thought I was eating chicken. It was actually beef. But other than that, the interchangeable meats aside, I appreciate the free food.
All right. I have sent the link to Charles Johnson. We'll see if wherever he is inside the T-Mobile, he can pop up and chat with us. Close bout here. It feels like Cesar Almeida is a good yin to Damian Penis's yang, Oscar.
I would agree with that. I think they're both still sort of waiting to find momentum. But if we're being honest, at least 40 seconds in your future, very single shots, no combinations, and also not a lot of aggression. It's more just sort of like, I'm throwing this and seeing what happens. Don't know. Lacking momentum for both men at the moment, sort of canceling each other out.
Talking about momentum, we have Energy Johnson here with us. Charles Johnson, how are you?
I'm good, fellas. What's the word?
Where are you?
I'm currently in a hospital, just chilling.
Why are you in the hospital?
I'm with my teammate Phil Rowe. He's visiting a family member here in Vegas.
Oh, shit. I hope everyone's okay.
No, he's good. Everything's good. Everything's good. Just visiting.
Are you coming to the fights tonight?
Yeah. When we leave here, we're gonna go and get ready and pull up.
I mean, a Loner Kavanaugh night wouldn't be complete without the man who beat him, Charles Johnson. When you look at that fight for Kavanaugh, what sort of speaks out to you regarding it?
Well, I mean, it's I think Roy Val is very active, and I think Lonnie's really good too. So it just all depends on how Roy Val decides to deal with the range and how he's going to be active without getting hit too much, you know. But I think it's a fun stylistic matchup, honestly. I think Roy Val, similar to me, has real good cardio. So as the fight goes on, if he keeps a good pace, he'll be all right.
Can we get a skullet check? I don't know what the hairstyle is. Yeah. Damn right, baby. Damn right.
Looking beautiful. And while we were discussing that, Penis has finally exploded and finished his man.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Who's he fighting?
He just knocked out just knocked out Cesar Almeida.
Oh, man.
Godly. Charles, I don't know if you are at liberty, of course, to reveal, but I know you tweeted something yesterday, some exciting news coming near future for Inner G. What could possibly be going on for you?
Yeah, I'm fighting next month.
Oh,
Yeah,
in Philly? Where
Yeah,
at?
man. Yeah, I know I'm crazy. So Mick Maynard. Mick had a fight ready for me as soon as I finished fighting. He knows how I am, so I saw him on the plane. We were actually on the same flight leaving out of Baku after my fight, and he was like, "Just let me know when you're ready." I was like, "All right." He wasn't upset with my performance at all, and that's always a good thing. And got home, had time to think about the fight, and then I was like, yeah, I think I'm all right to fight again. So we'll see. It's
Love
just
that.
all about right now. It's just all about getting recovery correct and making sure I have a clear path to be able to have somewhat of a peak because I just had a
Yeah.
full camp, so somewhat of a peak and the body moving the right way when it's time to fight. So I'll be all right though.
Nice.
What was if you could reflect upon that fight with Suel Mabayev working against you in that one, when you analyze that, reflect upon it, you know, what areas do you feel, okay, maybe I could have done better here?
I think for me in my career, it's just my mental.
Mm.
I got to be more confident in there, and I'm very confident from my training, but I think I need to. I'm working on getting a sports coach, a mental
Mm.
coach. That's what I'm working on now. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I have all the skills to compete with these guys. I've shown it. So I'm not one to make excuses. I'm just, right back in the lab and getting back to work.
Love that.
Love it. Last thing I got for you at the moment, Charles. You were beefing with Dan from Best Fight Picks the other night. What the fuck happened with that?
Listen, beef is when people have, you know,
Yeah.
I was just inquiring about what the fuck was wrong with the guy. That's it. You
Yeah.
know, that's it. He had a lot to say about me, and I had no idea who he was. And there was some personal things in there, but like, once you start talking to these type of guys, a lot of times they retract or they try to make it seem like, oh, I was just talking about this. No, it's a lot of proof here, but then he deletes everything. So it's like it's whatever. Like at the end of the day, I was trying to talk to him as a human, on a human
Yeah.
level, and a man. And I saw he had 21,000 followers on Twitter. I'm like, so you obviously got people that's following you. So you got some type of, you know, you dictate something. People are listening to you. So just be more responsible, dog. That's it. That's all I was telling him. And if you want to go the route of the guru or whatever, that's cool too. But you know what
You
I'm
got to
saying?
keep him in check. You got to keep him in check, Charles. When Sheriff
Yeah, it's just
Energy
weird.
steps in.
It's weird when guys who've never competed or never, like the guys who get picked last in volleyball, have shit to say. That shit's always
Volleyball as
weird.
well. Not even,
You know what I'm
not even
saying?
like football. Volleyball.
Motherfucker can't even set a ball. Can't even. But they always got some shit to say. That shit's always weird. But at the same time, respect. I try to respect people. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was telling them. Like, you gotta respect. I live this life, dog.
Yeah, I
So
love it. Well, Charles, so you're competing next month. I'm great to hear that you're back so soon. Any little teaser hints you could give to the opponent?
to the opponent, it's gonna be a striking fight. And y'all gonna be fans gonna be excited about it. That's it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be on the feet. It's gonna be on the feet. And I ain't lost a fight that played out on the feet. Actually, I dropped everybody who tried to stand with me so far, and fight me. I dropped them or finished them. So
There you
it's
go.
gonna be a fun fight for the fans. It's one I'm excited about. Um, and everybody at flyweight can compete on any given
Mm.
night. So it doesn't matter about rankings or unranked right now, unless they are really talking about putting you in title contention. You should just be ready to fight anybody. They showed us that for a couple years now. So I'm excited about the matchup. I'm excited about him being excited about me fighting and matching me so fast. So I'm, just doing my due diligence, make sure the body be ready. And I'm excited about these fights, man. I get to experience the Conor McGregor card, bro, for the first
Yeah.
time. I've been to a
Someone,
couple Patty cards, so him and Patty on the same card. Fans finna go crazy, bro. I'm excited about it.
Someone
I'm
told me
excited.
they wouldn't give me any details, but apparently they're doing something special for the main event entrances. I hope that's true, because when the UFC do stuff like that, it usually looks good.
Sure. They can do it when it's Patty, but they can't. I mean, they can do it when it's fucking Connor, but they can't do
Yeah.
it on a regular basis.
No.
Shit's retarded, bro.
I don't
Like that, the
disagree.
shit they do for Connor, they could do on a regular basis, and everybody would love it more. You know, I don't understand. It
Tell him,
doesn't take.
Charles.
It
Tell
don't
him.
take that much more effort, bro. Connor got to walk on stage with his own shoes, his own merch, and strip down to his drawers and put his shoes on for 5 minutes. You know, nobody gonna say nothing because it's Connor, obviously. But I'm saying they give a shit about wearing a hat with nothing on it, right? That's not Venom, like, and it'll just be a blank hat. Like, it's just so weird, bro. It's so weird, bro. But at the same time, it is what it is. Like Max said.
I did enjoy from that yesterday. So Conor did an interview with Complex where he said he backs himself in any fight and he could beat John Jones. And it's a sort of interview where you watch, you're like, I know John Jones fucking hates stuff like that. And they ran into each other yesterday. And John immediately like, go on then, what could you do? How are you going to beat me? I was like, dude, you are so sensitive. Let it go. It's
No,
just a
and John's the type, he's gonna be like, all right, what's up, man? Show me something.
Yeah.
You know, like
straight away.
and to be a martial artist and live this life, that's okay. Cause it's not like he's doing it in a way where it's like, fuck you. It's like he's doing like okay, let's see, let's we're right here, brother. You know, but it's also fight mode for Connor right now. So you gotta be careful with that shit, you know.
Yeah,
it's
Good shark in the water for sure.
Yeah.
I love
What
it. Well,
fighter?
Charles,
What fighter are we on?
we've got Wayne Kong and Tracy Cortez coming up next.
Oh, she came out with the lashes. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, dude. I like
That shit
Wayne
was-
Kong's style, man. She got some flair to her.
I mean, I like that she's foreign and she understands the concept of being a character as well, like creating something that's memorable in whatever way that's gonna be, right? Whaley's doing it the respectable way, but like this girl, she got her face paint and she's got she got a decent good style that people like to see, and she goes up there and you remember her face offs a little bit, you know, so she's
She
making
gave
herself
Tracy fake
memorable.
eyelashes. She gave Tracy fake eyelashes.
Yeah. When she walked on stage, I was like, oh shit, she got eyelashes today.
And Tracy took them. Tracy was like,
Yeah,
oh, actually,
she
thank you very
smiled and
much.
took them too. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, all right, cool. Yeah, that was fun. So,
Hey
yeah,
Charles,
that was-
have you ever tried to make another UFC fighter get a skull or like spread the movement a little bit, get some other people involved in the hairstyle?
I've seen a couple rock it actually, and in some type of way or form. Funny enough, the guy that's fighting, I feel so terrible because I forget his name, but the guy that's fighting the Olympic champion wrestler tonight.
Alicia Ellison.
Oh no, fuck.
Yes. He has like a shag, like a Memphis type shag, but he still has hair, you know. But he almost got, and you're like, he had the point where, all right, bro, it's almost time for the skullet, dog. Like it's almost there, you know.
Oscar's getting ready for the skullet too, man. Oscar's got to give it
Listen,
up.
brother. When you start hitting that age, and once you get like one kid, it's the dad cut. You know, once you get one kid, it's a dad cut. That stress start coming. Hair start thinning. He's like, all right, let's see what this look like, you know.
I got about 8 months left in me. 8 months left.
You got guys fading it now. They styling it now. I've been seeing some crazy stuff, so it's fun. It's fun to see the movement.
Oh, we got a comment here, Charles. Do you think Ben or Oscar could rock the skullet? I think Oscar could probably do it. I don't know about me.
Definitely. He's almost there. His hair is already. You know what I'm saying? He got the whole wind in the flap going soon. You know, he got the Donald Trump going soon. You know?
I didn't put any products in it, bro. Don't do me like that. I forgot to put products.
It's coming, bro. It's coming,
I know.
bro.
I know.
Listen, you just want to be ahead of it, so it's like you had the choice. You get what I'm saying? Like, I choose this. You know, like be ahead of it.
Well, on that note, boys, I'm going into the arena now. I'll chat to you later.
Hey,
we'll see, Oscar.
All right, peace.
All right, bro.
Gosh, Charles.
Wow, he's at the arena. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's got to get the cage side, man. We got to get.
What's up, Johnny?
What's going on, brother? If we're talking skullets, the only haircut I'm going to be able to do in 3 years is the skullet.
It's the last line of
I can't hear
man.
anything. Y'all just got muted. Hold on, let me see.
Wow.
Let's see.
Oscar's got about 2 haircuts left. Yeah, I would say he's on 2. He's on 2 probably.
I get scared every time I cut my hair now. So I did a buzz cut about 6 months ago. God, I will never do that again.
Brian brings up a great point. Clay Guida has a mane, and Clay Guida's hair never seemingly went at all, right? Like that guy's his long hair stayed with him all throughout.
We lose Charles.
I think we
Oh,
might
he's
have
gonna
lost
pop
Charles.
back in, I'm sure.
Yeah. What a guy, man. Okay, so they're talking about on screen second most days between UFC fights during the same stint, 1,827 days. It's kind of interesting because I remember watching Conor and Dustin 3 way back in 2021 and seeing that number, 1,800 days. It doesn't feel that long, Johnny, between, but I suppose it is, right?
I think a lot of that is because as a fan of the sport, right? Like I'm a fan of multiple sports. I can think back to Super Bowls from 15 years ago that feel like they were yesterday. That time in the sport was so special that it's hard. There's Charles. That it's hard not to, kind of remember it a lot more clearly than we remember the first 4 Apex cards of the year.
Yeah. Charles, we're talking about Conor in this return being 1,827 days removed from his last fight. That's a fucking layoff, man. I mean, goddamn.
But has he done any combat sports since then?
I'm not sure what his trainings look like from that.
Like, we haven't seen him compete in anything, right?
No, absolutely nothing. So it's as a fighter who is as active as you are, when you're kind of hitting a few months out from competition, 8 months out from competition, what stage is your body and your mind in, right? Because I feel like you almost forget how to fight.
I mean, I've never been off that long, like ever. I've never been off that long, ever. Not even as an amateur. Like as an amateur, my first year of fighting, when I was just taking fights and didn't know anything about fighting, was YouTube learning. I fought 13 times in 1 year.
Damn.
13?
So like I've literally, but I wasn't cutting weight. I was just like, fuck, y'all fighting where? Downtown? Okay. Y'all fighting in the county, 30 minutes away? All right. Fighting in Kansas City? Okay, let's go. Like it was just like I was just taking fucking fights. And for me, it was a learning process. But I wasn't training full time, right? So this amateur shit was different, right? But I've never taken that much time off, dog. Like I couldn't imagine what that feels like. But also, I can say this. How he's been talking and what we've been hearing, they've done a good job of saying, like, yeah, he's prepared for this. And he is Conor. So it's a reason why we all love to watch him. The reason why, because he was inspired. When he first came to sport, he inspired a lot of fucking people. The way he moved, the way he trained, the way he competed. And so if anybody can figure it out, I'm pretty sure he could.
Yeah. Charles, I got a question for you, bro. Me and Ben both do a lot of work with like other shows, and all of them include amateur fights, right? You mentioned amateur and how it's changed. You were an amateur 10 years ago. Not only that, you fought Jose Johnson, you fought Carlos Hernandez, you fought some real tough dudes. What would you say has changed about that side of the game then and now?
Honestly, like everybody, it's like boxing now. Like even as amateur, they're trying to protect records as amateurs. That shit's weird. It's like fight as much as you can, train as much as you can, get as much experience as you can. If you lose, fuck it. But everybody's looking for, like, because we have contender series now, it's almost like going to college and trying to prepare for an NBA draft or NFL draft and get scouted for contender series, right? Or tough enough, or whatever the fuck their in is. And so losing as an amateur, I don't get it. Like some of these guys get back in and things like that. So I don't know, man. It's real weird to see how some coaches handle the athletes, but there's still a lot of old school coaches. So
yeah,
I'm not too attached to the amateur scene right now. But in Orlando, we have combat night, and we have a lot of amateurs that compete at a high level and that I train with, and I also want to get something out of the sport. So I see guys that are really trying to figure out, if this is for them or not. And I can say that about the guys at my gym. I feel like most of them are really striving for something. And we want them to fight as much as possible, but guys just can't fight even as amateurs now. Like My good friend Gabe Davis, he's in the NFL. He plays wide receiver for Buffalo.
I was
His
gonna say
brother,
Bill Speedster, bro.
yeah,
He's nice.
I got his brother into MMA. His brother's name's Jordan Davis, and he played at UCF, um, tight end, but he had like a couple big injuries, so he won't be able to play ball no more. But he got into MMA, and he's only been training like with my Muay Thai coach for like the last 10 months, and he looks like he's been fighting for years because he's an athlete, but he can't even get fights as an amateur. Like
Yeah.
nobody will fight him. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, come on, bro. Like when I was coming up, bro, I was like, bro, I was like I just said, I was fighting any and everywhere. It
Yeah.
don't matter where it was. I'm like, can I fight? Can I fight? You know, they got somebody at 135. I'm 132. They got somebody at 135. Yeah, come on, let's go. You know, whatever the experience. Oh, he 10-0. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Fuck it.
Isn't that where most of the value comes, though? How are you going to step into that level after facing guys way below you if you're not taking the tough bouts? Especially at amateur, that record resets.
But
You're still undefeated once you go
the
pro.
thing is, it's just about people don't want to look, you know, the look, like how things can be perceived and who you know, and then everybody has an ego now, even coaches, and it's just weird. It's weird on that case because it's coming a lot like boxing, like, and that's the pressure of Contender Series as well. Like, you got to be undefeated now to get to the UFC. Like, what the fuck? Like, I've seen plenty of guys hit their stride and they had 5 losses to start their career, and now they're 12-5, and they won 11 fights straight, right?
Yeah.
And it's like that's not what MMA is about. You know, for me, it's not about being undefeated, but that's what Contender Series kind of puts out there. Oh, this new 7-0 prospect. Okay, he comes in the UFC. What happened? He sees Charles Johnson gets his ass whipped,
One
right?
Yeah.
contract.
You get what I'm saying? Like, he finally sees some type of adversity. Well, he should have saw adversity before that. But that's okay. He's in the UFC now. So that's what coaches want. That's what they're looking for. And okay, I understand it. Get the bag. Cool. But then it's going to be a road, a whole different road to understanding how to get to a belt and how to compete at the highest level, how to get to rank fights. It's just a whole different animal. Most guys don't make it past 3 fights in this promotion.
Last question I got for you right now, Charles, is about your amateur experience. To talk about the activity and the volume in fighting, but I'm curious about location because I know a lot of guys who came up fighting in fucking barns and doing smokers, God knows where, in parking lots and shit like that. Do you have any story about like a terrible location you fought in?
I mean, I have fought in some shitholes, but St. Louis, Midwest, like, you know what I'm saying? I, it's a place called South Broadway, and it's a lot of boxing matches, but it's like a smoker in there. You come in there, it's all smoke, like everybody smoking shit. It's like, yeah, those type of places. Then you got the back hillbilly farm locations in like a out farm with a ring in there, and you got fucking uh you got hay on the floor and dirt floors that you warming up on type shit, you know. Like it's different. It depends, you know. And then you can go somewhere and be like in the city and be like a little grungy place, you know. Like I've seen a lot of different situations, and I'm grateful for where I am now and thankful for even if the UFC we don't agree with everything, it's a much better situation than a lot of things, and that's why Dana says what he says about, you know, all right, if that's what you want to do, go ahead, go fucking try your luck over there, you know?
Yeah. If you think you can get better, go find it, right?
Yeah, we know what it's like over there, you know, and it's interesting to switch the tone a little bit to see what's happening with the boxing now because everybody's on that side is kind of trying to form under one thing to fight the entity of whatever Zuffa's gonna be. And
Yeah.
everybody signing with Zuffa, a lot of these guys signing with Zuffa now. And so it's becoming an interesting landscape just for the boxing world in general too. I know it doesn't have much to do with us in the MMA world, but it's Dana White, so it connects us, you know. So
Yeah.
it's always interesting to see how those things work. But much like Dominic Cruz says and other fighters, I just Cody said recently, Cody Garbrandt, it's like I just hope we get to the point where we can have some health care. Like when I walk out of there and throughout the year, like they take care of us, don't get me wrong. If we reach
Yeah.
out to them and we say, "Hey, man, this happened. All right, were you in camp?" It's kind of like that kind of weird thought. Were you in camp? Are you in camp? No. Okay, why do I gotta be in camp? But then it's like most times they'll take care of us either regardless, you know, even though that's kind of the thing. You gotta be in training for a fight or something. But um Yeah.
Do you think some of that comes with the age of the sport itself? UFC's only been around for 33 years. All the other major leagues have been
I'm
around.
not giving it that fucking weak ass excuse, dog. We are in 2026 and there's enough information. They have enough resources to do what needs to be done. And it's mostly for me, I think it's either a lack of caring or a not wanting to spend whatever that bill's gonna be, or whatever. They treat us like we're employees, but we are independent contractors.
Yeah. The benefits,
but
right, aren't really
it's
there.
it's such a weird thing, and I'm not like trying to ruffle no feathers here. Like, it's a really weird thing when you start talking to people who deal with like legalities and things. They don't understand it because it's not to be understood, to be honest. It's its own thing. It's different. And yeah, bro. I'm not gonna say too much.
Yeah, we'll keep that one locked. Well, Charles, man, we'll bounce for now, but feel free to pop in anytime as the night continues, man. So good catching up, and hope to speak with you in just a little bit.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll pop in for the Lonnie Royval fight.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
That one.
If my phone ain't dead and it ain't too loud, I'll try to pop in from the arena at some point.
There we go.
My man.
Sounds good, brother.
All right, boys.
Thank you.
What a guy, man. I like
Amazing little segment there. Took us through the Piñas fight, took us through here. About halfway through a round of Wang versus Cortez. Not too much action here. We've seen some nice calf kicks. Tracy Cortez looks content to stay on the feet a little bit as well. So let's see how this one plays out.
Tracy has fought a higher level of competition, right? I don't think that can be questioned, stepping in against Rose Namajunas. Obviously, there was the big meme of her eyelash getting hit off in that fight, but like it's still live rounds with a former UFC champion that I don't think Wang Kong has necessarily had the experience with, unless you're counting Valentina Shevchenko from 2011 or whenever it was that they fought.
In a different sport entirely.
Yeah.
I beat Valentina, yeah, and I beat John Jones at golf.
Right, exactly.
No, I didn't. I've never played golf. I'm with Oscar, so.
Her lashes will be flying across the octagon. We'll see. Does she have lashes on? Does Tracy Cortez have the lashes on?
I feel like her eyes are hard to tell sometimes. Doesn't look like it, though. Not to me.
13 low kicks for Wang Kong through 3.5 minutes. Tries to go on the inside, not happening.
It feels like the UFC is really giving Kong a nice push too with the name she's fighting. It helps being from the Asian market, and her fight style is pretty electric, man.
Dude, imagine if she knocks out Tracy in this fight. That would be a pretty big statement to make.
I don't remember if Tracy's been knocked out.
I don't think she has, man. I'll pull up the Tapology right now. I can't remember a time where she was finished. Let us see. Tracy Cortez, 12-3 overall. She has been submitted twice, never been knocked out. Erin Blanchfield choked her out most recently, and then back.
Tracy's got a choke. Tracy's working on a guillotine here. That was deep for a sec. Wang worked her way back up. Tracy's working knees now.
Why am I so far
good
behind?
hand fighting, and she escaped the choke. That looked dangerous for a second there.
Speaking of danger, here he is once more, Oscar Willis, live from T-Mobile.
Banging you from cage side. Just wanted to give my thoughts on that first round. I thought Tracy, as again, showed her toughness. That's right. I'm doing a live. Mike Bond's looking at me, giving me shit. Thought Kong got the best of the first round.
My stream is buffering. Couldn't watch it, unfortunately. Johnny did. Johnny, what did you make of that first round?
I think I respect Tracy for staying on the feet, throwing a lot of her shots. She ate some hard calf kicks. At the end of the round, she was working that choke. It looked really nice, to be honest with you. Wang Kong fights the hands really well. I think that's a really solid round of action. Oscar, I've got to say, T-Mobile's reception is doing you well.
Yeah, well, so far, let's wait until actually people arrive here. Las Vegas late showing crowd. Although I got to be honest, busier at this point of night than it usually is. The upper seats, the cheaper seats full. Jason Herzog talking to Wang Kong in the corner there, suggesting if she does another foul, he's going to take a point right away. I don't know what it was for, but I did notice him talk. Yeah, he was talking to her with a translator in the corner, and he did raise his finger to suggest, I'll take a point if you do whatever the fuck she did. Don't know what she did, though. So they're back on the feet. Obviously, I'm a bit ahead of yours now. I'm a bit cautious about revealing too much of what's going to happen. So hopefully, no one gets knocked out and this crowd reacts massively. And as I say that,
They mentioned the gates being having records set for the gate. I feel like you sell early prelim seats to people who could afford a little bit less to go to the prelims. We can get those numbers up even more.
Yeah, I don't listen. I'm sure they have TKO certainly, you know, are going to have some sort of algorithm they follow with the tickets. And I know that they do fluctuate the closer we get to the event, but I'm always consumer friendly. I'd rather the cheaper seats be available for the scumbags to come and get carried away, you know.
The nosebleeds are the best place to be at an event, man. The most
Dude, you
fun.
know what's really funny, Oscar? Your internet looks like it's better now than it was in the tent.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it does. I agree.
Cortez's leg looks like it gave out there. She's now on her back.
Around.
That had to have been some sort of leg injury.
I mean, we talked about those low kicks in round 1 adding up. Hey, Oscar, can you tell if she's wearing fake eyelashes at the moment or not?
No, but I mean, without being disrespectful, I could suggest that she's maybe had some lip fillers recently. You know, that's as much as I want to comment on a woman's body for now. I think out of the two of them, I would say Kong appears to be the stronger fighter physically. Something's going to happen dramatic here, boys, and I'm not going to be able to react.
Tracy Cortez would really, really do herself a service if she would learn to check these leg kicks, man. They're all slapping right off that left leg.
Oh, again, Wang connect.
Oh.
Big reaction from Cortez. Which
Movement's
is because,
hindered.
You know, she trained out of Fight Ready for a long time. And I believe she's up in Vegas now.
No, Phoenix, I think, still.
Yeah, 20 strikes downstairs for Wayne Kong.
Yeah, see, when Tracy goes for these, you'll see this in a minute. Oh, boys, we have some controversy here. We have some controversy here that's coming your way.
Looks like something.
Knee to a grounded opponent.
Oh, no.
Stops the action. And we're going to take a look at that.
Another leg kick.
Let's see it play out. So about midway through round 2.
See how I'm not using names, so you can't tell who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tracy runs into a left hook as she enters in.
Tracy's tough, man. She's taking these shots and she's throwing going forward. I'm not going to comment on the technique or whatever, but she's in this fight and she's going for it.
Okay, takedown, defended, and Wayne Kong there is the knee to a grounded opponent. Yeah, that one sucks. That's off the dome. Herzog instantly steps in and starts to instruct to Wayne Kong. Cortez looked like she ate that pretty well. I don't know what the damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a point taken away.
Oh,
it's possible.
That's
as I said to you, Johnny. He warned her in the corner. I don't know if it was for the same infraction, but he's clearly going on a 2 fouls and you're out rule. But
that one was blatant too. You can't.
Yeah.
Tracy Cortez, by the way, for what it's worth, live here on the floor, back at it. And already on the front foot being aggressive. So clearly not too impaired.
Yeah.
She has a lot of that Mexican fighting spirit. There's no quit in her.
Yes, I think she's also a bit crazy.
You have to be. Yeah. Is Herzog, Oscar, question for you, right? We all like Jason Herzog. Is that hair sprayed on? Right? Is that the all natural?
Listen, boys, I think we're going to have to drop the topic of hair for this evening because Charles really got me with that fucking in the wind comment. I've been nothing but pouring at it since. I think, Herzog is a very virile man. Herzog's got a lot of spunk in him, you know? So I think that's probably real natural testosterone-driven hair.
Me versus Oscar. Loser gets the skullet. Our hair's going anyways.
Yeah, but I think... And I don't really feel like doing the turkey thing, you know, because I feel like for every one good one you see about 10 ones where the hairline's just fucking like that and it looks crazy.
I'd rather be bald, man. I'd rather be bald than go and get a hair transplant.
Now I've got the beard, I'm a bit more comfortable with it. There was a time I was worried I was going to look like a naked mole rat.
That's kind of the chapter I'm in right now. I can't really grow the facial hair too well.
Yeah, but you have lovely head of hair, boy. Anyway, back to these amazing athletes.
Yep. 90 seconds to go in round number 2. Looks like Cortez, like Oscar mentioned, has bounced back from the illegal blow. Not really feeling too pained. But
she's showing a little bit of swelling. Oh, she's showing a little swelling on the right side of her face. But I actually think mostly from the left hooks rather than the actual knee.
God, I love how Wayne Kong attacks, man.
Getting an extra point will definitely give you some energy.
Yeah, see, the thing is, though, I think this is going to be a 9-9 round.
Well, I think my
Right.
bet is Cortez plus 3.5. So I think I'll be okay if she loses a decision.
Oscar, how'd you
Also-
score the first?
I think I gave it to Kong, but I mean, not a lot in it. To be honest with you, I was paying most of the attention. Right behind me to my that way is a Chinese woman screaming in Mandarin and a Mexican man screaming back in Spanish. And they're talking shit to each other in different languages. So I've been kind of enjoying that, to be honest with you.
If I was there, that's what I'd be focused on as well. I can't lie.
I'll say, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. For a Las Vegas fight night, well attended at this part of proceedings. I'd say the upper deck, 75% full.
He would say the upper deck.
75% full. What do you want?
Looks
Really?
full. Okay. That's good. Everyone's coming in. Hey, there he is.
What's up, Ben? Good to see you.
How you doing?
Yes.
Good to see you, brother.
There's Bruce Buffer, special cameo. You don't even
Got a
have to
Bruce
pay him
shot?
on Cameo for this cameo.
I know. I mean, he's going to charge us. He's going to send a Venmo request. We got a John Morgan peak as well. JM front row.
Big JM front row. Who else have we got around here? A couple of APs, got some TNT.
Diego's over your shoulder. I think I spy Diego back there.
But do you know this is somewhat of here's a bit of an insider baseball. Somewhat of a Vegas tradition is old Brucey boy coming over to give his briefing to JM. He loves coming over and speaking to Morgan before the fights.
We've got a penis wang parlay, which is working from Jeet. Jeet, some smart gambling from you.
Yeah,
The penis wang parlay.
Yeah, you can't ever have too much. Not even a subtle suggestion of a joke there. Round number 3 live on the ground. I'm not going to commentate all night, don't worry. Yeah. But it's mostly, I mean, there's only so many ways you can friendly say Tracy's getting her fucking shit pished in. So
it hasn't really been a good look for her this fight. She's been eating a lot more than she's been dishing. And to me, that's just a proof of how good Wang Kong is, right? That ability to, I mean, Tracy hasn't even been able to get to a wrestling position or find any dominance, right? She's just been outdistanced this whole time.
No, I think, in fact, anytime she goes for the wrestling engagement, she shrugged off pretty easily. And I think technically, a lot of Tracy's strengths come in just basically forcing the issue. You know, it's not like she's doing a sort of like 90-degree turn to get these takedowns. She really just kind of gets it through some of her strength and her base. So when that's not working, I think you're starting to see her struggle. She is still, however, to Johnny's point earlier, Mexican spirit, aggressive, moving forward. Got to respect it. Tough. She's genuinely one of the tougher women in the sport, I think.
I do think it's funny that Johnny was called a church pastor and then changed his shirt.
Oh, I did it twice. I changed to a pink button up. Now I'm wearing the Showtime shirt. So
is it just going to be a revolving? Is it going to be a revolving wardrobe?
Nah, he hit my insecurities with the youth pastor, and I was like, oh shit, that was the wrong shirt.
How is the stream all doing, boys? Are we all happy with the stream so far?
I think so. Well. I think everything's good. Obviously, we had Charles Johnson in for a good chunk of time. We've got another guest coming soon who I'm deeply pumped up to speak with. And then
concurrent viewership is in a direct climb. We've been going nothing but up. Right now, we got 700 live across all platforms. Currently, total viewers looking solid. Honestly, happy with it. Very happy with it. 700
live feels very good. So don't think it's showing that on the Mac Live, but that's pretty cool. I love that we can just have these production meetings in real time.
699 now live across all platforms. That number will boom the further into the card we get to.
What was that, Oscar?
Sorry, the internet's now getting spotty, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately. I will say, hopefully the Mac Life viewership climbs as the night goes on. But 76 likes so far in the stream. And ooh, hold on, I've got to tweet out about it.
Mac Life total viewership is healthy. Live currently, that picks up as the card goes on. Up next, we got Luke Riley, so the English contingent is going to kick in. After that, we got Cody Garbrandt, Adrian Yanez. Obviously, Gable Stevenson's going to be a huge one. And then we got Whitaker and Krylov to close off the prelims.
Nice. I'm going to bounce out of this chat now, boys, just to focus on the fights. I'll be back in a little bit.
2.5 to go, round 3. Looks like Wang Kong likely has a 1-point lead due to the deduction in the second round. Third round, nice and patient, nothing too crazy. For someone who has been calling out Valentina and been trying to push that, not quite sure this is the performance that you call for that right after. Could we hit the bingo card call out after this one, Ben?
Hopefully. I mean, we got to start squaring away some spots on this fucking bingo card. I think we're in good shape. We'll have to reconvene on the bingo card after this fight. But yeah, Tracy Cortez, this has been a very tough showing for her. Someone who's top 10 in the flyweight division. Again, like I mentioned at the beginning of this, has fought a higher level of competition than Wang Kong, and she has just been getting her shit pieced together.
Calculus on the Mac live stream says if Conor is truly born again, then Max is about to feel the pain. I mean, I think the MMA world as a whole is healthier when Conor is doing well, so we hope so.
Hold on, I'm tweeting. I apologize.
You're good. Also, shout out to Mike on the Foes to Bros, shouting out the top button and everything. It's gone now, but Armani, is the Penis Wang double come up? I mean, Penis got the one-shot knockout, and now Wang looks like she's cruising to a decision. Ooh, nice right hand there from Wang as well. I have to go back and watch Wang versus Valentina in, it was either Muay Thai or kickboxing, but I'm pretty sure Wang finished her. Might have been a decision, but really need to see how that played out. Because right now she's having not the most competitive striking match, but Tracy Cortez is in there and she's on the feet, which is not her specialty. So beautiful body work from Kang there on the cage. Tracy Cortez looks like the gas tank is fading, throwing front kicks that don't really reach. And when you're a little shorter, you got to insert yourself into the pocket, not throw from distance as much. The 1-2s aren't going to land the way she's trying to throw them.
Tracy just keeps getting clipped anytime she enters, and then certainly at distance. This is all Wang Kong, and I will text her corner, Corey McKenna, former UFC fighter, and see if maybe we can get a little live interview with them after this fight, because what a performance this was from Wang.
Welsh standout Corey McKenna. She was actually a really fun prospect. Watched her through the regional scene and then in the UFC. She was a very fun part of the women's roster. Third round is over. That has to be a Wang Kong decision, pretty clear. Tracy Cortez wearing the damage as if she just went through 5 rounds, and Wang Kong looks like she just got off the treadmill. So that tells you a lot.
In terms of maybe what could be next for Wang Kong, I mean, who would be an appropriate next step for her after this one?
I mean, realistically, there's a lot of fun striking matchups for her. I have to look up the rankings just to make sure I'm not messing anything up.
Well, yeah.
But Manon Fior would have been a fun stylistic type fight. I haven't seen Manon Fior in quite some time. Then you've got Zhang Wei Li. We don't really know what's going on with her, but to be honest with you, I feel like she might go back down. I don't know. But there's a few fun ones. Even Macy Barber. Macy Barber needs to get back in there, and I don't think this fight is really going to push someone like Macy away. But
I mean, is Macy like able to go after that Grasso defeat? I'm not really sure what her timeline looks like.
Timeline is the issue there.
Yeah, I feel maybe Jasmine Jasdavicius as well at number 6 could be
that'd be fun.
A good look. Rose Namajunas, I'm not sure if Rose is booked and busy. I know Alexa and Manon are going to square off in September, so they're kind of off the books. Natalia Silva might be an option, but I imagine she's probably going to be locked into a title fight soon. All right,
the loser of Alexa and Manon might be an amazing fight for Wang Kong. Scorecards are in. $29-27 times 3. Wang Kong with a smooth victory. Would have been a 30-27 if not for the knee. Mental lapse there. Was a pretty bad knee. Respect to Tracy Cortez for not even considering taking the out. She was up and on her feet within 60-70 seconds, and we got that one to keep going. That was the second decision of the night after Basharat. We've had 2 finishes, 2 decisions. Pretty good early prelim portion of the card as we transition.
Pretty solid. And like Oscar mentioned, right, a very packed T-Mobile for this stage of the event. Usually it'll filter in the prelims, and then obviously main card gets quite rowdy. But the fact that they're showing up right now, Johnny, I mean, man, that is a good sign for that venue.
And he made a great point. He said, you want a little bit more cheaper seats because the diehards will show up. And when you're looking at the venue, the most expensive seats are the empty ones right now. So
Yeah. Okay.
that upper bowl is looking pretty full now that I can see it in the interview shot. Crowd is loud, crowd is lively. I've got one of my friends is there right now, and he sent me a shot. It looks like the crowd is very live. We just got to fill out that arena. I can't wait to see the scenes for the walkout for Patty the Batty and for Connor. When we hear the Foggy Do again and the notorious transition, oh boy, the walkout alone is worth the price of admission if I could afford the price of admission.
All right. For those curious about World Cup viewing as well, looks like in extra time, Norway and England are tied 1 apiece. Which is pretty interesting to see. I believe my 11-leg parlay is still is it still live? Tracy Cortez plus 3.5. Is that? I don't understand the plus 3.5 or minus 3.5. Maybe someone more gambling centric can educate me. But...
So MMA spreads are weird. I had a book that would give it to me as long as say she wins 30-27 across all 3 cards, it would pay out. But on most cards, that would be a 9-point deficit, meaning loss.
Gotcha.
MMA spreads are iffy. They got to really give people a rundown on that, because when you see 30-27, 30-27, 30-27, you'd think plus 3.5 is a win, not plus 9.5.
Well, the good news is Damian Penis getting that first round KO was good. Plus 225 for him to win by KO in the first. That's pretty interesting.
I mean, Almeida's never been finished in his career until tonight, and then he got hit with a baseball bat. So
yeah, that was a hell of a right hand from Penis. It felt like Cesar Almeida was throwing those inside low kicks, not really setting it up too well. Damian times it's game over.
What's a better combo than Pinas to right hand?
Nothing else. All right, Connor is not beating Max, and I'm a Connor fan from Sneaker Meek. Yeah, it really, again, candidly, is difficult for me to see Connor getting the win over a dude in Max Holloway, who since 2017 has fought nothing but the best, has beaten, some great fighters inside the UFC, still very much training 24/7 and locked into that lifestyle. And with Connor, his interests and, where his life has taken him has been pretty much everywhere but the cage. And especially when it comes to the alcohol and the other substances, that damages your system. It really impairs your ability to be a peak athlete, right? And Max Holloway is nothing but a peak athlete.
The one thing that would be interesting, not going to drop his name, but I had a colleague say something to me the other day. If Max has been fighting for a long time, he's young enough, but MMA primes don't work as simple as age. He's been fighting for a long time. And usually when you see someone get eventually their chin cracked, it goes downhill, right? Max responded to the Topuria fight very well, but then in the Charles fight, he was glued to his back, fought very well off his back, even though he lost every single round. He not getting submitted by Charles over 25 minutes is very impressive. But if Max if this is the point of his career where he takes a step back, especially up in weight against Connor, who at this point you can't say is a small 170, he's a real 170. Who knows? I think this is a really good fight. To be honest, if I was the UFC, it would be Connor versus Mike Chandler.
I really sacrificing Mike Chandler last month against Mauricio Hufi. To me,
off-brand Connor.
Yeah, it makes such little sense. It was funny to see Hufi say, "Oh, I'm the backup fighter for this one," and he ended his holiday early to be the backup fighter. That was not true. None of that was true. You
got to will it into existence, bro. There's not anything I wouldn't do to fight Connor. I'll tell people I'm 36-0.
Yeah, I mean they won't believe you.
I only need the people who matter to believe it somehow.
That's true. If the decision makers are in for that, then that's all that counts. I really, again, we did this whole season of The Ultimate Fighter. Chandler has been a company workhorse, building that fight up and foregoing a lot of, other opportunities. And granted, it's just him looking stupid at this point, right? Hindsight's 2020. You should have done a billion other things, right? But it doesn't really feel.
Sometimes you zig when you should have zagged.
Yeah. I feel like if the UFC wanted him to have a massive knockout and a more favorable matchup, then that would have been Chandler. And that speaks interest to me because why would the UFC want to put the biggest name in combat sports against the guy in Holloway who is such a tough matchup for him right now? It's an odd thing to ponder, right? It's an odd thing to ponder.
Do you think some of the thought going into that could have been if Holloway pulls it out, that could be one of the ways to get McGregor back for a second fight? Win or lose. If he wins, he's fighting maybe Gaethje. If he loses, maybe they do the trilogy and it's a huge fight.
Damien, my guy Damien Ferran, I'm here for the blender. Speaking of the blender, we are giving away a Hamilton Beach blender. That is correct. After the main event, we will be putting this on the line for somebody. The way to enter is through Twitter.com. You got to retweet a post. And talking about Twitter, here he is, Oscar Willis. Oscar, Wayne Kong gets it done. She calls out Shevchenko, I think.
Oh,
what an interesting call.
Sorry, Anthony Kiedis has just come over to say hello to Mark Goddard. That's the sort of fucking intel you get on the ground. Let's show you that. That's him, Anthony Kiedis, John Morgan, and Mark Goddard sharing a little chat over there. Anthony Kiedis, of course, from the now defunct band Red Hot Chili Peppers. Are they still going? No one knows. The reason I logged in was to say we have just had a test for some of the pizzazz they're offering the main event tonight. Expect lots of fog, loud
We saw the
music,
smoke.
to be honest with you.
We saw the smoke on
Oh, fuck.
broadcast.
Then what am I even fucking calling in for then?
You're the fan favorite,
No, that's
Oscar.
good.
The technology is not
I-
it. We'll have to get a live view or something for the next one. But yes, it does seem like they're doing some fog. They're doing some UFC 229-esque imagery for the walkout. Do we know? I mean, do we know what song, Oscar? Do we know what the audio might be to the video?
He's coming out to his classic song, but the internet's getting a bit spottier, so I'm going to leave you boys to do this for a bit.
We'll see you, Oscar.
Appreciate you.
Have a good. I'll be back in a tent soon.
All right.
But back
we
to
anticipated the internet not working us on our side. But yes, back to the blender.
first off, I got to give Ben a shout out because he set up a nice little soundboard that I can't wait to hit these. But we are giving away a blender. It's a top quality blender. I was on the phone with him as he went to pick it up. It was from Target, good quality. Look at it, Hamilton Beach. That wasn't that's from store.
That isn't the only giveaway. Are you guys gay?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm
You
married
say
with a daughter.
Yeah, you say that while we're talking about the blender giveaway. You trying to connect something? Is Patty next? No, Patty is probably in about 4 hours, I would assume. I'm in Germany. Let's go, Germany. Henry's mustache. We got 1 a.m. event starts at 3. Main event probably around 6 or 7 in the morning. Henry, I commend you, sir. That is a hellish schedule ahead of you. Okay, Damien got to be the foggy dupe, most likely. Walmart brands are on the line, people. Damn right they are. Don't drop my blender. I will be angry if it doesn't work. Damien, I will keep this blender protected, man. I will keep this blender protected.
Where else do you get a blender giveaway on a live stream, though?
Never.
One of one.
Never. Okay, let's take a look at this UFC bingo card, and we can sort of tally up before the next fight what we've got. Okay, so
Gilly attempt from Tracy Cortez.
Gilly attempt for Tracy. Okay. Dumb fight. Do you think Valentina Shevchenko is a dumb fight for Wayne Kong? I think that's kind of dumb.
After that performance, 100%.
Okay.
Crowd booed at the end of Garza and Basharat.
Crowd booed. Big upset. I don't think a big upset's occurred yet.
No upsets yet.
Did we get a 10 round?
Warning from ref.
Warning from the ref. I should have put takes a point. That would have been more appropriate. Some of these are a little subjective, right? DC is saying something dumb. If you guys are catching anything, right? Any weird words from the commentators, let us know. Don't think we've got
like those comments come when we get to the main card and the excitement's there. That's when we get the annex stories and the DC dumb fights.
Oh yeah. Gosh, I mean, we are kind of checking off a couple here, right? I wish I printed this out. That would have been a lot more, a lot smarter. But of course, this was the worst planned live stream of all time.
The worst show in MMA. What else would you expect?
It's what we do. It's what we do. Okay, next up, the fighting Hawaiian Kai Kamaka III, who I would say has had a very solid last couple of years. Obviously was in the UFC at one point, then found himself back on the regional scene where, you know, I think he became a tough enough champion in that stretch. Let me just double check. Yeah, riding 2 victories. So beat Dakota Hope 11-1 in his return to the UFC back in April. Lost a split decision to Diego Brandao, who's on a stupid career renaissance. Lost to Brennan Loughnane in PFL way back in 2024. But beyond that, I mean, he hasn't been beaten since 2022, right? So this has been a very good stretch for him. I think, Johnny, to like fix what was wrong in his career. And while he's not the youngest of people, oh no, he's 31. So he's right about the age physically, right? You think where this all clicks together.
Hasn't taken too much damage. So unlike Max, who's in his mid 30s, but he's probably past his prime due to damage taken, Kai is not. The one thing that I really think boded well for him is he stood in Vegas. It's not like he had to, nothing changed. He stood at Extreme Couture, a world-class gym. He fought Loughnane, who's really good, honestly, UFC caliber at the time he fought him. Also, he's fighting tough guys. Diego Brandao, by the way, what? How? Insane. What? He's going. Kai Kamaka, though, in this fight, Luke Riley is purely, not purely a striker. He's dominantly a striker. He prefers to stay standing. So does Kai Kamaka. I want to see how Luke Riley responds to a guy who's fought kind of a who's who of guys across multiple shows. And if Kai Kamaka gets a win here, I think he's at the age he's at, he'd win a couple of fights. He could be fighting himself to the top 15. Luke Riley, if he gets a statement performance here, I think you get a rocket on his back. He's a star. There's a reason Luke Riley's on this card on a Patty and Connor undercard.
Yep. Again, one thing we talked about earlier, and we'll reiterate it. If you're on UFC 329, it's because the promotion sees something within you. And as much as I like Kai Kamaka's journey, the unbeaten 13-0 Luke Riley has had a great start to his UFC tenure, beating Bogdan Grad with a very memorable stoppage in the second round. And then a decision over Michael Aswell Jr., who I would say this has aged pretty well, right, Johnny? Like if you look at Aswell Jr., he did lose to Gaston Bolaños, but looked pretty okay in that fight. So I would say this is the fight where we learn exactly what Luke Riley brings to the UFC.
It's funny that you said everyone on this card is someone that the UFC sees something in. I was wondering, and I had a few conversations. This fight got canceled, but O'Day Osborne versus Cody Durden was supposed to go on this card. And that fight, yes, I just did not understand.
Yeah, I mean, you look at O'Day, who's been in there with many people, but lost to many people. Cody Durden, who similarly, yeah, fun style, but I think he's got like an 11-8, 11-9 record. And it's not meant to be disparaging because, again, like he's fighting Steve Erceg, he's taking on tough dogs. Manel Kape, I believe, in Kape's debut. Like, it's not like O'Day's getting the easier tasks, but, you know, you do have to be successful, unfortunately, right? At some point in time, if you're not getting wins over the people in the UFC, then maybe you shouldn't be in the UFC. It's kind of the conversation.
Yeah, and I don't even want to slight O'Day because O'Day is awesome. When we went up, I went up to Vegas with one of our guys, and he was a flyweight. O'Day was getting ready for one of his fights. O'Day needed a sparring partner. He brought us to the UFC PI, kind of really treated us well. I love O'Day. I think honestly though, O'Day versus Cody Durden would be a perfect fight night card fight. I don't see what it would add to UFC 329. Luke Riley, though, 13-0, 9 wins by knockout, 4 of them in the first round. He's looked really solid. And I worked that scene for quite a while in the UK. Before he was in the UFC, everyone was saying this kid's something special. I really do want to see if he's able to go through Kai Kamaka, because if he can, that says a lot. Nobody steamrolls Kai.
Who is a fighter that you remember from your work over with those UK promotions that you spotted and you were like, they're going to be something big, and then they've gone on to achieve something great?
There's a few guys, 3 that I'll shine light on. They're all in the same weight class. So Luke Riley, Curtis Campbell, and Liam McCracken all were coming up at the same basically pace. Luke Riley, he's got a perfect record still. He's looking really good. Curtis Campbell made his UFC debut, and he's getting a lot of flack on the internet. That was a tough
Johnny, hold up. It's the tail of the tape. Luke Riley, 27. come in at the featherweight limit, even on the reach. We'll see if Luke can maintain the unbeaten record. Here's Bruce.
But yeah, Luke Riley, Curtis Campbell, Liam McCracken were all kind of on the same trajectory. Luke and Curtis now both in the UFC. Kurt had a tough UFC debut. Liam got hit by a bus. He's going to be on Contender. He's a few years behind now, but getting hit by a bus will do that to a man.
I mean, yeah, it's shocking that he's alive, right? That's kind of the consensus is with with a bus hitting him. I don't know. I mean, most people would have died probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Kai Kamaka the third, 18-7-1 record, a plus 200 underdog. If he wins, it will satisfy our big upset card on the bingo. Tremendous live commentary, Ben and Johnny. Bravo, guys. Calculus, thank you so much. Hope you guys are all having a great evening and excited for this UFC 329 card as much as we are. I'm pretty sure both of you guys could pull off a great Don Fry mustache. Henry Mustache, our German friend. I wish I could get you. You got a pretty good face.
I butchered my mustache, man. I had a big one, and then I was clipping around the lip, and I went, and oh man. So I got to do the half Dagestan beard now, but it's coming back in.
Got to get the pencil. Dude, go pencil. Go full like Fred Durst, early 2000s look.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't subject myself to that.
The Ant-Man channel, I got Kai in the third. So interesting prediction from Ant-Man. He'll weather the Luke Riley storm and get it done in the final 5 minutes. I could certainly see something like that occurring because to me, and we'll see how the fight plays out, but to me, Kai Kamaka should be way tougher than some of the other guys that Luke Riley's fought. This is his biggest test to date in the Southpaw Hawaiian.
If we get to the third, Kai Kamaka is much more likely to be a lot more comfortable in that third round.
Leg kick by Kai.
There you go.
Couple stance switches already from both guys. Another leg kick from Kamaka. Left hook.
Somehow you went from behind me to in front of me. Gotta love it.
4:35 is what I'm at. It is kind of funny that everyone's on a different time. But either way, the other thing about this, Johnny, and as you know, is a guy that's come back to the UFC for his second stint. He's worked his way through the regional scene. That adds so much motivation and eagerness to win.
Oh yeah. And I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Is this not his first fight back?
This is his second, I believe. Beat Dakota Hope.
Yep. For someone like him, this is the type of moment where it feels like your career comes full circle. Big opportunity, huge card to announce that you're back. I think he's ready. And Luke Riley feels built for this moment because I know his camp actually is full on towards saying he's a future star, not just a guy who can be in the UFC. He's a future ranked guy who can eventually compete for a title. So both of these guys got a lot at stake here.
Luke Riley touching the midsection, then ripping with the left hook upstairs right after. Kamaka's got to really be careful coming into the pocket because the speed differential is quite obvious in the first minute and a half. I will say, as Lewin mentioned, low hands Luke. He's keeping those hands low, John. He's keeping the hands low.
You'll notice a lot of guys who come out of Next Gen, which is Patty's gym, keep their hands low. Luke Riley, Shamrock, Patty, they all do it. Weirdly enough, Molly McCann kind of always kept her hands high and tight, but I don't know if it's a gym thing. But they're all very comfortable fighting with their hands down. But I grew up playing basketball, hand down, man down.
I did not really grow up playing basketball. I was terrible at it. Awful. Couldn't play to save my life. Ooh,
nice left hook.
Again, it's that second shot, the left coming upstairs that's seemingly getting through on Kamaka.
Speed advantage on Luke Riley here for sure. Maybe the processor is moving a little quicker too. It just seems like he's a little bit quicker to every shot thrown. Nice leg kicks from Kamaka though.
Lewin saying, check the Rogan box. That leg is already compromised. We will add that to the bingo square after this fight.
It's funny because I was going to mention it. Look at Luke Riley's left leg, bro. Not the outside of his left leg. It's already purple.
The problem is, I'm not sure Kai Kamaka is going to last to do much with it. Big shot drops Kamaka the third. Riley finishing touches being applied. Big left as well. This might be it for Kai Kamaka the third.
Nice knee. Kai Kamaka's doing what he can to stay in it, but this one's all over. Wow, what a blitz. What a finish. Luke Riley's here.
Kerry Hatley just inserts himself into the clinch as Luke Riley puts the finishing pieces on a first-round TKO. Beautiful shot, drops Kamaka the third, and then he just didn't recover. That was an excellent form from the unbeaten Brit to put a stamp on things here. Like we said, toughest opponent to date and best performance he's had.
Yeah, he was composed, and a lot of times you see guys come out and chase an early finish. He didn't chase. He took everything that was given to him. He was first to everything, and then when the finish presented itself, it was over immediately. That's what I mean when they believe in this kid to really have a bright future, and it's hard for me not to.
Yeah, right hand over the top. You could see Kamaka's legs gone. Feels like the lights are on and nobody's really home. Does get back to his feet and try. That's a perfect right hand. That you just literally does not get better than that.
Kai has only been knocked out one time in his career back in 2020 versus JSP Jonathan Pierce. That was a hell of a performance for Luke Riley.
An interesting, I guess the stoppage from Kerry Hatley ages fine because of Kamaka's movements after that shot. But
yeah.
He's gripping onto Luke Riley, trying to take away space. You could have given it maybe another shot or two, but Ant-Man Channel says bad stoppage. I don't love that stoppage. It's defensible because he clearly was out of it after the separation, but he was doing all the right things, even if he was on autopilot, Johnny.
I like the stoppage only because, one, the cut over the eye was nasty. Kai was doing the chicken dance, and even when he was trying to attempt the clinch, it just looked more like he was on autopilot. He wasn't actually getting the right hand placement. He was just trying to weather it. But to be honest with you, if it's a knockout, I want to see a guy go down, man. Let him take a knee, let him hit the ground, and then call it. But Luke Riley goes over to the corner, says $50K, and his coach says very clearly, maybe.
Do you think Gable Steveson will land 2 or more takedowns?
No. It's one takedown and the fight's over. I think that fight's going to go one way. And I could be a homer. Like, I'm pulling for Gable because of the APFC ties, but I think this fight is there for one reason and one reason only. I think the Mexican guy that he fought, who was 14-6 or something, was a different case. He was a vet with some tough fights who's faced a lot of adversity. I don't know if Alicia Ellison is going to be the same. But to be honest with you, if Alicia Ellison even puts 6-7 minutes in there, he's going to have a couple more UFC fights. And he may not have had those fights if Gable wasn't opposite him.
Around.
I want to see what Luke Riley says in his interview, because he's a guy who really knows how to talk as well.
All right, we are working on getting Uriah Faber, Corey McKenna, and Wayne Kong on the stream to unpack what was a great performance over Tracy Cortez. Hopefully, we can bring that to you guys on the Mac Life, the best stream of the night. Drink Black Rifle coffee, or Oscar's going to come get you. He does have some on-site reporting. Luke Riley went to Kai's corner and mimed "Stop Talking." So that's what we saw. Luke goes over, talks a little bit of trash. Pretty interesting from Luke, and to your point, he's got a good mouth on him, as you'd expect from a Brit, right? They always talk well.
Specifically Liverpool, man. You look at the guys who have ties to Liverpool, they can all talk. Darren Till, Paddy Pimblett, Luke Riley, even Curtis. I mean, he doesn't get to talk right now. He's 0-1 in the UFC, but he will eventually. Everyone who comes out of Liverpool really knows how to get on a mic. Molly McCann also. Oh, that's a nasty eye cut on Kai. Did you see it?
I don't think I caught that.
Right on the lid, but it's wide. That was a bad cut.
Riley finishes Kai Kamaka with an absolute barrage. I'm okay with that stoppage. Yeah, like Aaron Bronstetter says there, as you can see on the Threads social media pop-up, it's a defensible stoppage. I think if the separation occurred and then you saw Kai Kamaka with his faculties and defending it, or excuse me, protesting it rather, I'd be a little bit more like, oh, bad stoppage, but he was clearly done. Ant-Man crying out of his pocket. Don't worry about my pockets.
You can worry about mine, but if so, just help fill them up, please. Thank you.
All right. Faber said he's down, so I'll let you know when we wrap up. Okay, perfect. Can't wait to speak with them when they are wrapping up some of their media duties after the fight. Here's Megan O'Leary.
Are you in tune with the Ultimate Fighter season, this one?
No, I haven't really been in tune. Why? Has there been some A1 combat or some Team Alpha Male representation?
So A1 champ Tina Black is she fought on the most recent episode, got a TKO, looked really nice, sniper on the feet. But she's on DC's team, and Uriah Faber texted Michael Bisping and asked if he was on Bisping's team. Bisping said yes and got a whole scouting report on her. And I thought that was hilarious. He literally gave the scouting report on how to beat his own talent to Bisping because Bisping just omitted the truth.
Damn. It just goes to show, right, maybe where the Ultimate Fighter product stands with some, both inside and outside. I don't know about you. I wish that the Ultimate Fighter was very different because I think it could be successful if it took some pages out of more traditional reality TV books, not even just in the sense of let the guys drink in the house, because I think they still do. I don't think that that's the only factor you need. I wish that there was just some more, I would say, functional, like reality TV tropes, maybe games, daily challenges, things that eliminate people beyond fighting. And I know that what you're going to say, that's a crazy thing. Speaking of crazy, here's Oscar Willis. Oscar, cage side in T-Mobile, how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. I thought I was impressive by Luke Riley. He actually fought one without taking 100% of damage himself. Very rare. He walked over to Kai's corner afterwards and did that towards them. I wonder if maybe he'd seen some comments before the fight that he didn't appreciate. But the one thing I really wish he was maybe a bit more energetic in his post-fight interview. Very sort of lackadaisical with his words. I thought he had a real opportunity to drive it home. But the win is the win. And we have a little contender on our hands there, a fun player.
We were talking about Kai Kamaka III being Luke Riley's biggest test, and experienced dude who's been successful in the last couple of years on the regional scene and then in his UFC return against Dakota Hope. Was that the performance you expected from Kai? I feel like, he got blown away pretty effectively.
No, I thought that was going to be a much closer fight. To be honest with you, I thought that was going to be another war for Luke Riley, that he would eventually come out on top, was how I saw that. But I thought he was going to have to work for it. Actually, very clean boxing, lovely couple of combos to the body as well. And then that straight right, technically perfect. I could maybe say the referee jumped in a bit sooner than you'd expect, but Guy was out on his feet afterwards. I don't think any real injustice there.
That was my thought too, right? Kai wasn't protesting. He was clearly still buckled and dazed and confused. And if he did immediately address Kerry Hatley and offer up a "what the fuck are you doing," I would be more on the line of that's a bad stoppage. But he was on autopilot, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, now this is where being on site covering this gets a little bit tricky, because I'd like to go and speak to Luke Riley right now, but I also want to watch Cody Garbrandt versus Adrian Yanez, and I have to make a decision which one I want to do. And then I want to speak to Adrian Yanez or Cody Garbrandt, but I want to watch Gable Stevenson. Trouble.
The life of an on-site reporter, Oscar. Your challenges, your
But I tell you what makes every time better. This guy right here.
There he is. Oh, no.
We lost Ben, but shout out to Brett Okamoto, one of the absolute best reporters in all of MMA, and has been for a very, very long time.
I certainly wouldn't go that far. I would certainly say he's capable. He's capable. But he's a very dear friend. We've lost Ben. That's unfortunate. Why did Ben die? What happened to Ben?
Ben's hiding under his table right now.
I mean, he literally saw Brett Okamoto, shouted, "Oh no," and then disappeared. And I don't think it was a myth. That actually
in excitement, he knocked his computer over, man. That's what he did.
You think the table bumped up? You think there's something to do with that?
He's in a sprint to get everything back in order.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing Ben. I guess I will stay tuned from ringside. What else do I have to tell you? Filling up. I think it's probably the same sort of.
Did you hear any of the exchanges from Luke Riley in the corner? On the TV at one point, it looked like he went to his own corner and said 50K, and Paul Rimmer hit him with a maybe. It did look that way.
That's interesting. No, so I saw him. He immediately went over to Kai's corner, did the quit talking gesture, went back to his, which it must be when he said that, and then sort of celebrated. But it's funny because Luke fights like someone who'd be a real showman, but then he gets on the mic and he's just kind of very chill,
Almost the adrenaline dump. He's in the fight, and then when he gets to the mic, he needs an extra 30 seconds, and maybe he'd deliver a bit of a better promo.
Yeah. Paddy the Baddie chant, always though, a get out of jail free card. Ben, are you back with us? How are we feeling?
Yeah, so in true Mac Life fashion, my camera did die. I'm not sure how, as it was plugged into my fucking computer, right? You thought it constantly charges, but we've got the GoPro here. And we've also got the blender giveaway. Woo! Make sure you get in on the blender giveaway. All you have to do is like and retweet my post on Twitter, and make sure you like this UFC 329 live stream.
Make sure you guys are following Foes to Bros on all social medias as well. Head to the Instagram, head to the Twitter. We've got a lot of special stuff incoming with Foes to Bros before back to Oscar.
Yeah, these two are better at doing all that shit. I don't really care what you do. Just watch the stream. But then I just want you to, Ben, I want you to know that the way it looked was I showed Brett Okamoto on camera. You went, oh no, and then disconnected. That's what it appeared to be.
Well, please let Brett know, as he sits next to you, that was not the case whatsoever. I love Brett Okamoto. He's a great guy.
I'll give you some live.
Boogeyman Brett.
He's looking at his calendar. You're the most important thing worth discussing. You're the only thing worth discussing here. All right, UFC 329. Okay, boys. I might go get some coffee. Have we mentioned our beautiful sponsors in a while? Have we mentioned our beautiful Black Rifle coffee sponsors?
Speaking of our coffee, guys, we've got Black Rifle Coffee Company sponsoring us. Go to the appropriate links and buy now. This is the Dark Roast, serving premium coffee to people who love America. Set sail with this majestic Dark Roast. I'm not reading it all. Or you can
We're sponsored by a coffee company.
Freedom Fuel, baby. Some Freedom Fuel. Heavily bodied roast with a kick of freedom. Keeping us energized throughout tonight's stream.
I love freedom, brother.
I did buy, so they've also got these like mocha espresso cans. I bought a like 24 pack, was going to drink that tonight. It doesn't arrive until July 18th, so that one's on me. Okay. I thought that it was overnight shipping, but Amazon Prime did throw a curveball at me.
Would you like to see the watch I have selected to wear for the Conor McGregor fight?
Yes, I think we do need to see that.
I think it's very appropriate. You know, a little roulette. It does spin. It does spin. I mean, it's obviously not that good because it's from fucking China. But, you know, other than that, I thought that was the most appropriate thing I had.
Can we guess how much did that watch cost? Was that $30?
He said from China. That kind of gave us a hint.
I think it may have been 53. But, you know, actually, it's funny because obviously I've been at every Conor fight since UFC 205, and I wore the same suit to each fight. That suit no longer fits me, guys. I tried it on today. It was not unable to be worn.
Put it in the Louvre.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to bounce back. I'll speak to you in a little bit.
See you, Oscar.
I do got to say, Ben, I need a little bit of energy, so I'm ordering some Black Rifle coffee.
There you go. Make sure you guys order some Black Rifle. You need it. You got to have it. You got to love it. And the blender giveaway. Make sure you head to my Twitter and get in on the blender giveaway. Okay, up next. What fight do we have coming up? Yo, Yanez and Cody Garbrandt. Man, I'm bummed that we're not seeing the walkouts for this one or any of them. You know, as much as I am enjoying the Paramount era, Johnny, it does feel like there's a couple typical broadcasting elements that we just miss out on.
The walkouts are very important. To most fans, they want to see the walkouts. They enjoy that. So when we're getting ad placement or conversations and then magically we're in the cage, it takes a little bit away from that fight. Especially like Cody Garbrandt, he's a couple losses away probably from no longer being in the UFC. Let us see it in case, you know, it is his last walk.
I don't know. I mean, he's coming off of a win, right? So I feel for Cody, he's finding some possible career, not resurgence necessarily, but like the level that he's at right now. I think he's still very much able to compete. Adrian Yanez is coming off of so he's coming off a draw to Ricky Simon, which really should have been a TKO stoppage. Then before that, a split decision to Daniel Marcos, which it was a weird one, right? I feel
he's
against
1-3-1 in his last 5.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I mean, for Adrian Yanez at one point, a really hyped prospect way back in 2020 to 2022, then a setback to Rob Font, a TKO stoppage to John Martinez, did get back on track in 2024 with a TKO over Venetia Salvador. But like I mentioned, the split to Daniel 2-year layoff, draw with Ricky. You know, he's an incredibly nice guy and a very talented fighter. But yeah, Johnny, he can't seem to find that momentum that he did 4 or 5 years ago.
It's crazy because people always compared him to Jorge Masvidal, right? And if you look at Masvidal's career, early on, he took a lot of losses. He had to really face some adversity and then had a late renaissance. Maybe he's following the Masvidal blueprint. I don't think that's the case, but fan-friendly style, this fight should be very fun. I think it's going to be essentially a boxing match with a couple of low kicks thrown in. But if he can right the ship here, that draw to Ricky Simón, like you said, it should have been a win. It should have been a win. So a win here over Cody Garbrandt, I think, puts you in position to at least, get a bigger fight, keep climbing your way back up. A loss here would be really rough because 1-4-1 in your last 6 is never something you want to look at.
No. Cody Garbrandt, 35 years of age. Adrian Yanez, 32. So to your point about whether or not, Adrian can maybe find that career renaissance, I'm less bullish. I'm less bullish at that age. Did Conor fight that? No, we are several hours away from
about
a
4,
McGregor fight.
3.5 to 4 hours from Conor. Do we got Randy Costa?
Let me text him and see. I chatted with him earlier today.
What I will say, this beautiful soundboard, I've been waiting for this all night and the opportunity hasn't presented itself. So I'm just going to go ahead and present it myself.
I wish we had more space on the soundboard, man. I wish we could load this up with a little bit more. But of course, setting this up was an interesting one.
Well, the blueprint is there. A lot easier to add on than build from scratch.
What else on this card excites you, Johnny? Is anything else that's popping off the page that really has your attention?
Oh, yeah. Gable is an obvious one. I'm probably more excited about the Whitaker fight than most just because I'm a big fan of his. I also am a fan of Krylov's, and I think no matter what, one of these guys has life at 205 that they didn't have before. It's a very big win for Krylov, or it's Whitaker getting back in the win column. And for someone like Rob, all you really need is a win or two, and then you can have the biggest fights in the division. It's not like 205 is chock full of guys who are waiting on opportunities. There's a lot of big fights you can make for Rob at 205. And Krylov's been around so long that if he wins, honestly, I'd just be really excited to see a guy who's been around for, it has to have been 10, 15 years in the UFC and see him get a real big opportunity as well.
He's definitely fought the who's who, right? To your point, Krylov has been on the receiving end of some tough nights and then also has upset people in the past. I remember Dominic Reyes was able to get back on track against him. So it's just I think me and Oscar said this in our podcast earlier this week. It's just a good litmus test. I will say, I'm concerned about the durability at 205, right? Rob was finished at welterweight, finished at 185, and now at his age with the tread on the tires, it's just difficult for me to believe that he can be in the trenches and be effective, meaning he has to have a superbly clean performance. And the last couple fights for Rob Whitaker haven't been superbly clean. You know what I mean? He's had to take a couple licks to give a few. And at 205, I don't think that that's going to spell success for him.
Do you think that that'll show in this fight, though? Or do you think this fight is kind of built in a way where Krylov's a good fighter. He's a good submission threat. He's a good all-arounder, but I don't see him landing a big, I'm going to knock you out shot. There's Corey.
All righty. Here she is, Corey McKenna with Wayne Kong, victorious tonight. Corey and Wayne, how are you guys?
We're good. How you feeling, Mom?
Yes, feeling good.
We have your Iron Song back here. We have Victor.
Translator.
The whole crew. Man, what a successful night for the team. This was a dissection of every dimension of Tracy Cortez. How happy were you guys with the performance? Was it what you wanted to do? Were there other things that you guys felt you needed to do in those 15 minutes?
I feel like Joker's always hard on herself because she's a champion and a perfectionist. But, honestly, I feel like with a couple more risks and a little bit more volume, we would have got the finish. But it was a very dominant performance. She showed great takedown defense against a tough grappler and precision on the striking. She didn't get, overwhelmed with trying to knock the girl out. She did a perfect job. So we're pretty happy.
Those leg kicks had to have been part of the game plan. She was throwing them and they were landing at, it seemed 100% success rate. Was that the plan going forward the whole time?
Yeah, poor Corey and her husband Hector, and I had a big old pad, but you know, we all took a lot of kicks to the lower leg and Song right before the so yeah, it was part of the plan and it worked out well. I think she could have finished her with that, you know.
Were we surprised that the eyelashes stayed on? I mean, it seemed like they had some extra adhesive to Tracy's lids this time.
She had an extra set.
感觉他眼睫毛没被打掉吗？他没戴眼睫毛上是吗？
我感觉他眼睫毛已经好像有一块是掉，对，他眼睛反正被打的。
Yes, a little part of her eyelash came off, maybe because the eyelash she gave to Tracy is too good quality. You never know. But yeah, but yeah, she did a surgery on her face. Definitely, that's what Joker believe.
Free facelift.
Yeah.
What are the
I gotta
celebration?
say,
Sorry, Uriah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna say Tracy and her whole team were really cool this whole week. Her and Joker shared the sauna together, and they were in the UFC PI together. So, Joker had to get the trash talking up to get the fight, but once they're in face to face, they're both very professional. So it's cool to see.
What was the biggest weapon of Tracy Cortez that you guys were drilling, preparing for, ready to shut down? And did that appear in the fight, or did Tracy not utilize it?
Well, I mean, we knew she was going to try to push her up against the cage and catch her. Corey and Joker worked a bunch against the cage, against the wall, defending and little ways to get out of there. And so that was one thing. And then we also knew that Tracy would double down and start throwing power when she got frustrated. So we got caught with a couple of big strikes. We knew, she's also dangerous in the striking. And once she realized she definitely can't take her down, she was going to start throwing hammers. And so we had to stay defensively sound on top of it.
I love it. Last one. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you so much. Celebration plans. How is the team celebrating this victory?
I was celebrating victory.
It's good. The main character. 你打算咋庆祝吗？今天？
吃点好吃的，小酒儿，开心一下。一首歌food.
Yeah, get some beer as well.
Yeah.
Beer and good food.
Beer.
There you have it.
Beer and good food's what you need.
Before we let you guys go, I got one more for Uriah. The Ultimate Fighter right now, the last episode that came out was Tina Black's first fight. Obviously, the text situation, the exchange between you and Bisping, where you were trying to figure out which team she's on, and then she's on my team. How did you feel about that? And how cool was it to see Tina Black go out there and have that performance? Her striking looked really slick, really clean in there.
Oh my gosh, Tina Black is a menace in the gym. I mean, nobody enjoys going with her when it comes to sparring, and so I knew she was going to be a killer. But yeah, Bisping's little Weasley ass. I mean, they didn't tell the whole story though. The whole story is, I sent the message to DC too. First, I sent it together, and Bisping was joking like he had her before they even picked teams, and then I text DC. He leaves me on red. Then an hour later, he says, "Is she good?" And meanwhile, Bisping responds right away, "Yeah, she's on my team," and blah blah. So I was like, "Oh, Bisping," like it was just the opposite reaction you would think. So that's why I was tricked. And I mean, the truth was, I just was like, if you got to work on anything, work on this. But Tina's been with us for 6 years, man. She's fucking good.
I'm taking her to win the show.
Yeah, she'll be winning the show, I think.
I love it. Well, thank you guys again for the time. Congrats to the victory, to Wayne Kong, and can't wait to see what's next for all you guys.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What a team, man. Excellent victory from Wang. And, Song Yudong back there prepping for his main event. Can't wait to see what's next. Minute gone by between Adrian Yanez and Cody Garbrandt. I'm letting my camera recharge a little bit, and then we'll get the DSLR going. But this is a firefight, Johnny. I don't think this one's going to head to the scorecards.
Oh, yeah. Garbrandt actually looked like he was chasing an early finish, had Yanez hurt up against the fence early, and now Yanez is throwing hard shots. This is a really good scrap, and we're only 75 seconds in. The longer it goes, I think the better for us, but I don't think these guys are hanging in for 15 minutes.
Cody Garbrandt's chin is such a topic of conversation, right? But, I don't think he's been knocked out in a little bit, right? I mean, it's certainly taken some years removed from the last time he was put away with the pause.
Oh, yeah. I actually can't remember the last one. I think everything recently has been more decisions.
And for Adrian Yanez, again, we highlighted the draw to Ricky Simone, the 2 years ago split decision to Daniel Marcos. How much of a moment this could be for him to take out a former champ, a huge name like Garbrandt, in big fashion on a Connor card?
5 years since Cody was last knocked out. If Yanez could get that together and get a TKO stoppage here, that would be honestly probably the highlight of his career to this point. And then that would be the statement to, hey, I'm coming back up the ladder. Yanez had a time where he was on the rise, then he plateaued, then he sunk a little bit, but this would be a statement. Oh, nice right hand from Yanez.
Yep, Cody's backing up. Adrian's on the charge here. Garbrandt tried to feed him a rear uppercut, nothing going.
Halfway through round number 1.
Now, here's the question, right? We saw Cody years ago against Pedro Munoz just click the kamikaze button and go balls to the wall. Right
hand from Yanez.
Garbrandt might be done. Another big shot from Adrian, and it is over. Adrian Yanez stops Cody Garbrandt.
Interesting stoppage, but I think it's the right one. Yanez came out and he fought a good fight. He took damage. He gave it back. He stood in the pocket. Both of these guys came to fight, but man, I was hoping we get a few more minutes, but Adrian Yanez, what a shot. What a shot.
It just shows the power that Adrian Yanez has. And again, we talked about Cody's durability, maybe one of the more fragile chins possibly at this stage of his career. But Adrian Yanez, welcome back to the UFC in such a big way.
Kyle 300 in the YouTube chat says, I got one dude on my mind.
All right, here's another look at it. Cody rushes into the pocket, maybe gets a little bit too close, squared up, eats a right to the jaw, and you can just see equilibrium goes, backs off the charge. I mean, geez, that one was kind of almost on the temple, Johnny.
Yeah, that throws your equilibrium off, and you could see the loss of balance. Right when your feet are not responding, you're there, but you're not there. We got SNZ Walla saying Max is going to win by a third round TKO. And Simkez asking when the main event is on. We're probably under 4 hours now. We're inching our way up there. Pacing on this card hasn't been too bad.
No, they've been moving and grooving, and that could slow down as we get into the prelims, right? They want to drag it out a bit more. You saw the finishing sequence there. Cody was trying to tie up. Yanez just wing and hooks over the top and clips him both on the chin and the sides of the dome. Kind of reminds me almost of, what was the Beneil Dariush fight? I think it was the Armin fight. Or no, it was the Benoit Saint Denis one, where they clinch up. Benoit just lands one big strike and turns Benoit off. Kind of looked possibly like that. I feel like that was a good stoppage. I can't fault Herb Dean on that one, so that bingo square will remain unchecked.
Yeah, no, I think that stoppage was perfectly fine. What I hate to say is that the pacing has been so good, but with only 2 prelim fights left and an hour and 10 minutes to the pay-per-view, we're going to get a decent slowing of the action here. They're showing a replay. Yeah, that right hand from Yanez landed right on the temple of Garbrandt. You could tell Garbrandt's disappointed, but he couldn't even stand up afterwards. Once the equilibrium is thrown off, you're kind of out of there. Great fight. That was an amazing 4-minute firefight. And now up next, we got Gable Stevenson's debut. Ant-Man says early stoppage. It could have been. I mean, honestly, it could have been. But once your balance is gone from a shot to the temple like that, it's a matter of time. If the round would have ended, he may have had enough time to get back to it. Oh, no, Cody's got the gloves off. Cody's got the gloves off. It looks like he may be leaving him in the cage. Oh, that's what I said before the fight. I had a feeling that Cody was almost on his way out, and if he does indeed leave those gloves in the cage, that would be awful. Jan is on the interview. I think they're keeping Cody around to do an interview. He's trying to stick around. He hasn't left the cage yet. If we do lose Cody Garbrandt tonight, I feel like he's a surefire UFC Hall of Famer. The amazing rivalry with Dillashaw, what he did to Dom Cruz. The Cody Garbrandt era didn't last as long as I initially thought it would, but I do think that he had a Hall of Fame career. Ben, you may have missed it. Cody's gloves are off. It looks like he's about to lay him down.
Wow. So the end of the road for Cody Garbrandt, former UFC
Could be.
bantamweight
He hasn't
champion.
put him down yet, but they're off, and it looks like he's waiting for an interview.
Yeah. I mean, it's a guy who has such a, back in the day when he was on his come up, nothing but first round stoppages, obviously styles on Dominic Cruz and what so many look back on as one of the greatest performances of all time. And then runs into wood chipper after wood chipper. Did kind of have a bounce back, right, Johnny? He gets through Trevin Jones, Brian Kelleher, then runs into back-to-back defeats, beats Long Xiao.
In your eyes, is he a Hall of Famer?
Oof. It's a tough one because
based on the other guys there, I would say yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, it's a tough question because at this point with who they've allowed into the UFC Hall of Fame, a lot of people should be in the UFC Hall of Fame, right? I will say, let's say you strip away like the Cerrones and some of the other people maybe that are inside it. He won the title, never defended it. And in terms of marquee victories, I mean,
not many, but the Cruz one is about as marquee as it gets.
Yeah, as memorable as possible with the Dominic Cruz performance, right? He was pound for pound #1 for one night only. I don't know. I don't know about Hall of Fame. Maybe you could put that performance in the Hall of Fame against
or
Dominic
even the fight
Cruz.
in the fight wing.
True, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I feel like, again, like the Hall of Fame is just an unbelievably subjective thing. There's John Morgan getting some front row access to Adrian Yanez. Okay, to your point, I believe right before I ran off to the restroom once again, you were talking about how there's about an hour left in that prelim window and only 2 fights, correct?
Yep.
All right.
I would have given Cody the interview. He had the gloves off. He didn't leave the cage until everyone left the cage. There's time for it, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say if you could take 3 minutes to chat with Cody Garbrandt, maybe I'm torn on his Hall of Fame candidacy, but at the very least, a post-fight interview in his retirement, if that was the case.
Exactly. Video package. Ben had his restroom break. I'm gonna run and take mine, and I think my Black Rifle coffee is here. So I'll see you guys in a few.
There we go. Ant-Man says early stoppage. You feel early stoppage for the Cody fight, or was that a different one? I feel like that was an okay stoppage. I mean, you think about the big shots that Yanez had on Cody before that finishing sequence. I didn't see it getting better for Cody. If that was in reference to the Kai Kamaka Luke Riley one, maybe a better argument there. Deus Vault, Glassjaw Cody goes out. It's tough, man. I mean, I feel like when the durability starts to go, and you can no longer trust on your ability to handle shots inside the pocket at range, everything else kind of falls apart. It's the glue that holds it together, is especially right at the highest levels of fighting, being able to take damage. And unfortunately, you can't do that forever. And I feel for Cody, he's I mean, coupled with maybe not the greatest of chins, defensive instincts also are something that are lacking at times. Again, I mentioned that Pedro Munoz highlight, and jumping into the pocket, going blow for blow. It's just never a smart strategy. Like, even if you did have more power, even if maybe you run that 9 times out of 10 and he's the one that clips Pedro and puts him down. It's just like, why, Just bet my savings on Alicia Ellison. What do we think about this fight? Gable Steveson, the Olympic gold medalist, making the UFC debut. Everything's 3-0, 4-0 in pro mixed martial arts. So just untested, but sky is seemingly the limit given the betting line, right? They think he'll work Alicia Ellison like a dog and be primed for the top 15. You will show the fight or commentary. I hope it's obvious that this is just a live stream, a commentary fight companion. I see that comment so frequently. I don't understand it, right? If we were showing the fights, we'd be completely copyrighted and DMCA'd. All right, let me see if I can crack on my DSLR and get the better camera quality going. Put that there. Let's get this going here. Okay. Let's switch it. Okay. Bop, bop. And we're back. Okay. Should we have planned this live stream a bit better? Absolutely. We 100% should have, and that's on us. All right, coming back in, it's Oscar Willis. Oscar, how are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you very much. Cody Garbrandt, I think, took the gloves off with an intent to retire, but was not given that time. Now, I don't know that, but it's very noticeable the gloves came off right away by his team. He stood there holding them in a way that we so often see fighters do. He walked out holding them. So I suspect that could be the last time we see Cody Garbrandt in the UFC octagon.
Not the greatest swan song for Cody Garbrandt. Gets chewed apart by Yanez inside a round. Felt like he had a moment very early on, but, Yanez lands the shot, calls it, and gets it done.
Unfortunately, I think, to be honest with you, Yanez played an absolute blinder. Let Cody come to him, right? Cody had the pressure on him. He's fighting the guy that's meant to win. Be aggressive, and Yanez's boxing is so slick. Just counter him. And, we'll be candid. We know about Cody's chin at this point. I believe he should retire. I would be very sad if he continued fighting. He cannot take a punch anymore. And even tonight, I felt he was more aggressive than he's been in quite some time. And still did not look the best. So I think not the best for Cody Garbrandt. But on the flip side of that, Adrian Yanez, a big name, a confidence-rebuilding name after an unfortunate tie last night out against Ricky Simone that I thought he won. Good, solid victory for Adrian, and it's curious to see where he goes there from here.
Yeah, we were talking about it at length. The last couple of years haven't been really kind for Yanez. He had such a good come up from 2020 to 2022, then runs into Rob Font, then Jordan Martinez, finds a bounce back. But, the split decision to Marcos in 24 and then 2 years of a layoff. The sport moves quickly, right? And it felt like Yanez had so much heat and lost it. What does this do for him moving forward?
I think it's a huge shot in the arm for him. Adrian has been very in touch with his emotions kind of fighter. I think he's honest about that. And I think he lost a bit of confidence. I think he truly started wondering about his place here. They really set him up for a big propulsion with that Rob Font fight that he lost. And I think that really took the wind out of his sails. And then, as you said, I think people started wondering, is Adrian as good as we thought? I believe he is. I believe the Ricky Simone fight went towards reestablishing that confidence. And tonight, beating a former champion, whatever stage of his career, is a statement. And I think it puts Adrian back on the mat, that bantamweight, and should renew confidence in his abilities from those who had left the train for a while there.
Let's move the conversation to 265. Gable Steveson makes the debut. He's minus 1,200 on DraftKings right now, which, Oscar, you and we were looking at the betting lines earlier this week. He was minus 2,800, biggest favorite in UFC history. That's cooled off. What is the thinking behind people packing on to Alicia Ellison and putting money behind him?
I would assume that's an odd-based strategy, right? Like they think, what if I shove a little bit of money on this guy, I'll win loads. So I wonder if there's a bit of that. I think also people start realizing you buy the hype, they set the line so high, and then after a while you realize two big men, equal sizes, swinging gloves. It's a lot harder to predict than that. Also, I'll be frank, I don't know how likable Gable is. He did his media this week. He's very, very intense. It's actually unbelievable how similar to John Jones he is. And I think, like John Jones, him and Gordon Ryan all training together. Fucking hell, the ego in that room. But I think that could switch people off too. So then you get a bit of I'm rooting for the other guy to win. I'll put a bit of money on him. I think it's a lot of little elements. But I think the line was just too wide anyway. So I think it's now come to a much more respectable position.
Can we tie Brett Okamoto in on this one? What does he think about Gable's debut? What are his anticipations?
It's just something conversing with the man next to him, but as soon as he has stopped doing that, I will grab his attention and ask him for you. Of course, whatever Brett says, I usually just assume is correct. Where did Johnny go? Is everything okay? How's the stream been?
It's good. It's going quite well. He went to go grab his Black Rifle coffee. I guess it was delivered to the wrong house, so he should be back very soon. I want to shift the thoughts up to the co-main real quick. Your internet, A, by the way, is looking good. And B, some people think Patty is cooked. I don't know if I subscribe to that thought.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's cooked at all. To be honest with you, Patty and Benoit both fight in a way that can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. You know what I mean? I don't subscribe to either one of those guys being a sure thing in any fight because of how aggressive and kind of reckless they both are. You would also say on the feet, I don't know, maybe Benoit's the cleanest striker, but Patty stood in there and hurt Justin Gaethje. So that's a 50-50 mix. So then you think, okay, well, can Benoit take him down and control him? That's Patty's fucking realm. So I think that's a very hard fight to call, to be honest, especially over 3 rounds.
We did have Uriah Faber, Corey McKenna, and Wayne Kong join via StreamYard. Oh,
you did what? Sorry,
we had Faber, Corey, and Wayne Kong join the StreamYard. They were unpacking the victory over Tracy Cortez. I asked Uriah, what were some weapons of Tracy that you guys were working on drilling, ready to shut down? And they basically summed it up. When we nullify the grappling, she's going to try and throw power, and that's not going to work. So it is always a fun reminder, these high-level coaches and guys like Uriah Faber that just see how these fights will play out to a T.
Sorry. For a second, I thought you were fucking with me. You just had Uriah Faber on. That's mad.
Yeah. No, my camera's gone.
Dude, is it the same camera?
Yeah, I don't really get it, man. This fucking DSLR is like perfect, and now unfortunately,
you're gonna just have to use. Well, now I see one frame of you making a very weird face. Yeah, you're gonna have to just GoPro it.
That's so irritating.
Now listen, Brett, would you mind jumping on stream for a second? I want you to give your thoughts on Gable Stevenson.
What's my thoughts on Gable Stevenson?
His debut, Brett Akamoto. His debut.
Big time favorite. I did not think he looked particularly good in his last fight before coming into the UFC, but then he told me this week he had walking pneumonia. So I suppose you're not going to look too good in a fight when you're dealing with walking pneumonia.
Do you think it's crazy how similar he is to John Jones?
He is very similar to John Jones in many ways. Yes, I would agree with that.
I love it. Brett, in terms of your thoughts on this co-main event, Paddy Pimblett, Benoit Saint Denis, people think it's going to be a walk in the park for Benoit. I don't necessarily believe that.
Do they think it's going to be a walk in the park? I was actually surprised that the lines on the co-main event are like even.
What do you think?
Well, he was saying that a lot of people think it's going to be a walk in the park with Benoit.
I don't see how anyone could say that. I think it's 50-50.
I kind of thought that the line was going to be higher, but yeah, I was surprised that it was. I was surprised it's closer, but I agree with you. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that the line was as close as it was because I thought like you, Ben. I thought people thought that Benoit would win, but no, the betting odds at least are very close.
John Ray, goddamn, that's a
thank you,
handsome
John Ray,
man, no homo. Yeah,
He doesn't need to say which of the three that he's talking about.
He already knows. He already knows. It's Brett Akamoto. Brett, thank you for your time, brother. I appreciate you a ton.
You're the man, Ben. Love you, buddy.
Love you too. All right. We are working.
Sorry, dog. I didn't want to hurt your ears by ripping it out, I know you're a sensitive guy. 1 second there, Ben. Just some of the hijinks we have here on Media Row.
I feel like Dan Hooker almost got Benoit Saint Denis with a guillotine, so Patty definitely can. I agree with that a ton, Jeet. I rewatched that Dan Hooker Benoit fight, and Dan Hooker was doing so much better than I recall. On the feet, really a step ahead from Benoit, and doing good defensive work with the grappling. So I don't know. I feel really good about Patty in this spot.
Yeah, so to be honest, I think Patty will probably win, but I just think there's just reached the victory for both. I don't see that as a one-sided fight at all. What do we think then? So, Mr. Ellison, what's his first name?
Alicia Ellison.
He has come out with a absolute screw face on, as we would say in the UK. Here, meat mugging his way to the ring. He also won over the media, being the last man to weigh in at official weigh-ins, walking into the room and shouting, "I apologize, I'm on black man time." And we all thought that was very funny. And here he is. Listen, upsets are few and far between in MMA, but if there has ever been a year where it might happen, you know, it could be here. And then what a fucking statement that would make for Mr. Ellison.
Well, yeah, in terms of like monumental defeats, I feel Gable Steveson losing in this position on a Connor card. There's been so much discussion about him. That'd be one of the
Booze for Gable Steveson on the way to the ring.
Wow, the T-Mobile crowd not on Gable Stevenson's side. That's, is that interesting? Are we surprised?
I think there's an element of the John Jones connection. There's an element of how Gable carries himself. And frankly, I think in a similar way to like when John Cena or Roman Reigns were on top in the WWE, people got sick of them. I think there's an element of the UFC fans feeling like, you're not going to be able to force feed us this guy. I feel very similarly to Bo Nickel. They didn't didn't want, you're not going to tell us this is the guy, we'll decide. And I feel like there's a lot of similarities with Gable here. So I'm not surprised at the reaction, to be honest with you. But to that point, if Alicia Ellison wins, he's a fucking hero overnight.
Yeah, there's a lot to gain for Alicia Ellison. A guy that we talked about earlier this week, Josh Hokett, maybe stole a lot of the available hype in the heavyweight division. Is he in attendance? Is Josh Hokett at the T-Mobile right now, Oscar? Do you know?
Josh Hokett is not in attendance, but John Jones is giving Gable a pep talk, whispering lovingly into his ear. Yeah. I am, Ben, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to watch this fight, but I'll call you right back after, okay?
As you should, Oscar. Have a good one. Okay, so Gable Steveson, 2020 Olympic freestyle wrestling gold medalist, two-time NCAA Division I National Wrestling champ with Minnesota, undefeated thus far in his pro MMA career, and surrounding himself with nothing but the best, right? You're talking about gyms that have deep stables, and John Jones knows exactly how to take this prospect and translate him and acclimate him to mixed martial arts. Now, Brett pointed out an interesting thought, right? He had pneumonia in his most recent fight. I don't know. Is it that's such a crazy excuse, right? I've got pneumonia. It could be true. It could be false. I didn't see a positive pneumonia test. You don't know. Anyone got a link to share where I can watch fights? Can't be asked about paying. Paramount Plus, all you need is a monthly subscription and you should be good to go. Elias Guzmas Salinas Gray, let's go. Let's go indeed. John's reminding him to go for the eyes. I do think John Jones might be instructing, hey, you can bend the rules, you can break them even, and there won't be any problem. All right, Gable Steveson inside.
Did you see Gable's interview? They gave out where he was saying if anyone wants to talk shit,
tail of the tape, Johnny, shut up for a second. 26 years young for Ellison, big underdog on the night. 1 inch in height goes to Ellison. 4 inches in reach also to the underdog. Both came in near the heavyweight limit. To introduce the athletes, here's Bruce. Johnny, you were saying.
Gable gave an interview. And it was sent. He made basically a heel turn, right? Saying everyone can say this and that. And even the way he was speaking, he just sounded like John. He just sounded like John Jones.
Yeah, I feel like Gable's one of those guys who, again, with his media training throughout his wrestling career, knows all the right things to say in front of a camera, knows the boxes to check when he's facing an audience. And like Oscar mentioned while you were gone, that's kind of worked maybe to his detriment. But talking about a heavyweight that I am deeply excited about, we have Alvin Goozy Hines here ahead of the Gable Steveson and Alicia Ellison fight. Alvin, how are you, my friend?
Hey, let me switch my camera around.
Got you. Alvin's getting his camera set, but very excited to talk to him and his thoughts, of course, on this heavyweight banger. Alvin Goozy Hines, Johnny, we're bringing the best to this watch along.
Oh, and he's got the backdrop. He's ready for it. I like this.
Yeah. Yeah, it just there was some technical difficulties there for a minute.
Alvin, my camera died. We've dealt with a lot of buffering, so tech issues are the name of the game here in the Mac live stream.
Yeah, it actually hasn't just been you guys. I went on to like 3 podcasts today, and it has been just a battle. So hopefully you guys can hear me good. Hopefully. Well, I know I look good, but we're ready. We're ready for the fight.
You're looking good, Goozy. All right, fight kicks off here. Gable Steveson, Olympic champion, making the UFC debut. Alvin, when you heard about this, were you excited? Were you sort of more skeptical? As Gable falls to the canvas, what's your take on him?
Actually, after I told you guys that I wanted to be live on this fight, I got to thinking about it. I'm like, man, I've been training with I have trained with both of these guys. I finished out Eli's fight camp with him. I just hope I know they're both going to go in there and do their best. I don't have a take on it. I'm excited to see how it goes, to tell you the truth. And here we go.
Big takedown defense for Ellison. Gable, a lot of pressure from him, Johnny. This is a forward-moving Gable Steveson.
Yeah, but Eli is throwing hard. He's throwing a lot of heat in there. And if Gable catches one of those on the chin, he might go down. I think both of these guys have came out to give us a show, and I'm enjoying every second of it so far.
Oh, go ahead. I believe that too. We've been sparring hard. I mean, at Ultimate Combat, that's what these guys do. I know Eli's been working hard, so I'm excited for this fight.
When you were training with both of them, Goozy, what stood out about their respective styles and abilities?
Obviously, Gable's wrestling. The guy is just a natural athlete, and Eli is coming in there to put on a show. He's coming in there with that underdog mentality to shock the world, and he's put in the hard work. So it's just hard to say.
A lot of deep breaths from Gable Steveson. Looks like we did have a low blow from one of those teep kicks. Piercing shots from Gable Steveson right to the midsection in round number 1. Johnny, that's a great tool for Gable Steveson to add to his arsenal.
Especially at heavyweight. I think body shots do you a lot of justice at heavyweight. If you can take their gas tank out even sooner and then apply more pressure, yeah, that's a good pathway to success. Goozy, I did want to ask, do you think this is kind of a generation that's going to usher in the new faces of heavyweight? We've seen kind of the same faces around for a very long time. Do you think now we're finally getting some young guys who are going to make the division their own?
Yeah, I know you ain't talking about me when you say young guys, but
young in the UFC is different than young in general.
Let's go, baby. Absolutely. And I think that there is a wave of just more exciting fighters coming up. I know I'm one of them. I fight like I want to watch a fight. I fight bangers, baby. And I feel that these lighter heavyweights, these more athletic heavyweights coming up is going to make, like you said, a whole new generation of exciting. Bring the heavyweight excitement back.
Fight resumes. Gable Steveson directly in on it. Love the knees from him inside the clinch.
Oh, left hand.
Alicia Ellison. Gotta say, Ellison fighting fire with fire here. I have to admire his moxie, Goozy. He's not taking a step back.
Is it Alicia or Elisha? I'm sure you know.
I'm sure I do. I've been calling him Eli this whole time. For like months. Here we go.
More snapping kicks up to the center. Now goes high. Gable Steveson hasn't utilized the takedowns as much. Getting it done with the hands possibly as he tags Ellison again.
Gable's conditioning is looking good. He's throwing really hard here, but he's still composed. Pressure stays on.
Oh, Ellison's out. Gable Steveson silences Eli Ellison in round 1.
Under a half round bettors are really disappointed. That fight ended at 2:31 of round number 1. Just over.
Oh, man.
Goozy, what do you think of that? You got it in front of you, it looks like. What did you think of that fight?
I know I'm happy for both of them. when it's guys I know how much work goes into these fights, camps. I always know one of them's got to lose. One of us has to lose. And it's just, I'm happy for both of them.
They both made money. They both made money at the end of the
That's
day.
one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it.
Here's another look at it. Looks like Eli Ellison eats a big left hook as he's returning to his feet, and that basically gets the job done. There's a look at a right hand that also crumples Ellison. I was really impressed by everything Gable Steveson did. Loved the kicks, loved his effectiveness inside the clinch. You can see these knees to the head and then a follow-up 2-1. Is a vicious kid, Goozy. That's a vicious kid.
Yeah, he's got a future, and well, we all knew that. We all knew like what kind of athlete he was, what kind of drive he has. I'm just a little choked up because I care about guys. Especially
For what it's worth,
when you've been training with them, and then how much it switches if they ask me to fight him is crazy.
For what it's worth, Eli looked good. It was a short fight, but he was throwing hard shots. He was finding a home. He sprawled well on the takedowns. We can't say that Eli didn't have a good outing for himself. It's heavyweight. You get hit big, you might go out early. But I think Eli had a very respectable showing from his end.
They both, yeah. Who do you guys think is Gable's gonna fight next? Hokit?
I mean, that would be a fun fight. It feels like Hokit wants Alex Pereira. I wouldn't mind if you give Gable a top 15, like a Sergey Spivak or maybe a Marcin Tybura, something, lower down the top 15 just to get that ranking next to his name.
That's what's up. I like that.
I think Hokit might actually politic his way out of that fight for now. It's a bigger fight when Gable's got a number 5 or something next to his name.
I agree. That would be a moneymaker.
Goozy, I know you are back in action very soon, my friend. Are you on that Oklahoma card, July 18th?
I am the Oklahoma card, baby. I am the Oklahoma card.
Gosh, what's fight camp been like for you, man? How's it been getting back in action?
It's been amazing. I've been down at Ultimate Combat with these guys. Me and Waldo, he's probably one of my favorite guys to spar. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough some days, and a lot of guys would shy away from that. But I tell myself, man, if I get better against him, these other guys won't stand a chance. And we just put out volume, hard work. Camp went great. It wouldn't matter who they switched my opponent to. I would have took the fight. So I'm just excited to be back, baby. July 18th.
It's funny you mentioned Waldo. I was at Waldo's contender episode, sitting next to Jason House in the front row. Every shot he lands sounds like a baseball bat hitting a punching bag. I've never heard anything like that, and I've seen a lot of heavyweight fights. He throws fastballs. He doesn't throw punches.
That is no joke. I've been hit by a lot of people, and when he cracks you, it's like, wow, that was rude. But he always tells me, Goosey, you have such good chin. He says, good chin. I'm like, thanks. He's all faster, more.
Let's keep
he
that
coaches,
chin.
he
Let's
coaches
stay
me
away
well.
from it.
But you're right. His hands are so fast for heavyweight. I have never seen him like that. Even when he's going backwards from every angle, the guy can strike. And I love it because I know it's making me better. Every round we go, I know it's making me better.
How would you rate this version of yourself, Alvin, versus, let's say, you from 3 years ago? How, like, on maybe a scale of 1 to 10, skills, in terms of development, right, after this, period and bursts that you've had?
I feel like I would finish me 3 years ago in the second round.
Second round, you're like, I'll take 5 minutes with the guy from 3 years ago, but the second frame he gets over.
Yep, the guy from 3 years ago still has a lot of heart. He's hard to beat.
This guy coming up in front of you on July 18th, obviously not giving away too many details, but is there any weaknesses that you're looking to exploit?
Just that he hasn't been on the scene. I'm not really banking on that. like him getting
Sure.
stage fright, anything like that. I'm gonna go out there, fight my fight. I know my conditioning's better. I know I'll be able to push the pace. I know that I have a good chin. And the pace that I push on people, it just tires them out.
Yeah.
It tires them out. I can keep marching forward. I can keep throwing. And I can keep just fighting with a lot of heart.
Yeah.
I know it's gonna break him. I almost broke the Niz in the third round before I poked him in the eye. I'm coming there. I'm coming to make a statement. I'm hungry. I haven't been back in over a year. He's not gonna be able to keep up with me.
I love it. The train keeps chugging, baby. The train
Let's
keeps
go.
chugging. I think I want to say you've spoken about this many times before, and I'm not sure if we've ever chatted about it, but the nickname Goozy, man, I absolutely love it. I think it's hilarious. Where did this originate from, for those that don't know?
A lot of people ask me that. They think it's a fight name, but it's actually, I look like the cartoon, the Mr. Magoo, the little bald guy. Yeah, that's what I looked like when I was younger. Not the cutest kid.
I mean, the looks go whenever you're taking shots to the face anyways. One thing I wanted to ask you, a lot of people struggle to resonate like with the fan base, but you, from your UFC debut, you kind of had a cult following. People like you, people like engaging with people like engaging with you. What does that mean to you to, have the fan base behind you and have that much support? I haven't seen many people that come into the UFC and already have, the internet all over them.
I'm just blessed with, I guess, a good attitude. And I learned right after my UFC career how important it was to build relations. I had it naturally, and now I really let it out. I really enjoy talking to people. I enjoy building relations. I enjoy sharing my message in ways that it can help people, in ways that can help people, not just in fighting, but people in life, people with their own struggles, people giving up on themselves. That's huge. That's huge. Not just for me, but for everyone out there. You need to share your message. You need to learn how to make relations. It creates so many opportunities that it's something that I love doing now.
A man of the people.
Let's go, baby.
Obviously, Alvin, you've got a lot of tread left on the tires and boxes that must be checked in the heavyweight division. But I'm curious, what passions do you have beyond fighting? When it is all said and done, what does the next chapter look like for you, if you've contributed any thought towards it?
Oh, man, have I? I'm giving a TED Talk on it in October. Let's go.
Full-on TED Talk?
I am. It's October 26th at the Star Center in Tampa, Florida. And it's about teaching fighters to plan for their financial future, to plan for an identity after fighting.
Let's go.
So that fighters know not just what they're going to do, but who they are and what makes them happy, and set that up during your fighting career and not when it's too late.
Knowing what's next eases the transition out of the sport, I would assume.
Yes, I'll give you a short piece of it right here. Oftentimes people ask me, what percentage of fighters go broke? But that's the wrong question. Because losing money, we all know that's recoverable. But when you lose yourself, that's much harder. So the real question is, what percentage of fighters leave the sport not knowing who they are, not knowing what they're going to do next, not knowing their identity beyond the cage? And that's what I'm here to fix. And it's something that I know that I teach that works, because I'm not looking back at a career that's already over. I'm not standing here as a retired athlete. I'm still competing, still fighting, still living the dream. So this is a talk built around someone who's right there with them, someone who's doing everything that he's talking about. Still building a future will still live in the dream.
Hey, the building tomorrow in the present, baby. You get to tomorrow today. It's a great question, though, and I do think, so many fighters have those challenges, but then they don't have the answers. Do you remember maybe the inflection points for you where when you looked in the mirror, it was hard to look back, or you were faced with these big challenges and obstacles? What was that moment like for you that occurred?
Yeah, it was when I got suspended. That's when the pressure really hit. Everything that I had been working towards was now on the fence. Not only was it on the fence, I wasn't earning money. I wasn't earning fight purses. I wasn't getting sponsor money. All that stuff was put on hold. But the bills still showed up. The pressure still showed up. Everything still showed up. The doubts.
Yeah.
So I had to learn. I had to find out who I really was and what I was going to do next. And that difficult season of my life taught me lessons that most fighters don't learn until it's too late. And now that I'm blessed with the opportunity to still be fighting, I need to use that and teach other fighters like, hey, these are the things you can do. These are the things that you're so capable of, because a fighter's mindset can make you unstoppable in life. It just needs a different target.
Yeah.
Did having that time to approach that kind of take the weight off your shoulders, or now you're able to just fight and feel free? You got something afterwards. Is that kind of what it did for you?
100%. Absolutely. That's another huge thing. I talk to a lot of these guys, and they're more worried about getting the win so that they can pay off these credit card debts, getting the win so they don't lose their house, getting the win so they don't get their kids taken away. That is crazy to have that on your mind instead of the fight, to be going to training every day with that kind of stuff on your mind instead of the fight, because your whole identity is wrapped around a fight purse. Your whole identity is wrapped around fighting, and you have no other outlets. And if your career ended tomorrow,
what do you have? Yeah.
Exactly.
There's nothing next.
Exactly. And even, I mean, I hate seeing it, but Dustin Poirier, look at it. Yeah. He's lost. At least he's got money, and that's a plus side because it doesn't make it as bad, but he just doesn't know who he is without fighting. And that's a bummer.
Yeah. Who is Alvin Hines without fighting? If you were going to summarize yourself and remove the combat sports, how would you deliver that?
I thought you would never ask. I thought you would never ask. I tell people all the time nowadays, I was like, I got two favorite things, and it's fighting and public speaking. And they're like, you're built for it. You are built for it. But when I realized like how much my story, how much my message helps people, man, the first time I got up and did it, it gave me the same feeling as fighting, the same feeling, but even not grimier, but like, like I'm meant for this, baby. Love it.
And thankfully, with public speaking, most of the time, it's less punches you're taking than fighting, right? Usually in public speaking, you're not getting...
Yeah, you're right. It hurts a lot less. Helping people hurts a lot less. That's crazy.
You know, while we've got you, Alvin, there's a couple other business ventures I think could be worth looking into. Goosey's Koozies, right? Every beer needs some sort of a koozie attached. Why not an Alvin Hines-centric one? Could be worth exploring.
We'll put that on the list. I like that.
When this card was announced, and obviously we've got Whitaker and Krylov coming up next, were there any bouts that you were particularly interested in, maybe beyond that heavyweight scrap?
To tell you the truth, I was good. I'm glad to see Conor come back. I am. But as of right now, I don't even know if I will stay up and watch it because I've been so sick the last couple days.
Yeah.
That it's been rough, but I wanted to watch. I was excited for the heavyweight fights. I'm excited that Conor's back. I didn't even know Pimblett was on the card until I was at the practice rooms at the New York. We were hitting pads in there, and I looked on the list. I was like, oh, man, Pimblett's on here.
Feels a little under-promoted, right?
Yeah, I didn't even hear his name, but that's because practice Conor's on there.
He absorbs the attention, man. Whenever it's McGregor, all eyes goes towards him. I will say, you know, this spot for Patty is a tough one. Benoit Saint-Denis is not an easy customer, but it does feel like the way in which he shoots takedowns, leaving the neck a little bit more exposed, like he, you know, gave Dan Hooker and Poirier opportunities. Goozy, it feels like Patty's going to be the one that finds the sub on BSD. That's at least where my head's at.
Fair enough. What about that Riley kid? That was the first time I have really paid attention to him, too. He's a dog.
Yeah, and Kai Kamaka is such a durable guy and an individual who's rebuilt themselves on this regional scene. So for Luke Riley to have a performance against a hungry veteran like Kai Kamaka in that fashion, the bat signal's been lit out to the other 145ers.
I think it helps Luke because he's in a training room every day, day in and day out with Patty, and even like Shamrock and other guys who are up there. But Patty is a big lightweight. Luke is a hard hitting featherweight. Having that work in the gym has to add to the confidence.
The way he went in there and like you guys said, against a veteran, a guy that's took the long way back and was super hungry and went in there with a performance like that. Hoofda. that kid's got a future.
25 plus fights for Kamaka to that point, only had a 1 KO TKO loss, and that was in 2020 versus JSP, Jonathan St. Pierce. So that was a hell of a performance. I think he's climbing up. Perfect card for him, too. He's getting the Patty shine. He's getting the Connor shine. I think the UFC's in a good spot out in the UK and in Ireland right now.
Agreed. They're going to have to bring it to Minnesota one of these days, too. They got a lot of heavyweights from there.
We need a Midwest, man. Yeah, we need a Midwest return from the UFC. I've been saying that.
I agree. So what all do you guys got going on here with this show? Like, what? Tell me a little bit more about what you guys do.
For sure. So Foes to Bros, specifically hosted by myself and Oscar Willis. Oscar has been the Mac Life's senior reporter for about a decade with Connor, way back since like after the Alvarez fight in 2016. Oscar and I fought in BKFC several years ago. And so that's kind of the name and branding for the show, is that now we're kind of joining on this media venture. Basically, the worst show in mixed martial arts is the tagline for it. It's a typical type of weekly programming for this outlet. And this live stream especially is something that we're trying to, coin and do. And speaking of the man, here he is. Oscar Willis
from the tent.
Hi, guys. I apologize for my shitty audio. I left my mic at ringside by accident, so I'll have to run back and get that in a minute.
That's okay. Oscar, we've got Alvin Goozy Hines with us.
Hello, Alvin Goozy Hines.
My man.
So I've just had to run back to the tent. We're waiting to talk to Adrian Yanez and Gable Stevenson. I want to talk to him about, I thought it was pretty wild, right? Like, you look at guys and you think they want to fight how their body type would dictate. I thought Gable has clearly been taught to fight like John Jones. Lots of teeps, lots of knee stomps. Might want to lose the head kicks if we're being honest, but I was really impressed with, like, for a small guy to be like constantly stabbing at the body and like the knee stomps and switching stances, which is like, dude, it's your third fight. Fucking fight it overhand right and hope for the best, So I was really impressed with that. But yeah, lose the head kicks.
It was interesting because Brett Okamoto, before Gable's fight, said he wasn't impressed with that Mexico Fight League bout prior to him getting signed. Did say he had pneumonia, right? But in that fight, right, Gable looked a little bit off in some respects. Tonight, he looked perfect, right? Like, he ate some shots from Alicia Ellison, but that was as clean as it can get. And the pressure, Oscar, was really quite heavy.
I thought, first of all, like almost DCS pressure, right? Just constantly moving forward. I did think, to be honest, Ellison came to fight, which is what you want from an underdog. Like, he came, he threw big shots, landed a nice elbow early on. And I think Gable's the stuff to work on, like his head movement, not that great, understandably. But I also think Gable's going to struggle in a bit because he's almost like too athletic. And there are times where he goes to throw and he's like almost off balance because he like explodes so hard. It kind of needs to just measure himself a bit and measure the distance a little bit. But this is all stuff that will come with time. And he's clearly very, very coachable. It was a very cool image just for me on Kate's side to have him there and John Jones right behind him. It was a little bit like on the fucking past and the future right next to each other. And I did wonder, to be honest, how much John would try and insert himself into it, but he was pretty good. He was pretty chill, kind of stayed back a bit. So, yeah, it was cool. It was a cool debut and he answered the questions for now.
Oscar, what was the reception cage side for Gable
Stevenson?
Stevenson?
Little bit of a boo for him when he came out. There was some boos, mixed reaction when they announced his name, and then fucking got a nice knockout. You're obviously going to get a cheer then, aren't you? No one gives a shit at that point. So, yeah, but I found it interesting. Like I said to Ben before, maybe a bit of a Bo Nickel thing going on with fans, or a bit like, you don't tell us who we love, we decide kind of vibe. But listen, you knock people out, people going to love you.
Let's go.
It did seem in the finishing sequence, right? Gable looped in and found the hole to put Alicia Ellis into the canvas and get it done. But I got to say, that's not, listen, it pales in comparison to Guzzi Hines, baby. Alvin, I think next month, July 18th, Alvin Hines back in action. Oscar, I imagine you got to be pumped up for Alvin.
Yeah, bro, I'm fucking for sure, dude. I'm looking forward to it. I've got to say, it's weird that I'm actually live on site, but your backdrop is better than mine. Yours is more professional than mine. You got the whole flag and everything, dude.
I know.
I've just got Jose Youngs looking fucking grumpy as shit.
Alvin, where are you? Are you in Vegas right now, Alvin, or are you back in the Midwest?
No, I'm in Vegas. I'll be here till 2. I fly out Tuesday to Oklahoma.
Fuck yeah. I love it, man. I think
gentlemen, I'm gonna have to bounce off. We're gonna have our fighters up here on stage.
Of course. Oscar, we'll talk to you in a little bit. Alvin, I'm pretty sure I saw you a couple weeks ago at an LFA event in Phoenix, Arizona. Is that correct?
You did.
Yeah. What? You are bouncing around more than a pilot, my friend.
If a pilot's
those
bouncing,
were super good seats at that LFA fight. I'm always grateful when them do that. Ed, Mark, and my manager, they always get me good seats when I want to go to an LFA fight, and I always appreciate that. It's always banger fights there as well.
Did you catch Genesis Cejudo's fight? I believe it was a post-lim, but did you stick around for that one?
Post-lim.
I think, let me see, because obviously they had so many issues with the main event that week, unfortunately. So Henry Cejudo's, I think it's his cousin, but she came in there and
the girl. Came in there and smoked that chick in like 30 seconds or something like that. Yeah,
11,
I did
11
see that.
seconds. You gave it a little extra credit. 11 seconds.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, 11 seconds.
That's why I always do my neck exercises, so I got a hell of a chin.
Exactly. I can take those early shots, right?
That's right. I ain't going out in 11 seconds. That would be, man, I couldn't imagine going a whole camp and then eating canvas in 11 seconds. That would not be the best.
Let me see here. I believe I've got it up. Let me try.
A little better there than the Jose Aldo situation. I think doing it in an amateur bout is a little. Yep, here it is. Here we go.
All right, so Genesis obviously in the pink. This was at LFA in Phoenix a couple weeks back. I want to say she's Henry Cejudo's sister, but yeah, just ridiculous finishing instinct. Clearly, her opponent. I mean, the first punch that Genesis lands, you could tell that there's just a lack
difference.
Yeah, lack of ability to handle it. So I'm very excited to see what we talk about next generation of heavyweight. The next generation of Cejudo is clearly pretty solid.
Oh, here we go.
For what it's worth, working through the promotions I do, her opponent, Lisa Melendez, I'm familiar with. Her camp is actually pretty high on her, and she has a lot of local support. So from what I've heard, I haven't seen a ton of hers, but from what I've heard, she's supposed to be a really decent fighter in her own right. So 11 seconds taking her out, and it's not from small-time coaches. They're good coaches. She's out of Jackson Wink. So I think that was a really impressive performance for Cejudo, because it's not like Lisa's in, a backyard gym or something.
All right, the light heavyweight debut of the Reaper, Robert Whitaker, former UFC champ, heads up a division to try and realize some late-stage success. He draws Nikita Krylov. Alvin Hines, your take on this one? I know that you were interested in watching this action.
Yeah, actually, trying to see my camera there. I've always liked Whitaker, even when I really didn't watch UFC that much. Whenever he would come up or pop up, I'd always check to see how he's doing. So that's where I'm leading with this one. But then again, I'm not the best at calling fights, but I sure like watching heavyweight fights and light heavyweight or wherever the hell these guys are. I don't like
Krylov's already landing hard on Whitaker. This is.
I'm at Johnny. What time you at? I'm at 4:23.
Same here. We're finally evened out. You're no longer in front of me.
Alvin, what time are you at?
Oh, yeah. I was wondering what was going on that last fight. You guys are a little bit ahead of me.
I will say the size difference is so apparent. Nikita Krylov, a big 205er. Whitaker coming up, formerly at 170 in the early parts of his career. I feels like he wore some of those early shots pretty well, was able to effectively trade back. But does the power transfer up a weight class, Alvin? That's the question, I think, for Whitaker going from middleweight to light heavy.
I feel like it does. I feel every time that when bigger guys hit me, even in practice, even when they're just tossing it, when they're heavier, it makes a difference. It really does.
Big moment here for Krylov as Whitaker tried to defend a takedown. Nikita Krylov attempting to mount the back of the Reaper, a small mouse building on the right eye. Number 12 ranked in the world at 205 for Nikita Krylov. So Johnny, Whitaker trying to get a number next to the name right off the bat in this new division.
I hate to say it, but what we've seen in the first 2 minutes is, and Whitaker is one of my favorite middleweights of all time. I want no slander. I watched him on The Ultimate Fighter. I think it was the Smashes the season he was on. It wasn't even a US-based one. I made sure to watch it. But it's looking like he's struggling to get used to the size at 205. And I mean, Krylov isn't exactly a guy who's a one-punch knockout threat from the get-go, and everything he's landing looks heavy. Every grappling exchange, he looks so heavy. I'm pulling for Rob here. I can't lie.
Me too.
But it's not looking great the first half of this round.
And this is where I think that natural 205er frame is going to harm Whitaker the most, right? You got Nikita just directly on your back. Not only is it difficult to get out of these positions, but Alvin, it's a lot of weight for Whitaker to carry.
Arm in bulldog choke attempt here?
Yeah, especially and when you got those even smaller heavyweights too, when they got to work their way up after a couple takedowns, that takes so much out of a guy. And that's the same situation going on here. Him bumping up a weight class and not being used to working up from under a guy that big is oof.
Krylov does look like he's already having a bit of an energy dump. He looks like he's much slower 3 minutes in than he did a little bit ago, and Robert's starting to find a home for all of these shots.
There's a leaping left from Whitaker a second ago. Krylov dips to attempt a right to the body that doesn't connect. We talk about maybe the downside of Whitaker going up to 205, but that might big right from Whitaker snaps Krylov's head back, but it might help his durability heading up a weight class, right? He's not cutting as much, not dehydrating his body as much. So could be an additive instead of a detractor. Minute 30, another right hand from the Reaper gets through. Beautiful little screw job uppercut. Jab into the right hand. It feels like Nikita doesn't really know what to do on the feet, Johnny.
Yeah, and he did early when he has all of his energy and everything he lands is scaring him, but it looks like Robert's starting to feel a lot more comfortable sitting in the pocket. He's landing good shots. His energy looks clean. I will say from middleweight to light heavyweight, that 20-pound jump is a lot bigger than, let's say, 35 to 45, but he's really coming into his own here. Krylov, man, he's usually into the fight well into the third round, and he's slowed a lot.
Looks like 30 seconds left. Nice low kick from Nikita Krylov. Alvin, when you're training with some of these really high-level guys like Rob Whitaker, and they're maybe smaller in size, but the technique is just elite world class, does that subsidize, the physical disparity?
The biggest difference I felt, I sparred Johnny Walker when I first got to Vegas this winter. And that was the first time where I really felt the striking difference. I guess with Strickland too, I did. But with Johnny Walker, I don't know if I was having a bad day or if it was just that much better at striking than me. But I was like, man, I'm just going to start bombing overhand rights. Screw it.
We'll go with the nuke.
No, but it's a good point there because you come up with all the technique and all this and all that. But when you're going up to heavyweight, I feel like the margin for error is so much less. And even if you're technically so sound, you're landing here, you're landing there, you're winning minutes, you're winning rounds. But I think at heavyweight, you can win a bunch of rounds, and all you got to do is eat one overhand right that someone's been throwing for 15 minutes, finds a home, you're going to sleep.
Yes, that what he threw at the end there, that 1-2 head kick. I like that. I like that kind of stuff. I
Very
like
much.
head kicks. If Deniz would have stood still a little bit and let me kick him in the head, it would have been a lot cooler.
If I try to throw a head kick, I'm pulling a hammy and sitting in bed for 3 weeks, but that's
Oof.
neither here nor there.
Yeah, we
I
might
can
have to have
guarantee you on the 18th there's going to be some coming up.
some goozy head kicks, man. I better see that flexibility, Alvin.
Let's go. Let's go. The first time I head kicked someone, I was so happy. I was so happy because I had been talking about, I had been saying, I was like, I mean, I'm gonna head kick this guy. I'm gonna head kick this guy. And there's a couple times my coach was like, hey, stop throwing head kicks when they're not there. I was like, bro, they were there.
I want to see a goozy cartwheel kick.
Oh man. I haven't been drilling the cartwheel kick, not that much. Yeah, but that 1-2 right into a head kick. Oh, I like that. Lands in sparring. That one's gonna come out.
And that's a vintage Whitaker combo. I mean, he's landed that on damn near everybody. The way in which he enters that combo is just.
Wait, pause. Is that Theo Vaughn and Drew Brees on commentary right now?
They've got the UFC 329 sidecast, it appears. Theo Vaughn, Drew Brees, and Dean Thomas, the UFC's analyst, look like they're providing some alternate stream as we're providing alternate stream to the event. Whitaker, we talked about Krylov slowing down. Whitaker on the back foot a little bit at the beginning of this second frame. Feels like Krylov's found some second wind. But I guess the question for me is, Whitaker, can he hurt Krylov in a meaningful manner, right? We've seen him connect with some great shots, but it's not like Nikita Krylov's been knocked down or wobbled or dazed by anything that Whitaker's done.
I think a lot of that is you're making a 20-pound jump in weight. Whitaker's got a lot of power. Nobody at middleweight wants to take those shots, but maybe at 205, they're a little bit easier to take.
3:15 left.
Krylov is entering that category of best back tattoo of all time. I still lean Alexander Volkov.
I was gonna say, yeah, his is pretty intense.
Ooh, big strikes from Whitaker. Krylov eats it. There's a good look at the back piece. Yeah, I agree, guys. I think Volkov is top one, top two in terms of back piece. Alvin, do you have any tattoos on you, man? I can't remember if you've got some ink.
Yeah, I got one on my shoulder from a good friend of mine that committed suicide, and then I have one on my calf that says "Powered by Faith," and one on the other calf that says "Gutter Rats." That's it.
Those two of those are very similar, and one of them is out of left field.
Yeah. I don't know who did that one. No, that's our kind of our gym slogan back in Minnesota in the basement. Tommy Peterson, Steven Asplin, Isaiah Gomez.
Ooh, Steven Asplin's another very fun name at heavyweight, actually.
What was it?
Steven Asplin's another very fun name at heavyweight. Also another guy who took the internet by storm.
Yes. That was actually my first Muay Thai fight.
No shit. Against Steven Asplin?
That's a story.
It was. So when I got into striking, I took a Muay Thai fight so that I wouldn't try to just take him down. Took a Muay Thai, and it was against Steven, and we went all 3 rounds, and I was like, ooh. Because I ended up losing, and it left a bad taste in my mouth, and I tried to fight him, and I had a fight booked, and up to about 5 days before, I thought I was fighting Steven, and then come to find out it was his brother.
Whitaker right now is starting to really look like he's in his own element. He has the speed advantage. He's landing more. He's landing the bigger shots. Krylov's taken them well, but I think this round 2 is clearly going to the Reaper. That was an interesting spinning back kick attempt from Krylov.
That's another strike we got to see you throw out, Alvin. I need some spinning shit.
I got some spinning ones for you. I watched John Wick like 3 times.
There you go. That's all you need.
Whitaker has only thrown up top. 33 lands to the head, 0 to the body, 0 to the legs. That I don't remember seeing that from anybody really recently.
He's just abandoning targeting the midsection or downstairs. And maybe that's part of the strategy. Maybe he feels like Nikita Krylov, the durability will fade as the fight goes on. And it does seem like Nikita is having a worse and worse reaction to getting tagged as this second frame continues.
Yeah, it's starting to wear on him for sure.
How do you think, or go ahead.
No, John, you got it.
How do you think Rob would fare against some of these guys who come out with more power, like more one-shot power in the light heavyweight division early on? It's night and day, the difference between the first round and the second round. The first round, Krylov was kind of, you know, for lack of a better term, having his way with him. And in the second round, it's Roberts dancing.
I would say it looks like he just got a slow start because, like you said, he looks like he is zoning in, really getting into the groove of things. It's definitely picking up and being on Whitaker's side.
It's a good question, though, right? Like hypothetical matchmaking, Whitaker versus Jamal Hill, Whitaker versus Yuri Prochazka, even an Alex Pereira, right? Inside this 205-pound weight class, assuming Alex ever comes back down, I think are really interesting. And truthfully, I don't think that Robert would have this might be crazy. I'm not sure about his success rate up at the top tier sides of this division.
Whitaker versus Jamal Hill would be a great fight. I didn't even think about that. That would be a very fun fight between two former champs.
Here's some replays of Whitaker. Some real extended combinations getting through on Nikita Krylov.
Hey, don't look now. We're 5 minutes away from the main card.
We're getting it.
Baby.
If you're Alvin, if you're Rob Whitaker in this third round, would you want to put a little cherry on top of this? Would it be time to push more on the gas pedal?
Absolutely, especially towards the second half of the last round. But that's just me. That's what I'm gonna do every fight, whether I know it's in the bag or not, baby. That I think I always like. I don't like people just coasting to the end. If you got gas, push it. I mean, if you got in the bag, don't take huge sacrifices, but don't make it boring either. People come to watch a fight, baby. Let's fight.
Yeah, exactly. Krylov,
that tells us a lot as to why the fans do like you. No matter what, you can always see who's like that and who's not. For some reason, if Guzzi's got a full gas tank and there's 15 seconds left, I don't think you're taking a step back and circling the cage.
Absolutely not. It looks like when you hit all the buttons on the Mortal Kombat remote.
Oh,
give me the bonus.
Krylov,
he looked away. It's over. It's over.
Nikita Krylov took
Did he just break his jaw?
Punch from the Reaper and signaled no mas. What
did he just
win.
Break his jaw?
So
Man, you guys must be a little bit ahead of me.
No, shoot. No, we've spoiled it for Guzzi.
That's all right.
The way he looked away and grabbed his jaw, Krylov has gone out on his shield many times. Something happened there.
I thought it might have been in his nose. It looked like in the first frame, something maybe popped, fractured, and then obviously continual lands make it even worse. We'll get a replay of it here shortly. But, dude, he looked so good.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I think it's his nose. But that is a very good-looking Robert Whitaker performance up a weight class.
I agree. That was good. That was good. I wonder what that was. Are you sure it was his nose?
The way he grabbed his face, he didn't grab his nose. I don't know. It could be. I could be blind.
Looks like big right hand over the top. Nikita eats it, but then it's this secondary combo.
It's the jaw.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. I think that is his jaw.
Yeah, he even tried to flex his mouth afterwards. Oh boy, that made his head do the roundabout, man.
Yeah, that's nasty. He
gave him the thumbs up. I respect that. Yep. Good job, buddy.
Yep, you got me. Wow. Vintage Reaper over the top counters. The jab of Krylov breaks the jaw, and that is it. You know, if you have questions about the power at 205, clearly it's carried up for Robert Whitaker.
Honestly, that opens up a lot of possibilities for Rob. That's what we need at 205. We need someone like Rob to give the younger guys an opportunity and to give us more fights that we want to see right now.
You know, and again, for Rob Whitaker, he's 35 years young. So moving up a weight class where the older guys have won. Remember, Glover Teixeira was 42 years old when he captured the light heavyweight championship. So if, let's say, that timeline sticks for Whitaker, he's got 7 years left at 205.
Whitaker versus Johnny Walker. Who doesn't want that?
Ooh. Well, Alvin, you've just talked about your sparring stories with Johnny. If you were going to hypothetically put that one together, you think Whitaker could take on Johnny Walker?
Ooh, man.
Maybe if he loads up on the overhand right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know personally, but I heard, and with Johnny Walker's chin, but man, I'm telling you, that guy, he just can strike so good.
Yeah.
I would like to
guy
watch
who
that
trained
fight,
with
though.
Johnny Walker to go against him.
What about Tommy Peterson fighting Walter too? I'm excited for that.
Oh yeah,
I'm excited for
Walter is very. He gets it. He knows how to promote himself at heavyweight. He almost has a WWE like finishing move. I mean,
the heel.
And then Thomas Peterson, dude, he's tough as nails. That is one of the toughest dudes I think in the whole division. So,
no joke. I'm excited. I'm excited to watch him fight again. I'm excited. I'm gonna go back to Minnesota for a little bit right after my fight and train with those guys again. Always a good group of guys. Got me to where I am. Looking forward to it.
I love it. Well, Alvin, I know that these were the 2 fights that we were grateful enough to get you on for. Any final message to those 1,100 people watching back home on this stream for your July 18th return?
No, you guys tune in. I'm coming back to make a statement. I'm coming back to show you I belong. I'm coming back to show everybody the Alvin Hines that they seen last year on International Fight Week. Except this time we're leaving with a win, baby. Let's go.
I love that.
I love it, man. And then we'll get the Goozies koozies in production, baby. I love it. Alvin, thank you so much for the time, brother. We'll chat with you soon.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure.
What a guy, man. Alvin Hines, July 18th. You don't want to miss it. A heavyweight sensation. We talk about fighters who have captured the fans' interest. And Alvin Hines, I would say, is a guy who is primed for success in terms of the court of public opinion.
Let's get some stuff going in the chat, man. We've had the guests in. We focused on the fights. Let's talk to the fans a little bit. Make sure you guys are following Foes to Bros on all socials. We've got a lot of stuff coming up. We've got, we're giving away a blender tonight, but we've got quite a few fun giveaways coming up. Foes to Bros, we just started the show. Ben and Oscar every week on the Mac Life. And what are you guys looking forward to? What is the fan base looking forward to now? The main card is right around the corner. There's no more restroom breaks, man. I'm telling you, if you've got to go to the bathroom, you go now. Yeah, Mike commenting from the Foes to Bros page. That shot from Whitaker, I think it definitely broke his jaw. The way that reaction, he tried to flex his mouth. It wasn't moving. Yeah, that was a tough one. And hey, Robert Whitaker, welcome back, man. I hate when you see these guys who've been so beloved for so long and you see them towards what feels like the tail end of their career, and then they put together a performance like that, man. On a night where we see Cody Garbrandt potentially lay down the gloves, we get to see Robert Whitaker come back and get a W. But the main card is next. We're inching closer and closer. Hell, we may only be 2 hours away from Max making the walk, Connor making the walk, the classic. We saw the preview with the smoke in the building. Oscar gave us a little bit of insight. It's looking like it's going to be a special walkout, a special moment. I think Max versus Connor is going to be one of the best vibes of the year. There's no way that energy isn't just infectious. We've got a bunch of other great fights on the card. Bobby Green versus Terrence McKinney. Bobby Green's been put out in the first round a few times. Terrence McKinney is known as the guy. He either puts you out in the first round or he goes out on his shield. A lot of drama there. They said that they were, King Green's been saying that they've been friends. They weren't supposed to take this fight. A lot of intrigue there, and then the stylistic clash. Both of them have been put out early. Both of them have put people out early. That's what leads off the main card. Then we got Lonier Kavanaugh. Hey, we might get friend of the show, Energy Charles Johnson, as Bane's camera goes down again. We might get Energy back in here. Corey Sandhagen, Mario Bautista, and then Patty the Batty, Benoit Saint-Denis, and Conor McGregor, Max Holloway to close the night. It's been a great card so far. I honestly can't point out a fight that disappointed. Obviously, everyone wants to see a finish. We've seen a good few decisions. Ben's bounced out of here. I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. Patty's entering the building. You see the twists. It's interesting because Patty's teammate, Luke Riley looked really good tonight. Patty's up next for Next Gen out of Liverpool. Next Gen Liverpool has had constant talent coming out of their gym, and their young talent might be just as impressive. They've got a lot. We've got Oscar there.
Hello.
I lost Ben. Oscar, how you doing?
What do you mean lost? How you going? Just no idea. You don't know? Oh, there he is.
Hey. Okay.
Ben, why is you the one who? Why do you keep having technical difficulties?
I don't fucking know.
What is it? Just your DSLR, or is it? What is it?
It is something I don't know, Oscar. Okay, so here we go. We've got our first Homa Fight pack that we're going to be opening up. Thank you to all of our friends at Homa Fight. Let's see who we get first.
How many is in the pack?
I think we get a single card from each pack.
Okay.
Make sure you go to repacks.collectibles.com, Homa Fight. They've got a great partnership. You buy the digital pack, and then you can choose to get the card.
Chael Sonnen, PSA 9. I'm in Oregon. I'm wearing the Oregon lanyard. We got Chael Sonnen, the pride of West Lynn, Oregon. About
Also
20
my favorite
minutes
fighter.
away.
Look at that. That sets the tone. That sets the tone for a good night of Homa Fight packs. We'll be opening one pack per fight. And the main event, we've got their elite pack on offer. So stay tuned. We've got some big openings as well as the blender giveaway. We're still giving away the blender.
When do you decide about the blender?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. Probably after the main event.
You gotta get the main event rush. Everybody wants the blender. We can't rob them of their chance.
I guess Adrian Yanez just coming back here talking about his KO win over Cody Garbrandt. Very cool. Love Adrian Yanez. Nice guy.
What was it saying about that fight, that victory?
Basically, that he got his confidence back after the Ricky Simone fight, and he strayed from the game plan in the first minutes, but eventually got back into it. And he wasn't originally going to counter; he was going to go in there and try and knock him out right away. But then felt Cody's power and speed in the first 30 seconds, so he sort of just chilled out and let the finish come to him, which turned out to be the case. Turned out what he should have done.
Love it. I will say we tried to get Drew Dober to come on for this next fight. I felt like that would be pretty appropriate given he's fought both King Green and Terrence McKinney. Didn't occur. Drew hasn't opened my messages. That's okay, Drew. Still love you.
Do you have any sort of relationship with him?
I've got none. 4 DMs I've sent him over the years. None of them have even been read. So
okay.
But I will say this is a fun fight in that it's probably going to end within 8 seconds, right, guys?
But before we get there, can we take a moment, because in MMA everything passes so fast. We get to experience another Conor McGregor fight night tonight. Like, realistically, every single fight he's been in, I can remember where I was, the energy where I was, everything that was going on. And just to be able to experience Conor make that walk again, I think we got something really special tonight, something you really can't duplicate.
Yes, and I'm hopeful that there's apparently they're going to put a bit of pizzazz, a bit of smoke and mirrors into the entrances. I think it'll feel special when he walks. And I wonder, I remember now, whenever Anderson fights, you get this sense of like, oh wow, greatness is walking, and you get like a moment where you appreciate it a bit more than perhaps you did during the first initial run. And so I think that's what. Oh, Jesus, made my camera worse. How greasy are my fucking fingers? Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Anyway, that we just get a moment where everyone can sort of.
It's funny because
appreciate the in-cage stuff, if nothing else.
It's funny because a lot of guys scratch that greatness, right? Adesanya, Usman are two that come to mind. But when, like you said, when Anderson walked, it was a special moment. When John Jones walks, it's a special moment. But when Conor walks, we're in a different ballpark. It's a different energy.
I don't want both of us in the air.
Yeah, completely agree. I'm going to go ahead, Ben.
We'll get your quick thoughts, Oscar, on Whitaker at light heavyweight. Unsure if you covered it, but great performance in the sense of the stoppage, but didn't really love him at 205.
I'll hit you up in the morning. I thought certainly it took him a while to get into it, right? I thought the first round was a little bit rough from what I was able to see because Adrian was on stage with us. I don't think he looks like that much of a different fighter, except perhaps slower.
Yeah.
You know, that's not great. And I think his body was like, if we're going to be candid, his body was pretty soft. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe this is just literally still adjusting to that weight class. He did get the finish. You can't really hate on that. I don't know. But yes, there are concerns for me too.
Alrighty. Well, we'll let you get back onto it and bring you back on after this next one.
Ben, my daughter wanted to be on TV, so she gave a wave because my wife, ever so supporting, has me on the big screen, and now she feels like she was on TV. So you fulfilled a wish today, my friend.
There we go. So at least how you do. Maybe we'll get her on an APFC broadcast and make it happen in a more meaningful manner.
Get her on the commentary booth.
You can see there.
Look at that smoke.
Testing the smoke and the pyrotechnics out. I do think it will be an all-time Conor McGregor walkout. He's had some good ones. It does seem like they're shaping up to make a great one. Let's turn our attention back to the UFC bingo. Have we gotten a bingo yet? Have we gotten a bingo?
We have a Gilly attempt. We don't have a fighter to the ground, a split decision. Those first 2 rows are out.
Yep.
Herb Dean, he's on. The 3rd row is out. Joe Rogan said he was hurt during Yanez versus Garbrandt. Yep. Wang Kong asked for Valentina Shevchenko. The crowd did boo the decision of Basharat versus, I feel so bad, I forgot his last name. 14
Garza.
going on 52.
Yeah, John Garza the second. Hey, Lazy Bad MMA in the chat. Lazy Bad, our guy. Hope you're doing well, man.
We're missing 2 on that 4th row. Now, 5th row, I feel like that we got a doctor's check, or no, a warning. We actually got a point deduction. I feel like that last column is going to make a comeback on the main card. Upsets could be coming. Doctor checks in big fights could be coming. And Rogan amps it up, man, on the main card.
Bro, okay, this one, my cursor's not showing it, but 4th row down and then all the way across. Blood, Daniel Cormier climbing out of the cage, which Gable Steveson did do. If you were an eagle-eyed fan, you saw him climb out of the cage, so I'm counting it. Corner saying you need this round. I think we can just assume that that's been checked, right? It's probably occurred. Big upset. So we just really need, I think, and blood, we had blood. I think we could almost consider this done if we get a big upset.
Have we checked back in with friend of the show, Charles Johnson, to check if he's coming in for the Kavanaugh fight?
I will shoot Charles a text and see if he'd like to come back on. That is in 2 fights. I'll text him after this fight, after King Green and Terrence McKinney. Luis.
Oscar's back.
Hope Haley Atwell gets her time to shine in Doomsday as Peggy.
We might have another guest joining us for a very brief message, so just keep an eye out for that.
Okie dokie. My eyes are peeled.
I'm basically on here to chaperone him if he arrives or not.
Oh, it's okay, fair. What has there been anything surprising inside the venue, Oscar? Anything behind the scenes or in front of the scenes that's been odd?
Jones Senior, Craig.
What up?
We've got Craig Jones, the potentially the best jiu-jitsu practitioner in the world, popping in out of left field.
I just think it's incredible that Gable was able to overcome turf toe, amongst other things, in the court of law. And he's overcome a lot to get here today. I'm proud of him.
It's been a journey. Been a journey for Gable. Craig, where in the world are you right now? Where are you at, my friend?
I'm in Tulum, Mexico, just indulging in some culture down here.
Yeah.
What are you boys doing?
Indulging.
Sorry, you're tolerating Oscar, right? He's hit rock bottom.
I'm at the T-Mobile Arena, Craig, at the biggest spot of the culture, you know? You could have been here. You could have slept on my couch.
I'm shocked they let you in after the discussions me and Hunter have about your future, brother.
Yeah. All right, mate. Well, Craig, thanks very much for joining, as always. I love you very much.
That's all right.
Enjoyed
Gable is a little bitch. See you guys.
See you, Craig. The best jiu-jitsu practitioner on planet Earth, Craig Jones, making a quick cameo. Oscar, what kind of discussion?
Can we take a moment to thank Oscar, because magically we had Craig Jones on the first Foes to Bros, and now we got him on the first Foes to Bros live stream. Shout out to Oscar for that one.
You don't understand what I have to go through to earn those favors.
If you want to know what he had to go through, go watch episode 1. You'll get an idea, a little pinch of an idea.
You don't know the depth that man's dragged.
I mean, I will
but
say,
yes.
right, he's for those that aren't aware, he's in Tulum because he's got an excellent opportunity. B team's coming back. There's this tremendous, what is it, a resort or a complex that he's building down there. That does sound really interesting. Like, fuck it. I think we should go to Tulum and train with him, Oscar.
Well, actually, I'm going to go for his first week. I think first week of September, but I'm going to go down there for that.
Okay,
So,
beautiful.
$40 million facility that he's getting involved in. No doubt he will cause mayhem. He's just. I like that he just came on to shit on Gable. If people don't remember, Gable Stevenson randomly pulled out of their jiu-jitsu contest with turf toe. Luckily, his feet were fine tonight.
Yeah, I mean, what? Like, he didn't have turf toe, right? There was some other nonsense going on.
Speaking of the devil, I don't want to talk shit.
Ben missed it. Ben missed it. Brett Okamoto came in and said that Gable Stevenson had walking pneumonia.
Yeah.
Or did you miss it, or did I? No, I missed it. I had the first Okamoto.
I was present for that one. Walking pneumonia is crazy because that implies that there is a diagnosis of sleeping pneumonia or running pneumonia or other, phases and stanzas of pneumonia.
If it was me, it'd be laying on my ass pneumonia.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be eating and drinking sparkling water pneumonia. I have never had pneumonia. Have you ever encountered that as a sickness before?
To be honest with you, I feel like I've gotten just about every sickness in the world, but I'm too dumb to take meds or go to the doctor, so I don't even know what I've had.
Fair enough. Hey, ignorance is bliss, right? Why get diagnosed and pay money to a doctor to hear something's wrong with you? Then just die, right? Just
why die sick instead of die thinking you're healthy, right?
I think that's what they said back in the 1600s. That was the peasants operating, mindset was we'll just keep going until one day we fall over and our body, is filled with worms or whatever,
We've got an ad break, so I feel the need to say this. I ordered Black Rifle Coffee to try and support our sponsors. It got delivered to the wrong house. And then I ended up running to the mini mart to try and get Black Rifle Coffee. They did not have it. So I couldn't leave empty-handed. So I left with alcohol and nicotine pouches. God bless America.
Well, we aren't sponsored by nicotine pouches or alcohol. Recommend them. Go get them. And it pairs nicely with Black Rifle Coffee. Huge thank you to them for sponsoring today's stream, which has been a packed one. I mean, think about it. We've had Charles Johnson on. We've had Alvin Guzzi Hines on. Just had Craig Jones. We had
Uriah
Wayne
Faber, Corey McKenna, Song Yadong, Wayne Kong. I cannot believe the loaded group they gave us for that. Shout out to Alpha Male.
So I will say, while this is an experiment for us, and I know that in our debrief afterwards, maybe the viewership could be a question, we've delivered at least in providing some unique guests and a dynamic experience.
The one thing I'll tell you, the viewership you see is only live. From operating the full streams, you do not see the total viewership. By the time we go offline, you may expect a negative. You're going to get a positive, my friend.
And, we've got our Home of Fight packs as well. So Jake Noker from Home of Fight, a great journalist out in the combat sports scene, will be joining us for Mario Bautista versus Corey Sandhagen 2. Hopefully we get Charles Johnson back in for the Loner Kavanaugh fight just so he can provide his insight on it. Of course, he is the only man to beat Loner Kavanaugh so far in the UFC. So it feels like it makes sense. I'm trying to think. I was trying to get Parker Porter on, and he did respond, but I'm not sure if he's. Let me message him again.
Check your phone, my friend.
Yep, I'm checking it. I see it. I appreciate you, brother.
Ultimately, England also, we were tuning you guys in earlier, in extra time, netted the winner, Jude Bellingham. England is going forward. Will they be bringing it home? Jeet makes a good point. Yeah, Loney, that's how you pronounce that.
I apologize. I've been exposed. I'm a fraud.
Nah, but Loney's one that I'm interested in as well because we saw Luke Riley kill it. Loney, a lot of people don't recognize that Luke Riley, Loney, Patty are all in the same room. Loney's a killer. If you lose to let's thank you. Sorry about that.
I mean, look, it's raining with your hot takes, baby. You're bringing down the rain.
It's raining for hot takes. High five. But yeah, Loney Kavanaugh, right? Yeah, he lost to Charles Johnson, and that's his only loss. But how many great fighters have lost to Charles Johnson, and that's their only loss?
I think
That,
Josh
if
Van
anything,
falls into that category.
if anything, for someone who's that young, right, that experience can propel you to being a champion. And the reason I say that is, what did it do for Josh Van?
He became a champion.
Exactly. And it was very shortly after. So, friend of the show, Charles Johnson, losing to him may be your easiest route to becoming UFC flyweight champion of the world.
And I think that in lies the difficulty, right, for Energy, because he has these huge victories over some people that have gone on to rush up the rankings, but he himself has struggled to find permanent residency inside the top 10. You know, it's something that he's talked about many times before.
I think he should be. I think he should have been.
I think he should be as well. I mean, the Asu Al-Mabaya fight, right, was that opportunity to get up there, and Asuluov's stretch will keep him outside looking in. But to your point, I think that this is where maybe the activity kind of works against you. And I'd love to chat with him and about this when he comes back in. But is there something worth being selective in your fighting versus jumping at any and all opportunities, right? That's kind of, I would say, the conversation that he's run into.
Bro, if we look at Charles, right, it's, yeah, he the activity, but really, does being a tough guy bode you unwell in this sport? Because I have his record pulled up. He fought Rafael Estevam 11-0, Azad Maksum 15-0. Jake Hadley was 10-2 at the time, but for anyone who doesn't remember, Jake Hadley was supposed to be the next UK like real good talent. After that, he knocks out Joshua Van 10-1. Then he fights Suma Darji. It's here and there with the matchmaking. And then he fights Ramazan Temirov. He's fighting all of these killers, undefeated guys who no one else is willing to say yes to. Then when he gets the step up, right, he gets Alex Perez. We know how that fight went. But then he's going only the toughest guys. You're saying yes to the toughest guys. And the UFC says, oh, we want that. We want these guys. We want that. And yeah, Charles has 15 UFC fights, more than half his career in the big show. But would it serve you better to maybe be a little bit more pick and choose your opponents? I don't think it should be that way, but is it that way?
Well, I think the other end of the coin is also like you're stacking checks, you're stacking show appearances. Maybe you're getting those fight of the nights, or, you know, winning and getting both halves of the paycheck. So, you know, for Charles Johnson, limited time to fight. That's what every fighter is kind of up against with Father Time. So why not just fight as often as you can? You know, even if you walk away with half the paycheck, it's still another paycheck, right? And it's
I do
clear
feel
that
you earn favor with the UFC.
Yeah.
Like there's no way maybe they'll cut some guys off a 2-fight losing streak. They're not going to cut the guy that says yes every time, wins the majority of the fights anyways, and there's no fight he would turn down.
All right, Terrence McKinney, shortest average fight time in UFC history, 216 through his, I believe, 7 or 8 bouts so far inside the UFC. But he comes up against a King Green who is such a tenured fighter that most people forget. You know, he's been around for a very, very long time and has seen just about every kind of style. I feel this fight should be leaning a little bit more towards King Green. He's coming off of the submission victory over Jeremy Stevens, coming off of beating up, oh gosh, I just looked up the kid's name.
Terrence McKinney,
Daniel Zellhuber.
He has 13 UFC fights, bro.
13. Okay.
13.
I've forgotten 4 of them.
No, that to me, he sounds like a 6-7 fight guy. That goes to show his activity is crazy.
And look, when you basically build yourself around being a 5-minute fighter, and that's not meant to disparage Terrence McKinney. He himself goes balls to the wall from the get-go and searches for the first round or bust victory. I do think you can kind of turn around and fight more often because most of the time he's gotten the win. You know, I think it's maybe 60% of his UFC fights he's ended it dramatically in the first. So but
not to pivot, but we've got a great YouTube comment on the Mac Life. I can't pronounce the name because I'm pretty sure it's abbreviations both ways, but sure. Anger Gerg says, as a McGregor fan, this is the most nervous I've ever been before one of his fights. I have no idea what to expect, and I'm genuinely wondering if I'll have the guts to watch when the cage door closes. That actually encapsulates this entire event, this entire main event perfectly. I think Conor Win, lose, or draw, it's a win for Conor. He got back to who he is, what he does, and what he loves. And you can feel it. It's none of the dramatics. When we had Mystic Mac, it wasn't just because he was trying to sell a fight or push a fight. You could tell he believed every word he said. Regardless of outcome, it feels the exact same now. Am I misled in saying that? And thank you for the comment too. If I knew your name, I would say it, but Andre Gerg.
I don't think at all. I think you're completely correct. I think that, it just goes to being a fight fan. When you have a fighter that is your favorite for whatever reason it is, you feel that anxiety, you feel those nerves. Codemaster, I'm in the UK and I bought Paramount Plus and it ain't even in there. I'm so pissed. What? It's not in his Paramount Plus? We got to get on that. We got to figure that out.
Wait, no, in the UK, stay tuned. Ben, give you your take and I'll find out what he can do.
Yep.
Legally.
Listen, it's anxiety inducing. And I think for specifically people that are fans of McGregor, it's been so long since they've seen him compete and even longer since they have seen him put on a great performance. The Donald Cerrone fight was in 2020. So we're talking 6 years removed from when Conor gets the hand raised. So I can understand why, if you're a big fan of his, this would be an entirely anxiety-inducing evening. And talking about anxiety, these next two lightweights have none of it. King Green, Terrence McKinney on deck, just about to make the walks. Now, I was starting to say something. I was getting my words jumbled, Johnny. Apologies there. But it feels like King Green should be a bigger favorite. That's all I'm going to say. Nothing against Terrence, but I feel King Green has been there, done that, seen it all. And, with McKinney's firecracker style in the first, I don't know. I don't see it harming King Green.
So the reason the odds, honestly, my opinion, why they are the way that they are, odds move with the money, right? And as fans, you're always looking for an edge. That edge a lot of times can be, can I get someone over the hill versus someone upcoming? And I'm sure they see King Green's age and they say, okay, it's always going to trend that way. But ultimately, when you watch both of these guys, I do feel like King Green should be a heavier favorite. You got a lot more money coming in on McKinney, but a lot of people had money coming in on Patty for the same reason against Gaethje. And I'm not saying it was a bad showing, but to me, right, I thought Gaethje should have been minus 200, minus 225, and that closed near even. And we saw how the fight went. Age is not the same to everybody. And for someone like King Green, who's put on some of his best performances recently, I don't think you can count him out. But the money will move it one way or the other. And when he gets knocked out in 3 minutes from now, I'm going to look very dumb for saying what I just did.
Finished all 18 of his victories, 9 knockouts, 9 subs for Terrence McKinney. He has such a truly terrific story coming from the substance abuse being, I believe he was declared like legally dead.
Yep.
During
and he shares the video, bro.
Yeah.
That's a real success story.
Yeah, like whatever Terrence McKinney happens in this fight and the rest of his UFC career, a victory for himself and an inspirational story for so many. Just what you can do by building yourself back up, grabbing life by the bootstraps and not allowing your past mistakes or poor decisions to define you. And he's a damn good fighter. Like, I think it's tough because he's got a good wrestling base that he infrequently uses. But I just wish he had that cardio, man. I think Terrence McKinney with a gas tank could be a serious problem.
Dangerous.
Here comes King Green.
It's funny, when you flip the coin, though, with King Green, right? His career has come such a long way. I don't know if you remember. He was on Bully Beatdown, bro. He was on Bully Beatdown like 15 years ago. He's been in the UFC for ages. And obviously Jim Miller and Cowboy are going to be glued atop the most fights record for a very long time. But King Green has been around forever, and he never takes a step back. He hasn't gotten worse. His chin hasn't gone. Yeah, he's been caught. Yeah, he's been finished. But he comes back and has the best showings of his career afterwards. He's been a company man, for lack of a better term. He steps up when his name is called. This is 2 success stories, locking horns in the cage, and whoever wins, you can feel good about it. And whoever loses, you got to open up the biggest pay-per-view of the year. Outside of the White House, I don't know how this is going to compare to that. But
yeah. I think King Green's been in he's delivered big moments, and unfortunately, he's been on the receiving end of some of them. That Jalen Turner sequence is just etched in my brain, and that's more on referee error than I would say anything on King Green. But, again, 3-fight winning streak coming in here tonight and looking excellent in his last 2. The KO over Daniel Zellhuber, where he was like a plus 300 underdog and just goes in there and beats the shit out of him. It makes me really confident in this. And there is the patented leaping front flip into the octagon. King Green, Terrence McKinney, former friends, possibly no longer. King Green was vocal this week that he doesn't want to fight his friends. That's what he thought Terrence McKinney was. Terrence accepts the bout. King Green says, all right, let's ride and get it going. Maybe they'll bury the hatchet after this. But, that's Johnny, that's another big thing is like, King Green's here to make a point that Terrence shouldn't have taken this fight.
Well, when you look at it this way, right? King Green's on a 3-fight win streak, but let's go even further than that. In his last 4 or 5 fights, right? 6 fights, let's say. He beat Jim Miller, which is the most active UFC fighter of all time. He loses to Patty, who is in every sense of imagination. He's in the title conversation. He loses to Mauricio Hufi, who has now placed himself in that top 5 conversation. Then he beats Lance Gibson, who is a stud. If you haven't seen him outside of the UFC, you should. Daniel Zellhuber was being billed to be the next top 15 guy. Then he takes out Jeremy Stevens. A lot of naysayers are saying that, oh, he can't do this, he can't do that. He's been proven to us for a very long time what he can do. And him fighting Zellhuber, I would be willing to say was a bigger mismatch than here. And this is a pick'em. Maybe King Green is your check to, a 1-week vacation, take some PTO or something, because he's been doing the job. He came in as a heavy dog to Zellhuber. The Lance Gibson fight closed near even. And now Terrence McKinney, I mean, he's a great fighter, but you can't say he's head and shoulders above Zellhuber, and especially considering you got to worry about 15 minutes opposed to 5 and a drop off.
That's the thing. I mean, you try and put the math on this, and it leans heavily towards King Green. And that's the beauty, I think, of Terrence McKinney is the guy just refuses to abide by some of the typical framework. He just goes in there and has that dynamite in his hands. And again, we've seen King Green hurt. We've seen him dropped and stopped. So to your point, this is the best fight to kick off the pay-per-view. Honestly, maybe could have flipped it around, had this one end the prelim section and then Whitaker
and Rob
the main card. That's kind of
I think this is more likely to be a highlight one way or the other. So it's the opener.
Buffer has gotten us going. You can see the T-Mobile is looking pretty packed. Kerry Hatley back in action.
Kerry Hatley's getting a lot more assignment, bro. I like it.
Yeah. He had the Kai Kamaka Luke Riley, I believe, was the last one earlier. I don't think the judges will be needed. Kerry Hatley certainly will be. King Green, Terrence McKinney, 1 round of chaos ahead.
Here we go. Fight is underway. They step to the center. No glove touch. Man, they were at a barbecue together like a month ago. What's going on here?
Again, Green's trying to make a point, man. You don't fight your buddies. Big left on the jaw of Terrence McKinney. Green already talking to him. I don't think you want to talk trash this early. Terrence is still live.
Give it 3 minutes. McKinney slips. King Green ends up on top. Apologies. Not trying to mean disrespect. I'm just so used to calling him that for so long.
Knee on to Terrence. McKinney breaks away. 30 seconds. And you could see King Green's got the custom shorts. He's asked for them. He has received them. So a big note for him in this one.
He's talking, man. He's talking. Every second break they have in there, he's talking. McKinney's finding a home for those shots, though.
Yeah, I do not like this for King Green. A lot of confidence, but he's already bleeding.
He's leaking. Look at that cut already.
Huge laceration on King Green. And you can see that he's you get a little bit lazy with a couple of these strikes.
That's got to change the game plan when you've got something leaking from the bridge of your nose like that. Then you're taking shots. He's already scooping away his eye. Oh, man. Terrence McKinney looks good.
Big left hand from McKinney. Gets Green blinking out. Now he's backed up against the cage. Huge liver shot from Terrence.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Green shouldn't have done. He should have wrestled, maybe taken it a little bit safer in this first frame, going toe-to-toe.
Even dance around the cage.
Yeah, it's trying to fight fire with fire against Terrence McKinney is such a bad idea. But again, we have seen Terrence fade, so maybe King Green. Oh, big stick by Terrence.
That blood is pouring all over his face. That's very early to be dealing with that. That messes up with your vision. That messes up with your mentality.
It's also, yeah, I mean, it looks like his right eye could be shut. Terrence McKinney eats a big right from King Green. Oh, but this is just pressure and patience from Terrence. Picking his shot, waiting for it. I mean, King Green's getting eaten alive here in the first 2 minutes.
I'm not even going to lie. He's getting eaten alive, and this is a patient McKinney. He's not blowing his tank at all.
And again, King Green, I mean, I'm doing it now. He's targeting the lead leg of Terrence, but I'd like to see...
Takedown attempt from Terrence. He's putting it all together.
Terrence McKinney looking a career best as he mounts Bobby Green, has the handcuff. I mean, this is a terrible spot for King Green.
He's still talking to him. He's talking to him.
What an odd showing from King Green. I remember on the scales, people said, oh, this is a terrible spot for King Green.
That's almost half mount to where if he flattens Bobby on the back, this could be trouble.
Yeah, King Green has got to find some separation with the legs. Terrence McKinney's just, yeah, this could be it. He's flattening him out.
Turtling. Come on, King. Do something. Let's not end it here with some lackadaisical ground and pound. Rear naked? Nope.
King Green evades the submission attempt, but this is still a world of trouble for him. He is flattened out. Terry Hatley's getting close.
This is a version of Terrence McKinney that really opens up a realm of possibilities that he hasn't had before. If he fights like this, I think he's actually dangerous for damn near anyone in the division because he's not emptying his gas tank. He's fighting smart. He's fighting positionally. He has positional awareness. He's landing good shots. He's not just throwing.
McKinney really searching for this rear naked choke. Has the hooks in. Can't get the choking arm underneath. This is a great spot for King Green to just maybe take a breath, try and fight hands. At least he's not mounted, getting the shit beaten out of him.
Yeah, get to the bell. Talk to your corner. Regardless of how patient McKinney has been, he's not used to being in these longer fights.
Yep. Yeah, he expended a lot of energy in the last 2 minutes. Now King Green's feeding him a couple strikes. Not a lot of sauce on it, but it's certainly going to annoy Terrence.
There, he's going for the choke again, and King is talking to him through the choke. Can we mic him up? Can we mic? I wish we would have mic'd these guys up.
Yeah, certainly needed to. Terrence now trying to pull King Green down. King Green moving the foot, wants to turn into Terrence.
There goes King. Scrambles working now. Could we be seeing a bit of an energy dump? McKinney's on the back foot. King Green's picking it up.
Teeps to the midsection. Big uppercut from Terrence. Yeah, I mean, King Green's taking so many risks on the feet, man.
The thing is he taking risks because it's a bad game plan, or is he taking risks because he dropped him with a body shot? Did he drop him? Is this over? Did King Green just turn it all around? McKinney is turtled up.
Last few seconds of round one, McKinney. Terrence McKinney done in one. King Green comes back from the jaws of defeat and stops Terrence McKinney. Wow.
Bro, what? He just got steamrolled to the point where you could argue 10-8 round, and in the last 15 seconds of the round says, haha, jiu-jitsu doesn't exist, just stand up, bro. Puts it on him on the fence, and it's over. Wow. What does that tell you, Ben? When you see the way that fight went, what does that tell you about both guys? Obviously, King Green has the grit, but do you think McKinney was already gassed out? It didn't look like it at all.
It looked like he was taking a couple deep breaths. Didn't love some of the midsection work from King Green at the end there. But yeah, I mean, folded over by a single perfectly placed liver shot, and then King Green just swarms to get it done. It's interesting because Kerry Hatley allowed King Green to sit in some bad positions, eat a lot of damage, work his way out. Terrence, while he was turtling up, a lot of them were bouncing off the arms. But yeah, that is just tough to see.
Andre says, first, thank you for letting us know his name. His name is Andre. It's not anxiety, it's investment. When you've supported someone for years, another loss hits differently. I'll be a fan no matter what. You just feel the highs and the lows more than everyone else. I agree. I fully agree with that. There's people that I'm personally invested to that when they lose, it feels like you just got shot in the stomach. You don't even want to really talk anymore.
Let's turn a little attention back to this real quick. So liver shot on the right side of Terrence's body, falls over, and King Green just wings the right hand over and over into him before Kerry Hatley yoinks him off.
The turtling is what's odd to me because those weren't the biggest ground and pound shots. At that point, you just got to kind of look like you're defensive and get to the bell.
Yeah, it was a glancing blow too, right? And who are we to necessarily discuss the severity of it? I know all liver shots suck, but it wasn't like he turned in with the left. It was kind of the right across the body that led to that comeback TKO. You could see the broadcast booth there exploding with surprise. Because it's pretty surprising with how that round was going. We literally said Terrence McKinney looked in career best form, putting it all together, and King Green teaches him a lesson.
If anything, that goes to show the composure of King Green. Not many people taking the adversity that he just did, right, would come out of it and end up not only with the win, but with the finish in the same exact round where you're getting pieced up pretty early on.
Man, well, it looks like they've sort of at least buried the hatchet, and whatever problems were present this week are no longer. Nothing builds respect between two people like going through a fist fight. Okay, I'll turn the attention back to the Andre Gerg.
So yeah, Andre, when you're talking about how it hits differently, the highs and lows hit differently, I can fully get on board with that. There's people that I've worked for, there's people that I'm friends with in this sport, and whenever they fight, it's just a little bit different. You don't want to see people that you're that invested in go down, and especially like Conor's story right now, this could be a hell of a renaissance. This could be a really cool story, a ESPN 30 for 30 in the future. You know what I mean? And you just want to see him get back on top, because a lot of people feel maybe Conor, he got not distracted, but I can't say you're distracted by a Floyd Mayweather fight. Anybody who gets offered a Floyd Mayweather fight will take it. But all the other stuff involved, and there's a lot of questions. Seeing him back now with some of the same guys who were active through his whole career, yeah, I understand it. You just want to see him be who he is. And tonight he has the chance to do that. And regardless of win, lose, or draw, I think we do have old Conor back. I think a lot of those distractions have kind of faded, and he gets it. Even when you're looking at the press conferences, he's there. It's not selling a fight. He believes what he's saying, and that's a very different thing.
All righty. Now, we do have some great packs again to open from our friends at Home of Fight, so let's bring them up and bang one more out. Share screen, window, packs, boom. So we pulled Chael Sonnen first pack break of the night. Johnny, who do you think we're going to...
That's a $60 pull, by the way. So that we're in the green regardless. We made money tonight.
Yep. Let's see who we have in our second pack of the evening.
Cyril Gahn, UFC White House. Give it to me.
Give me the Cyril Gahn auto, man. Come on. Big reveal. We have drawn Jeremiah Wells. Okay, so not the big swing that we wanted, but
Jeremiah Wells, we remember from fighting Blood Diamond and literally running around the cage, slipping, falling, getting back up.
And then he won that fight, right? He did
win that fight.
Yeah. So Jeremiah Wells, Chael Sonnen, our two packs. We have several more to go that I'm very excited about. King Green, 16 wins in the lightweight division.
We've got him. Hold up. Where's the soundboard? We saw Michael Chandler.
Did we? Was he a fan? Was he in the stands?
Yeah.
Or?
I think he thinks he's a backup fighter.
He is. He weighed in and everything. He's going to be in his fight kit, standing by for the main event.
Ben, what do you think should be next for someone like King Green or Terrence McKinney? You take one, I'll take the other.
I'll take King Green. I think that now he's on a 4-fight win streak with I think 3 straight finishes, stops Terrence McKinney, stops Jeremy Stevens, and stops Daniel Zellhuber. So I would like to see something in the form of a step up, maybe back to top 15. If I'm looking at 155, you've got Rafa Garcia, Grant Dawson, who he knocked out in like 30 seconds. Rafael Fiziev with a nice performance over Manuel Torres to get back in. Maybe Fiziev and Bobby Green, we do that one again. I believe they fought once before. Let me double check and see, unless I'm imagining things.
I like that. On the McKinney side, I think this one kind of makes itself. Zellhuber. You got 2 young guys you really want to put at the forefront of something. You could put that as a main card opener at the Apex or something. And one of them is on the climb back up while the other has some work to do. But I think that'd be a really good fight.
Dude, maybe Dan Hooker and Bobby Green, or excuse me, King Green.
I like that.
Something formed, right? It feels like that'd be a fun striking matchup. Somehow they haven't come up against one another before. So it makes all the sense in the world. July 18th, there you see Dricus du Plessis and Kamaru Usman main event in Oklahoma City, I think. Jared Cannonier co-main against Christian Leroy Duncan. Alvin Guzzi Hines will be on that card, our guest earlier from tonight, as well as Tommy McMillan, who is the new prospect from Red Hawk Academy, Tim Welch's gym. Tommy
Guns.
Tommy Guns. Were you impressed by his debut? What did you think of it?
I think, honestly, a lot of people were saying he was going to end up losing that fight. I think that was a heavy internet opinion. He looked really good in that fight. I think Tommy is the type of guy who you give him a little time and he becomes a star. If you look at Patty, right? Patty's first fight was against Luigi Vendramini. He almost got clocked in that fight, ended up getting the finish. He had the Jared Gordon fight, which a lot of people, I love Patty. Patty's the whole reason I work in MMA. He got me my first job in this sport. But if you look at that fight, it's hard to argue that, like, Jared Gordon I thought he won that fight, but look where we're at now, you know? Yeah. And I think as long as Tommy just walks forward, stacks a couple of wins, we've got a star on our hands. And if he can't, then he shouldn't be the star in the sport. But I do think with the people around him, as long as he gets, don't match him up with an All-American wrestler anytime soon, please. But other than that, I think we could have a star on our hands. And I do think it's easy to push him, considering he's coming from the O'Malley gym and he's coming out of the O'Malley cloth.
We've got an interesting chat here from Raul Perez. I have 4 wins on Moneyline so far. Need McGregor and Patty for $865 on a $15 bet. McGregor to win, and that's the last leg that you need in your parlay. He is going to be biting the nails ahead of the main event.
What's the cash out? That's what I want to know. What's the cash out?
Yeah. If you get like a $500 cash out, probably take that.
Hell, even 10 times. If you can do a 150 cash out and then parlay Connor and Patty, you can guarantee yourself some profit, and your fingernails will be thanking you if you don't got to bite them throughout those 2 fights.
Yeah. King Green doing good for himself, the Ant-Man channel, 100%. Again, like, it's impressive to me that he's strung together 4 straight victories, given his activity and given some of the setbacks that we've seen King Green have. I mean, you think about the TKO losses he's taken to guys like, Dustin Poirier back in the day, Drew Dober more recently. Obviously, that Jalen Turner one is forefront in my mind. It just, the Mauricio Hoofy one, right? That was March of last year. That was not that long ago. And how does he answer? 4 straight victories, 3 straight finishes. So it's just, I mean, you talk about like guys that should have much more, and not that King Green doesn't, but like, the dude's been such a staple, has fought everybody, and has been making nothing but, pretty memorable moments since he debuted all the way back in fucking 2013, right? Isn't that insane? And before that, he was in Strikeforce.
Foes to bros. Mike, thank you. He needs some Black Rifle coffee. I did too. Yeah. Uber Eats robbed me.
I'm bummed that Uber Eats delivered it to the wrong house, man. That's crazy.
To be honest with you, they probably just drank it in the car and then said it was the wrong house. So.
It's that good, man. It's that good. Hey, make sure you head over to blackriflecoffeecompany.com. Check them out. They have got some great art on their coffee, and it tastes fantastic as well. Huge thank you to them for sponsoring today's stream and bringing you this action.
I'm happy you mentioned that. When I go to Walmart, every time I'm in Walmart, I end up looking at the coffee section. And the hardest part about picking Black Rifle is picking the art on the bag, bro. The whole aisle, everything looks so sick on it.
It reminds me of like IPAs. You know what I mean? Every IPA can has some. Yeah. Okay, we've got a $413 cash out for Raul Perez, but he does say he's got another parlay with Max just in case. So he's hedging the bets. I mean, $15 to 413. I'd probably cash out. You know,
I would cash out.
Yeah,
I would cash out just because both of those fights feel 50-50. The odds are not in your favor. You might hit one, you might not hit the other. I would cash out at 415, and then even if you want to put it back on them, put 115 on them both. I don't think Patty's going to get a knockout, even if you want to sprinkle further. Patty by sub and Connor outright. But 415 on a $15 bet, I think the right time is to call it. I'm pausing because I want to hear if they say Rush's name just for the bingo. There it is. They mentioned Rush Holloway. That was the one bingo moment I thought we might not get tonight. Ben, you missed it.
Yes.
They mentioned Rush Holloway. The bingo card is active. They mentioned Rush Holloway. Max walked in next to him.
Jasmine says, I'm still mad about the bonus snub for King Green. Was he snubbed on the bonus? I mean,
last fight out, remember, he wanted the bonus. He ended up getting the shorts, but no money. I think he might have worked his way to a bonus now.
Yep. Good memory on that one. I totally forgot. Okay, let me bring up the bingo card. Okay, so you said Rush Holloway was mentioned?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so we've got a
Gilead. I paused my commentary to make sure, and I heard Rush Holloway.
He's back again. Have we gotten an eye poke tonight?
Not yet. That's crazy. We're 7-8 fights in. There's no eye pokes.
I mean, dude, we need an eye poke and everyone gets a bingo. That's all we need.
Is that it? Is that all we're looking for?
Look, Gilly attempt, Rush Holloway, blood, and no glove touch. So we just need an eye poke and we have a bingo.
Damn, the first column is actually pulling up. That would look like one of the last ones that would have an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the Rush Holloway mention was that could have been a risk. I figured, of course, that they would bring him up, but you never know.
As he was walking in, I think that's the only one. I don't think we'll get it again, but
let's see. Blood, DC saying something dumb, cage, corner. Yeah, I mean,
we're missing an Anik story, and then we got the fourth column as well. Fourth from the top.
I think we're getting a bingo. I think we are going to be snagging a bingo here. Okay, Brandon Royval, number 4. Loney Kavanaugh, number 5 in the world. 10-1 for Loney. That one loss being Charles Johnson. Let me give him a text and see if Charles would like to pop back in for this one.
I'm just realizing, did Loney Kavanaugh dye his hair black before? Because I promise you it was a lot darker than it is now. And that looks pretty natural to me. He looks like me and you.
Hey, there's the great
Loney Kavanaugh.
Alexander Hernandez in Brandon Royval's corner. He's had an interesting career, not career resurgence, but let me see.
It's a bit of a bounce back.
18-9 overall. Most recently, a decision loss to Rafa Garcia, but before that, he strung together a resurgence. TKOs over Diego Ferreira, Chase Hooper, Kurt Hollabaugh, Austin Hubbard. Yeah, that's another guy that's been in there with just about everybody.
What I'm excited for about this fight, though, is Loney Kavanaugh, even in Cage Warriors, a lot of his fights went to decision, but every fight, usually you see a decision fighter and you think that they could be pretty boring, right? Loney Kavanaugh just goes to war. He just goes to war for 15 minutes and sees how it goes. It goes good most of the times, unless you run into the Energy, friend of the show. But Brandon Royval, what does he do? He goes to war. I think this could be the fight of the night. Right now, I don't think we have a heavy favorite. I see what you're grabbing.
Yep. We've got the blender giveaway. Link is in the YouTube chat. Make sure you retweet that post and like today's stream in order to be considered for our blender giveaway. Post main event, we will be saucing out the blender. Okay.
Let's specify, though, like the stream on both the Mac Life and Foes to Bros.
True. Okay, who won, Connor or Max? We are still a little bit removed from the main event, probably, 2 hours, I would say.
Not even, bro. An hour and a half out. If we follow regular trajectory, the event is over within 3 hours of main card. 2 hours and 12 minutes away from that timing.
Ant-Man says Connor won. Yep, Connor got a huge knockout 10 minutes ago. It's over. We're just hanging around here. Let's see. Raul Perez says, I do have that Kavanaugh guy on a slip as well. So let's see. I think Raul Perez and I have a lot of the similar betting action. Basically just throwing a bunch of random shit everywhere and seeing what sticks when the dust settles.
If you throw shit at the wall enough, eventually it'll stick.
Eventually there'll be shit on your wall. Which might not be a good thing, right? Depending on who you are.
Yeah. Honestly, though, 415 cash out. I'd take that right. John Kuhneman. John Kuhneman's in the chat. John, APFC vet. Me and Ben both have heavy ties to APFC. Shout out to Anthony Pettis. John Kuhneman is not only attempting to get to the UFC on Contender Series, but he's attempting to get there with diabetes. He's trying to look to become, I'm sorry for forgetting the type, but the first diabetic of his type to get a win in the UFC outright. John Kuhneman, all he does is finish people, and all he does is drown people. If you haven't seen John Kuhneman, you should.
If you've got John's number, text him the StreamYard link. We can bring him on for a couple minutes and chat more about his fight camp and this Dana White Contender Series opportunity. Would be great to see him again. APFC alumni, Anthony Pettis Fighting Championship, always rooting for them. So John, hopefully we can chat with you in a couple minutes. If
John,
not, make sure you check him out.
Check your DMs from APFC. I just sent something over to you.
I will say, there's been so many advertises on Paramount Plus, or advertisements, excuse me, and a lot of things that I kind of would rather have seen, the walkouts for the entire time, maybe some more of these desk segments. I get that you're not paying for the pay-per-view, but geez, I mean, it feels like all you're getting is some commercials.
Yeah, it's a lot, especially when you're transitioning from before, right? The whole pay-per-view was basically ad-free outside of a 20-30 second thing here and there. And now it's everywhere, bro. It is absolutely everywhere. Bane, send me the link. I'm gonna hit John with the link now.
Yep, got you. Copy. Johnny. All right, we've got Loney Kavanaugh walking out right now. I have texted Charles Johnson to see if he wants to come back in, to no reply, so we shall see. I will say, Ant-Man saying that Joe Rogan's given props to Energy, as he should. Again, we've spoken so positively about Charles this entire stream. The guy is such a hard out, and the fact that he's beaten Loney Kavanaugh really does say something. Pogman, guys who won, Connor broke his leg again. Really hope that doesn't happen. Really hope that does not occur. Dude, I just do my research and throw the favorites. So far, so good. Raul Perez, smart gambling, smart thinking.
Invite, yes.
I mean, that would really be probably what the most insane way for this card to end is if Connor blows his ankle apart again, right? Or has some
I don't even want to start talking about that. I don't want to bring that into nah, man. Like, that would be where you realize this sport really does just break your heart sometimes.
Right.
Regardless of how you feel about him, that's not how we want this to go.
No, not at all. Okay, Loney Kavanaugh is inside the cage. 4 wins by knockout. He is a kickboxing black belt, got his Contender Series contract way back in 2024 and just has been lightning since. The Cage Warriors highlight, Johnny, that I think you know exactly which one I'm going to reference. I'm forgetting the guy he was coming up against, but it was just that beautiful touch, step back, and then boom, turns the guy off. He's just so ridiculously talented.
I think we've got John Kuhneman coming in, by the way. But yeah, no, this fight altogether, bro, this is a fan's dream. Regardless of, usually if you watch a fight like this, you think the stage, right, is big. They're top-ranked guys. But if you watch two guys who fight like these two fight each other, you're in good shape. But here we are, John Kuhneman, Dana White's Contender Series this season, APFC middleweight champion, finish after finish after finish after finish. John, how's it going, my man?
It's good. I'm excited to watch Brandon Royval tear it up.
I love it. John, before we talk about your Contender Series opportunity, Gable Steveson makes the debut. What was your analysis on that heavyweight scrap?
I mean, he's training with John Jones, man. So, he's only got, 3-4 fights, right?
Yeah.
I think total. So people are going in and expecting him to look like John Jones already. It's like you got to take it takes time, you know, and I
Yeah.
think that he'll get time to develop. You know, they're not going to throw him in the top 15 right away. You know, he got hit a little bit, but he showed that he's durable. You know, you see some guys that come from wrestling backgrounds and they can't really take a big punch. And I feel like he had that fight in Mexico and he looked, you know, he ate that wheel kick, I think. I think he's durable enough. Obviously, he's got the athleticism and the wrestling to make a statement. And I think, you know, he looked good. People are out. I saw on like Twitter, people are talking like, oh, he didn't look that good or whatever. But I mean, he's 3 or 4-0, so give him time. He's got John
Yeah.
Jones with him, dude. Like, I from training personally with John Jones, there's literally no one else that is even close to the level of knowledge and skill that he has. So he's got the right people. He's got Brandon Gibson and Greg Jackson in his corner, man. He's got the right people. I think he's going to be a menace. Give him a year or two, and you'll start to see him look really, really good.
Hey, John, we got a comment for you. Brian Fullendorf in here says, nothing but respect fighting with diabetes. He's type 1 himself. I'll give him a $100 UFC bonus if he goes by the nickname of Brimley in his first fight. Obviously a joke.
I was thinking about doing the juice because you know when your blood sugar's low, you have to drink juice to bring your blood sugar up.
Yeah.
And but I was like, oh, it's kind of a rip off OJ Simpson, so I didn't do it. But I
I
thought
will
it kind
say,
of rolls off the tongue.
John the Juice would be a fan favorite nickname. I can see that one getting
I
latched
know
onto.
the juice.
But
I just like guns, man. So I was like, I don't know. I like AK-47s. I don't really care about a nickname. So I
We
was like, let's
already
just
put
do
out the
AK.
action figure photo. We're kind of locked into AK-47
Let's
now.
go. Let's go. If the fans want juice, then we'll do juice.
You got the
August,
fight in front of you, John?
Yeah. The tonight the card right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got it live right here.
John, August 11th, your Contender Series opportunity. Joseph Cropshot in front of you. What's
Yep.
the analysis of Joseph? What sort of challenges are you expecting inside the cage?
I think outside of his skills, he's shown he's really durable. Like, you know, his last fight on the LFA title, he got hurt, you know, he got dropped. He honestly kind of got whooped in that first round. And but he showed that he won't give up on himself. So you know, my style is really aggressive, and I can't just expect to get him out of there with like, you know, jump on an easy choke or knock him out with one punch. Like I'm honestly, my game plan is I would rather lose this fight and have it be the most memorable fight that the UFC brass has ever seen than go win a fight and hug him to death on the fence. You know what I mean? Or take him down
Yeah.
and hold him down. Like they never bring you back. You win like that on Contender Series. I know people personally who have won like that on the Contender Series, and you know they haven't heard much from the UFC after that. So
I mean,
I'd
look at
rather go out there and go out on my shield, and you know if people laugh because you lose in front of the whole world, you get knocked out, you get submitted, whatever. Like I'd rather it be the most memorable fight, like
you.
you know Joanna and Zhang Wei Li when they first fought. I'd rather it be
Yeah.
just to the death,
You
you know.
made you
And
made a post on your social media, and there's something that really caught my attention. With your shield or on it, you said August
Mhm.
11th, I will go out with my shield or on it, and I think that's
Yep.
exactly what the UFC is looking for. As this fight starts, let's get through this fight, and then let's dive back because there's a
Yeah,
lot to
it's my
talk about with
teammate. My
you as
teammate
well.
Brandon Royval is on here, so I hope I'm pulling for him, man. I heard this. I don't know much about Kavanaugh, but I've heard he's really really good. But Royval's a dog, man. He
I
literally
Comes
think
like
out
his
of next
nickname, man.
gen, fights with the same camp as Patty, Luke Riley, and them.
Okay. Yeah, Luke Riley looked pretty good too tonight.
you can
But
see Kavanaugh already trying to bounce back and load that right hand. John, Royval has fought the best of the best. Can you speak
Mhm.
on him in training, and what he's like during a fight camp, what his energy is like?
yeah, I've trained with him. I've actually rolled with him. I don't spar, smaller weight classes just because the size. But I'll play around and roll with some of the smaller guys. And bro, for the size difference, I was like, man, okay, like I can't just like play nice. I actually kind of have to like use a little bit of my size. So I'm like, man, okay, this dude's good. Like he's slick. He's hard to submit, and we haven't trained like super crazy hard or anything, but. If I was a 25er, I would be like, I'd really not like that fight because he's tough. He moves all the time too. Like just the way he's like never stands in front of you. Like you can just watch him. Like he'll switch his stance, he'll take an angle, and he's always just putting out feints and stuff in your face. So kind of was confused on how everyone was saying that he was going to get whooped on this fight because I think Royval's as good as it gets at 125.
3:30 left in the first frame here. No real significant touches on either side.
What time do you guys got on the fights?
I'm at 3:20.
2:15, but Paramount's been fucking us all night, so
yeah. I'm at 2:30.
Oh geez, let me try and refresh.
In that case, I'm gonna hold back my excitement or enthusiasm.
Yeah, I'll try. Brandon's my boy, so hopefully if something happens, I don't react too much. Spoil it for you.
All right. After refreshing, I'm now at 159.58. I think
you guys are ahead of me. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm at 205.
Did you guys catch Kavanaugh's performance against Brandon Moreno? Obviously, Moreno maybe at more of an advanced stage of his career, but Johnny Loney Kavanaugh looked exceptional in that fight.
I think that fight is what shows you that he literally is actually as good as they say he is. Because Moreno, a lot of people worry about the English fighters not being able to stop takedowns, not being able to grapple, etc. And I think fighting Brandon Moreno and fighting the way he did actually showed us a lot about what he does have. And not to shade Patty, not to shade anyone else, but I think Loney has shown me the best ability to, deal with that threat.
Oh, guillotine. Oh no. Okay, he's good. I think Moreno's been on a little bit of a skid though, hasn't he? I feel like he's lost quite a few fights.
Yeah, exactly. But Moreno at this stage of his career, I would say, is not in perfect form. So Kavanaugh may be coming right at the perfect time.
Good time, yeah, to get that vet win on his resume for sure. But Royval's good on the ground, dude. One cheat code that no one knows about in Colorado. So we train with at Corey Sandhagen's new gym, Tiger Beetle. That's where I do a lot of my training, and then Onyx over with Gaethje. But the cheat code, man, is Michael Liera Jr. I don't know if you've ever heard that name.
No, talk to me about him.
He's a jiu-jitsu coach. In the mid 2010s, he was like the biggest jiu-jitsu prospect in the game. Like he won worlds at every belt. I mean, he owns a jiu-jitsu gym out here in Colorado called Logos, and Royval frequently goes there and trains. And his jiu-jitsu is so good, and he's teaching such high-level techniques. And anyone who's been in the room at Logos knows, man, if you can survive rounds there and you can put work in there, then you got the jiu-jitsu you're far ahead of the average, the par, you know what I mean, in the UFC. So and Royval trains are a good amount. So I think his grappling is going to be pretty good in this fight. I mean, it looks like I've been kind of looking at the screen here, so I don't know if he's won this round or not, but it looks like he had the takedown and some damage. Looks like, I think 10-9, but he's got good jiu-jitsu, man.
The blood is coming from Kavanaugh too.
Yeah, it was a really good last minute from Royval. A lot of control, a lot of ground and pound. Tight first 3.5, 4 minutes, though. It didn't seem like either one was able to edge forward in the striking sense. Jeet says Connor's rocking a mohawk. I'm dead. Is he rocking a mohawk? I don't know.
I didn't see it, but I hope so, man.
I gotta say, Ben, too, one thing I've followed. I've followed the sport for a long time, and there's a lot of reporters out there that I think are not so good for the sport. I won't say any names, but man, I've always enjoyed your takes. I always feel like you've had good things to say, and man, I'm a fan of you for sure. So
we got Baby Anik. Baby Anik. I've called him this for 5 years, bro.
I know, man. We got to get you announcing some fights sometime.
I know. Well, I'm bummed that I'm so happy for you to get the Contender Series opportunity, but I only got to call one of your fights, John. I mean, it's a bummer.
Which one?
I believe I called the Matt Friesian one, the March 2025 one.
Okay, nice. Awesome. Did I meet you out there?
Possibly, maybe not. I think that could have been a show where I was flying in day of, and whenever I'm coming in day of, it's always I get to the hotel, sleep for 2 hours, and then I try and go right to the venue.
Those are on the days that your flights don't get canceled. I've never met another man in my life whose flights get canceled at a higher rate than Ben's do.
Man, what Pettis is doing with APFC is phenomenal. I think I think they're still new, but I think in a few years they'll be the clear premier Fight Pass show. I think with LFA kind of doing their own thing now, I think APFC is going to be. I mean, they had Gable on there. They've had a lot of prospects that, like, even recently, I forget who, but there was someone that I saw was fighting maybe in the UFC, and I looked up his Tapology, and I was like, oh, he fought on APFC.
Lucas Alexander, Nick Aguirre, a few more. Those are the early ones.
Yeah. maybe I don't know where I saw. Maybe it wasn't a UFC card, but there was someone that was pretty good, and I was like, okay, this dude fought on.
Lonier, nice right hand. Royval, that's not a knockdown.
Ooh!
Royval steps back, slips, goes to his back. Loney is chasing it heavy. Royval
wow.
is very active from his back. Looks like he's going to get out of this one. Beautiful recovery there. Beautiful recovery.
You guys are ahead of me. Oh no.
And
I just saw him get dropped. Come on,
Yeah.
Brandon.
That's a
Brandon
lot
won't
of
give up on himself though, man. He won't give up on himself.
No, and like Johnny mentioned, some really great head movement to avoid some of the ground and pound. But Loney Kavanaugh, perfect position here. But I will say, Royval off his back, such a creative and flexible fighter. 320 with which to work. You might think, oh, Kavanaugh, so much time on top, but like he could throw up a triangle really, really quick here.
Oh, for sure. No, I've seen him. I actually. So they train together now. I think they're boys, but I watched before Tatsuro Taira was making his run. They were training together, and I was watching Royval like look pretty good against him, and I knew that Tatsuro was a kind of a grappler. So I don't think there's many guys in this weight class that are going to outclass him on the ground.
Oh
personally.
my goodness. He is rocking a mohawk. I'll pull it up after this fight. 243 in round 2 is what I've got. Royval back on the feet. Eats another right from Kavanaugh.
Oh no. Oh no.
By the way, John, I got a text from Anthony himself. He said, shout out to John. So
Hey.
there you go.
What's up, Ant? He did. Hey, for everyone that was, I had some people ask me about the whole Kazakhstan situation. Without giving any detail, he made the right call, man. Like
He did.
you got to look out for
by
yourself.
a mile, bro.
Yeah, if your contract's not getting honored, especially with pay, like you got to look out for yourself. Too many fighters in this game just get kind of taken advantage of, and oh no, oh he's hurt. Come on,
you're
Brandon.
good. You're good, John. You're good.
He's hurt.
Well,
I'm 20 seconds ahead of you.
But
You're
yeah,
good.
that he did the right thing with not fighting in Kazakhstan. They that was ridiculous when they told me kind of the details of them failing to pay him on time and everything.
And we'll bring Anthony or Dame on.
When you've got a deal signed off on, agreed on, and you fail
Yeah.
to meet that obligation more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times, that's not on the fighter anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a vet, man. He knows how to take care of himself in this game, man.
90 to go in round 2. Elbow from Royval. Looks like both guys exchanging a lot of heavy blows here in the clip.
10-8 or what do you guys think for
No,
this?
not a 10-8 at all.
I think
I've been
if
like
this
watching,
round
but I'm looking
finishes-
down at the camera
Yeah.
too, so I'm missing some of the exchanges a little bit.
It's
I think he
if this
won the
round
first.
finishes, it's 1-1, right, Ben?
Okay.
I would say so. Yeah, I could see Royval getting the first frame, Kavanaugh probably getting the second. But, again, Royval ended the first round really strong. Looks like he's
getting the
trying to do that
second
again.
now.
Big takedown.
Who do they fight next? The winner of this one, if it's Royval, he gets a title shot, or is he
Pantoja. I think
Okay.
Van, or if Pantoja doesn't fight Van, I think Pantoja is next for the winner. of this
They'll
one.
run that back though, but is he? I don't know if he's recovered fully yet.
Maybe
Manel Kopp.
Tyra.
Manel
Tyra's
Kopp.
good too.
Yeah, but I don't know. Pantoja had a decent run at the champ and got hurt off an injury. Like I don't foresee them booking him a non-title fight. Like I don't know. And did Royval fought Kopp, right? That's who he just lost to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they won't do that again.
You could do.
I think Kopp will wait. Kopp said he
Loney
would
versus
wait.
Kopp would be fun.
I don't think Kopp will fight though. I think he'll wait unless Pantoja is going to be out for a minute. Still, I don't think Kopp will fight anyone else. He deserves a shot at the title. He looked pretty good his last fight.
Speaking of flyweights, we do have energy back inside. Charles Johnson, you're in the T-Mobile venue. How are you, sir?
That's it. It's a lit fight. Let's go.
What's up, Charles?
We've got John
Shannon.
Kuhneman, APFC champ here. Charles, you beat Loney Kavanaugh. Do you think Brandon Royval's doing all the necessary things to beat him too?
I don't know, but he better keep his chin down and stay active and stay at range. But Lonnie's slowing down a lot. This is exactly where I started catching him. So we're going to see. It's a good fight.
What does Royval need to do in round 3, Charles?
That right there. Volume. Step off. I think he's going to get him. Oh, shit. Never mind. I'm gonna watch the fight. I love y'all.
Love you, buddy.
Man, I was calling for Charles to get signed when I think him and Richie Miranda are the two guys that have the most LFA title defenses if I remember correctly. When he won like 2 or 3 belts for LFA, and I was like, bro, they got to sign this dude.
I remember it was years ago. Charles Johnson beat up a bud of mine, Carlos Motatizo. Oh, big strike from Royval at the beginning of the third.
Royval is putting it on him, bro. He's looking like he's dancing. He's finding his home. I was gonna say the third round is where you see, is Loney ready
He's
for
a
the
dog,
next
bro.
step, or is Royval the
elbows,
dog
bro.
of 125?
Oh, bro, fight of the night for sure.
I mean, this is just a barn burner on both sides. Kavanaugh looks like he's trying to go for a guillotine. Unsure how deep
He's
that
not going to
is.
submit Royval. There's no chance on. Yeah, I'm behind you guys, so my takes are 10 seconds delayed.
Yeah, it does look like Royval's defending that nicely, comfortable in the spot here.
He can't pass though.
Top control.
He can't pass because the cage. So if he does get that grip and get the angle, he might be able to. I think he's good, but he can't get on that other side.
Elbows coming down from Royval. Loney looks like he's trying to turtle up a bit. If Royval can hold this position, he just really sent back the next generation of this division. He set him back in this one.
Oh, let's go.
Let's working on
Good
an arm
elbows.
triangle.
Uh-oh.
Can he step to the half? Can he get that left leg over and work on this arm triangle?
That Logos Jiu-Jitsu, man, I'm telling you.
This could be very deep for Kavanaugh. A lot of time on the clock. Revolve full mount here.
Ben, with the way this fight's going, I need commentary, Ben the Bane. I need commentary from Ben the Bane Davis on this.
Not getting paid enough, baby.
He needs to get off to the side.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's not getting the hips.
I mean, I've finished it from the mount. Greg Jackson actually showed me the best way to finish it is the S. You know the S grip versus the gable grip. Yeah, the S grip is the way to do it.
Looks like Kavanaugh's surviving for now, but yeah, he's getting battered. 2:45 on the clock, and this is the time that Brandon Royval can really just exercise his will as he flows to the back nicely.
John, your timing couldn't have been better. Having you in here for a teammates fight is fantastic.
Let's go. And I got my next teammate, Corey, man. Oh, Corey, I'm so excited.
Nate Corey was my original MMA coach. He trained 10 minutes from me in Oregon. Rowan Gresham.
No, I was saying Corey Sandhagen.
Oh shit. I thought you said Nate Corey.
That's my teammate too. Corey, he fights, I think he's the next fight, or maybe there's
Rear
one more
naked's in. Does Royval get the finish here? It looks tight. Loney's doing a good job rotating. Pops right out of it. Man, but Royval's got him banged up. Look at that blood leaking out, Ben.
Yeah, this is a beatdown for Brandon Royval. Loney Kavanaugh.
So who does Royval fight next if he gets the win here?
It's tough because he's already fought everybody in 125, right? So it'll just be a litany of rematches. I think Royval and Gooch could be an interesting one.
Who? That's a great fucking fight.
Kyoji Horiguchi.
I don't even know who that is.
The dude who just lost to Manel Kopp.
Yeah. Okay.
Could we see Tyra? I don't. Oh,
he's getting that.
I'm behind Johnny too.
Get it.
I don't want to spoil it.
Get it.
And you take the reins.
It's likely going to be a sub.
He's going to finish him. That's it. There's no way.
It's cranking away. Kavanaugh taps. Kavanaugh done.
Oh, he choked him out. Oh, he's out. Oh, maybe not.
Wow.
He looked like he was out for a second, maybe. Let's go.
Loney Kavanaugh with a gutsy effort to try and survive that third round. But Royval, you talked about the jiu-jitsu, John Kuhneman. He gets
telling you, bro. Bro, Colorado's got some sick training right now because he's training his MMA with Corey at Tiger Beetle and then Logos Jiu-Jitsu, man. I'm telling you, that room is so good right now. Let's go, Brandon.
What a victory for Brandon
Let's
Royval.
Go.
Again, he's fought the who's who inside the flyweight division, and Johnny looks like he's either tapped himself for a high-level rematch or will likely have to bat away another up-and-comer to get another title shot.
I think there's 3 options. I think there's Tyra, I think there's Horiguchi, and I think there's Almabayev. Obviously, Almabayev I would put to the back of that line, but Tyra or Horiguchi versus Royval.
I don't know if
main
I don't
event
know if
anything.
Tyra. I don't know if they'll do Tyra though because they're training like hardcore together. So I mean maybe they would do it, but I don't know. They're kind of boys now. I feel like so maybe
All
they
right.
won't.
We've got Oscar Willis back in. Oscar, how are you, brother?
I'm good, mate. So I had a slew of people back here. We spoke to Gable, to Rob Whitaker, waiting on people.
Oscar, we've got John Kuhneman in the house. He's on Dana White's Contender Series, August 11th. He's a teammate of Brandon Royval, fit perfectly into this fight. What did you think, or did you even get to see the majority of this fight? Hell of a fight.
I didn't. Yeah, fuck. I actually needed black rifle coffee. I'm getting tired. I didn't get to watch it. Unfortunately, we had these interviews. I was talking to Robert Whitaker at the same time, but I looked over and it looked like a Fight of the Year candidate. Is that about right? Was it incredible?
It was certainly a good scrap. I'd say both guys had big moments. Royval just took over in the third, beat the shit out of him, and found the sub. We did get Charles Johnson for about 15 seconds. He popped in from section 318 and provided some insight and analysis.
Have you guys been? Corey Sandhagen is next. Have you been able to see?
All right, that's my dude, man. Let's go.
Have you been able to see the Eckhart Conor McGregor's Cup Sporting?
Yes, we did see the Mohawk. I'm going to pull it up right now. So here is the look that McGregor's rolling with.
Hey, I'll tell you guys what. Corey had a great camp, man. He's coming in super healthy, and I think he's going to put on a master class.
Yeah.
Let's go, dude.
Throwing it old school with the Mohawk, which, let's be honest, if you lose with that haircut, it's not great. So I think he's pretty making a statement about his intent there.
When's the last time you saw him rock the Mohawk, Oscar?
He last fought that in Cage Warriors against a guy called John Kuhneman. No, that's fucking another guy on train. Fucking hell. There's got some other guy called John. But yeah, he's war in Cage Warriors.
Oscar, how is the energy inside T-Mobile right now?
Well, mate, I've not been in there for a little bit of a while, so I'm going to have to go back in shortly after this. And then once I'm on Cage side, I'll get a feel for it. But I mean, on the broadcast, which I'm watching, I'm still in this tent, back. But yeah, man, I think it's starting to get there. I'm starting to hear more and more about the entrances. It sounds like Paddy Pimblett will have a special entrance tonight as well. So that should be interesting.
Okay.
I got Benoit.
You got Benoit?
Yeah, I think
I'm gonna tell you, I had a friend. He's a plays for the Denver Broncos, and he asked me for his parlay advice since fighters aren't allowed to bet. I'm 2 for 2 on this parlay. I got Benoit, Corey. I picked Whitaker, and then the McKinney fight to be under 1.5 rounds. So I'm 2 for 2. We need Corey and Benoit.
Halfway through.
I know, man.
Oscar, you mentioned you spoke with Gable and Whitaker in the post-fight scrums. What were their energies like? What was their maybe takeaways from their performances?
Well, once again, Gable Stevenson switches from very happy to insanely angry at the moment's notice. Every time Josh Hokett's name is brought up, for instance, he gets very, very frosty indeed. Other than that, he was in good spirits. There was a moment where he said Daniel Cormier. He was a big fan of Daniel Cormier, and John Jones was at the back of the room, started booing. I thought that was quite funny. But other than that, he just seems like a very intense guy, called for a return at Madison Square Garden, which would follow the Bo Nickel strategy of big cards, IFWs, your MSGs, Vegas in March. It sort of follows that trend. So it makes all the sense in the world. It's just about what sort of level they put up to it. Dan Hooker has also called out King Green, so I'm basically sitting here waiting to do that call out for him because he asked me to. Yeah.
Johnny and I were discussing future fights for King Green, and Dan Hooker was a name that I thought could make a lot of sense. Seems like a fun, striking affair.
We got Jake here.
Yep, we'll bring Jake up in just a moment. But yeah, I think that one makes a lot of sense for Dan Hooker.
All right, cool. I will leave you guys with Jake. Talk to you in a bit.
All righty. We'll talk to you a little bit, Oscar. John, I'm also going to bounce you as well. Thank you so much for stopping by. August
Thanks for having me. Appreciate you guys.
Your series, Kuhneman. We'll see you soon, sir.
Corey Sandhagen.
Corey Sandhagen and Benoit Saint-Denis, I think he said, were the remaining legs of the parlay that he is not betting upon. Jake Noker, how are you, sir?
What's up, boys? How we doing? Good card so far, eh?
Great card, man. Great card. A lot of finishes, a lot of fun fights. That King Green and Terrence McKinney one, man, 1 second left. Terrence had it in the bag and drops it. What was your reaction to that one?
Dude, it's just like anytime Terrence faces any sort of like cardio issues, anytime he gets tired, he melts fast, man. And it sucks because that was a 10-8 round for Terrence. And then, I don't know, final 10 seconds, Bobby lands one kick, 2 or 3 punches. That was it, man. So great fight. One of the best comebacks ever.
Well, while you are here, let's get to this. Will be the one that we have after the Royval and Kavanaugh fight. We'll pop this one, then we'll pop another one, and then get you out of here after the next one. Okay, so we pulled Chael Sonnen, and then we pulled Jeremiah Wells. A big disparity. Let's see who we get third. Okay.
Jalen Turner, PSA 9.
A little purple prism for Jalen Turner.
Garbage value, but a cool card.
That is the kind of the funny thing about the market, right? Is a lot of them are not that good from a financial sense, but every card looks fantastic. Those Panini prisms always have some solid style on them.
Have you guys ripped
that? Was coming off of his win over Brad Riddell, 45-second guillotine choke. That's a piece you might want to remember.
How much was that Chael card worth? Was that good?
I think that was like
$60,
$70.
All right, that's not bad. It's not bad.
Too crazy. Kavanaugh got his UFC fan brother. Kavanaugh got his ass rocked. Am I wrong? It didn't seem like a great Loney Kavanaugh performance outside of some singular moments, right? Good crack in the paws, but he just faded hard in the third. Couldn't fight out of positions. Jake, that was a beatdown from Royval.
Yeah, it was 1-1 going into the third, but just like you said, just because Loney had that one moment in the second round where he dropped him. I thought that was going to be a bit of a step up. I know everyone's like, well, he beat Moreno, but Moreno's little, father time's caught up to him a little bit more than Royval, so that didn't necessarily surprise me. I don't know. Loney's still a dog. He'll be back, but Royval, they got to give him that bonus, man.
I want to bring up our UFC 329 bingo card because, Jake, I think we've hit a bingo. So the one that was really drawing my attention, Gilly attempt, Rush Holloway, blood, and no glove touch. We've got all of those. We just need an eye poke. Did we get one in the last fight, Johnny? I can't remember if we saw an eye poke.
I know we got a stoppage of action, but I can't recall if it was an eye poke. I don't think it was, but I feel like that one's incoming. I feel we're due.
We got to get it. We
Has
got
to
to
be
get it.
one.
We're so close. Jake, what's been new with you, my friend? How's life been?
Good, man. Good. Honestly, just enjoying the summer. I haven't done a lot of event traveling. I've just been hanging with the fam, fishing, being a little country boy out here. Got UFC 330 coming up. Got PFL coming up in a couple weeks in New York. So we're going to get back on the horse. But
what are you fishing for right now, Jake?
Largemouth bass, some catfish, all freshwater stuff.
I'll send you my address.
Where you
figure
at?
that out. I'm on the other side of the world. I'm in Oregon. I'm as far as you as I can be in this country.
Good fishing in Oregon, though, bro. Someday we'll make it happen.
Amazing fishing out here, bro.
Yeah, we went today. McGregor's best fisherman in the UFC, so I had to go and honor McGregor, get a couple bass. But that's it, man. Light summer.
Talk to me about these Homa Fight cards, Jake. Obviously, so many fans are familiar with the Panini Prisms, but I think what you guys are doing is such an interesting variation of these digital collectibles because, again, you can get the physical card, which to me is the biggest knock on NFTs and those other types of shitty assets. There you go. I think is that Karam Katudaladze you got there?
No, that is Hamzat Chimaev. Oh. I got the Yuri Prohashka. No, but they're cool, man. I've seen people online be like, it's a scam, you're not gonna, but it's like, one, you're gambling. If you're gambling, you're kind of losing money, in my opinion, anyways. So
gambling is a scam. It doesn't stop me from doing it.
Exactly. You just got to know what you're in for. But I think it's cool because I was never into cards, anything like that. Homa Fight comes out with this, and I rip them. I've got some like this Yuri one I have. This is like a $330 card. Ripped it. You have 3 options when you buy a card. I'm sure you guys know by now, but you can sell it back right away. You get 90% market value in your account. You can keep it on your account. People can bid on it, which I have had no luck with. Or you can spend $8 and get it mailed in some crazy crisp graded package. So I love it, man. I haven't
The
ripped the
option
150
to
pack.
sell back is so cool though, because a lot of people hold back from doing this because they don't want to do the eBay reselling or any reselling. The option to sell back is why Homofight is thriving the way it is.
It's so convenient. Like, I don't know, you rip a dud card, you're not stuck with it for weeks till someone buys it. Like you said, you just press sell back, and then you can put that towards another card. I love it, man. It's easy to use, good for the casuals.
Oh, and also think like when you get the card sent to you physically, that card's just going to appreciate, right? So it's kind of winning on all platforms. That $330 might be $338, in a month or two, right? So it just ticks upward. Let's move the conversation back to UFC 329. So an interesting night of fights, like you mentioned, Jake, when you popped in here. What performances really stood out to you as this event's gone on?
I mean, you got to mention Gable Stevenson. With how much hype was on that debut. Went out there and did what he had to do. If he would have gotten a decision, it would have been just as bad as a loss. So for him to go out there, get the finish, that was big. Recency bias, Brandon Royval just put it absolutely on. King Green with the comeback. Main card's been great so far. And I think we've only had 2 decisions so far. There'll be a third one right now. We got Mario Bautista by decision. But good night of fights, man. Good night of fights.
Mario Bautista by decision. First time he came up against Corey Sandhagen, he was submitted in the first round. When you think about their respective journeys since that meeting, Corey coming off of a 49-45 setback to Merab Dvalishvili, Umar Nurmagomedov, I think, most recently beat Mario Bautista. But then, was that the most recent one, or was it the Vinicius Oliveira sub that he's coming off?
He's coming off the Vinicius Oliveira win, yes.
Okay. I've loved Mario Bautista's evolution, and I felt like that Jose Aldo fight trashed his reputation in the court of public opinion, but the dude's done nothing but earn it back. Exciting fighter, gets after it, and I think is in better form relative to Corey Sandhagen.
I look at it as like, and this is going to sound crazy because a lot of people think of the complete opposite, but I look at it as like a path to victory thing. I think at this point in the career, Corey Sandhagen can knock out Mario Bautista. I think that's his path to victory. I don't think it's a large percentage, but it's there. You look at Mario, I don't think Mario gets subbed by Sandhagen anymore. I think Mario has leveled up way more than Sandhagen has, jiu-jitsu-wise specifically. And then I also think Mario has a clear path to, people won't like it, but a boring decision victory. So
yeah,
I just think there's more ways for Mario to win this. And like I said, a lot of people think I'm crazy for saying that.
The fight that Corey had with Merab Dvalishvili, a title fight, an opportunity for gold, and it didn't feel like it was maybe the greatest night for Corey Sandhagen. Jake, is that sort of your assessment when you reflect on that fight?
Yeah, but more it's I don't even
it's
think about
Merab,
it.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can't think about it too much. Like, I don't know how much weight that has. Merab's like I think Merab, Umar, and I guess Piotr Jan are like in their own category of bantamweights that are just gonna probably beat everyone except each other.
I will say, on tonight's card, we do have the blender giveaway. Make sure you join the blender giveaway. You do not want to miss out on this Hamilton Beach blender that I bought from Target at 9 p.m. yesterday.
Quality, bro. Quality blender.
Let's see. UFC fan brother, I agree with you. Bautista is going to win by decision or knockout. It's interesting. It feels like the way in which Corey Sandhagen subbed Mario Bautista so easily, efficiently when they first met. Now the narrative and viewpoint has totally switched. And it kind of, I don't know. Like, I remember Sandhagen when he finished Frankie Edgar, when he got that spinning wheel kick over Marlon Moraes. Like, he seemed like such a killer back in the day. Hasn't really been that same guy when he's meeting the top dogs in the division.
How many guys do you see that with where Conor McGregor, like just all these guys, they start out dusting people. And then we hear everybody talk about this. You get into that top 5 and you can't fight like that. You have to be way more technical, careful.
It's literally the difference between top 5 and top 15. There's 15, there's a gap, there's top 5. Those guys at the top 5 can throw not whatever they want, but they can afford more creativity fighting some of these guys where you and your coach go into it knowing, hey, even if I'm uncomfortable, I can slip right out of that and get right back to my home.
And there's more like at stake too, right? You're fighting for a belt, you're fighting for a ranking. You don't want to risk as much as you do when you're just like fighting for fans. When you first get in UFC, you just need to get some wins. You just need to make some noise. Not the same sort of stakes when you get into the top 5, top 10.
We've got another look at the Mohawk. Here it is. He's getting his hands wrapped. Conor McGregor back in action for the first time since 2021. I gotta say, I don't know how I feel about the mohawk. I feel like it's too long on top, right? Like they should have done the more buzzed down look
Shave
for
it.
the mohawk. Yeah.
I don't like this whole fight week, man. I'm a huge Conor fan, right? And I'm talking inside of the cage. That guy made my middle school, high school life amazing. Just so many highlights, so many great memories watching his fights. And I just, dude, Max Holloway, energy's been weird all week. This mohawk, what is this, man? It's just, father time, Ben, father time.
Father time plus just being away from the game and not taking on top competition, right? No fault really of anyone's except maybe Conor with being drawn towards the areas he's been drawn towards. But it's impossible for me to favor a guy who hasn't beaten a legit guy since 2016 over a Holloway who's taken on the best of the best of the best of the best of the best in that same time frame. But gentlemen, we've got Mario Bautista, Corey Sandhagen on deck. Buffs reading the introductions. I know, Jake, you said Mario Bautista by decision?
Yeah, I have some bias there, to be honest, because Mario is absolutely my homie. I'm not a journalist tonight. I'm an editor, so I can say whatever the hell I want. Mario gives us interview time whenever we ask for it. Super cool dude in person. And he's like kind of convinced me low-key that he's got this one in the bag. But like I said, Corey's dangerous as hell. Absolutely not certain here.
Johnny, where's your brain leaning towards this one?
So I'm happy you asked, because I feel like Mario Bautista has become the villain of 135 for no reason. A guy's fighting smart, doing what he should do. I mean, like, why do we hate him? Why do we hate him? We just hate him because of what he did to Jose Aldo. But realistically, right, Corey Sandhagen's a little bit longer, a little bit tougher to keep on the fence. I think Corey has openings here. And I think if Corey, whoever dictates where this fight goes, because Mario wants it to be a bit of a more of a dirty fight. Yeah, he can strike. He can strike with the best of them. But if he can keep you on the fence a little bit, then separate, work his game, he's gonna win this fight. If Corey's able to keep distance and just touch until the opening is there, that's who wins the fight. To me, within 5 minutes, I'll feel like I know who wins this fight. If Mario Bautista has him on the fence and he's able to make it a little dirtier, I think Mario wins this fight.
Quick time check for you guys. I'm at 5:35. 4, 3, 2,
4:30.
1.
Yep.
5:35 doesn't exist, Ben.
4. Sorry, 4.
We're all synced.
You know, it's interesting because like Sandhagen's taking
Corey with the left hand.
Yeah, that was
Corey's putting pressure on.
Uppercut attempt. Bautista blocks effectively.
Nice head kick over the top.
Corey's looking good.
I was going to say the lethality from Corey Sandhagen, maybe we haven't seen it in some time, but it's very much still there. Bautista, level changes.
We'll see about
that knee feint. That knee feint from Corey. I feel like if he actually throws that flying knee there, Mario Bautista is seeing stars right now. But Bautista commits to the shot, has him on the fence. Let's see how this plays out.
There's a replay of that left hand on your screens. And it's especially difficult because that's when Mario Bautista's up on one leg, right? Not in balance and then gets cracked. A recipe for disaster. The betting line that we had on this one earlier in the week, Sandhagen minus 135, Bautista plus 115. So tight as a razor's edge, much like the Green and McKinney one. But at the moment, yeah, Mario Bautista, a bit of a step behind.
Corey's starting out winning these clinch exchanges too. Mario just got off the fence, as I said that, but that's big.
Yeah, if Corey can win the clinch exchanges, Mario Bautista's path to victory becomes much, much more slim.
Yep.
When the reality is, right, Bautista has been successful against, Vinicius Oliveira, who's not exactly tested at the highest of levels, Apache Mix, who clearly wasn't exactly of the highest levels. So maybe the resurgence from Bautista might have had, I don't want to say an embellished appearance towards it, but, good performances over mid-tier guys doesn't exactly mean you're going to come out and look even with a guy like Sandhagen.
And even regardless of how mid-tier they are, Sandhagen's recent opponents are undoubtedly better than Mario's.
Bautista did have a nice moment there. Won that exchange. Sandhagen instantly pushes him back, dips really heavy into that body uppercut. Man, that's the thing.
Corey is so patient, man. There's so few guys in MMA that let the game come to them, and I feel like that describes Corey to a T. He lets everything come to him. He doesn't chase.
We talked about best back pieces in mixed martial arts. Volkov, of course, near the top of that list. Jake, what do you think about Sandhagen's ink on the sides?
You just can't tell what it is. Like, what?
I got no clue what I'm looking at.
I mean, it's cool, but I don't know. What is it? Sean Brady's got the best back piece in UFC.
Oh, Brady is a great shout, man. Feels like Cody Garbrandt also had some good back piece. It's like a Rome, fucking like a picture of Rome with some gladiators, I think, on Garbrandt's back.
Best eye tattoo in the UFC, Cody Garbrandt.
Oh, get out of here. I'm at 123.
Yep.
Bautista still a step behind, but like it feels like Sandhagen is planting a little bit inside the pocket, and that's when Mario's cracking him. And I feel
that's what it was.
If you get touched enough on the chin, man, eventually it's gonna break.
We keep talking about best back pieces, and in my brain, I keep remembering someone fought before Volkov with an amazing back piece, and then Volkov. It was Sean Brady. Sean Brady and Volkov fought back to back, and both of their back pieces were something I wish I had the balls to get.
Oh, it hurts so bad. I'm good.
Oh, big left as Bautista's getting back up to his feet.
Hey, much closer fight this time around, regardless of what happens at the end.
It just feels a little unsure what Bautista's game plan seemingly is, where he feels his best path to victory is.
If Bautista doesn't have success in the clinch, he's going to struggle in more fights than he doesn't. Good takedown there, but I can't help but think it happened because there were 25 seconds left in the round.
Probably, yeah.
He's going for a stretch, baby. He's going for a stretch.
Oh, man. Could you imagine the scenes?
We did have Charles Johnson on earlier. I did want to ask him about that. I mean, that does not look comfortable.
What? Oh, he switched it to a knee bar.
He just pops out.
Ooh, 3
Short
seconds.
time.
Yeah, I mean, that is some creativity from Mario Bautista. And to your point, Jake,
did you see Corey step?
No.
Oh,
No,
Corey
I
got
didn't.
up, and I could be overlooking that, but his knee buckled so hard when he just stood up.
Damn it. I wish we could replay it.
We've got Mario Bautista Homer, Jake in the house tonight. I can't even hate him for it. I'm honestly happy to find one other person in MMA that doesn't think Mario Bautista is the villain of the whole division. So
I mean, here's the thing, Johnny. I feel like that reputation was so widely held after the Jose Aldo fight, but like
that's it. That's it.
Okay, but here's the thing. That was a while ago, and Bautista's had many bouts since then that are, fun, entertaining. I feel he's rebuilt himself. I don't really see that much negativity about Mario Bautista anymore.
There's still memes.
Yeah.
Don't check Twitter. Don't search his name on Twitter, and then you're good.
Dude, anytime I see, like, these guys need to get knocked out, Mario's always in there. And I'm like, dude, come on. What did he do, man?
Yeah, let him be. Let him be.
He likes
it's not like Jose Aldo was a world beater at the time. Like I'd understand if that's how he lost his title originally. I would be pissed off too.
Oh, his knee's done.
Yeah, Sandhagen took a very weird step. That looks incredibly cooked.
Is Corey turning into a boxer right now? He's sitting there in the pocket. He's bouncing 1-2, 1-2. He's throwing some clean lead hooks, but he's not. It looks like he is more willing to just throw hands as opposed to use his legs in this one.
I don't think his movement's going to be there. Yeah, like Jake mentioned, I think that leg's done. Now, the problem is if Sandhagen does sit down on some of these shots, he's shown already he can hurt Mario Bautista.
Dude, he did like a knee bar from a back take. I've never seen that before.
Little glancing right from Sandhagen.
Wow,
Not going to lie, because of Sandhagen's movement, if I was Bautista, I'd probably abandon the leg kicks here. He hasn't found much of a home for him.
I'd go grappling. That's when the knee is going to be most unstable.
Oh, yeah. You shoot for that leg.
Get him in some sort of a scramble. I mean, shit, try and find your way back to that position. Put him in another knee bar.
I got a torn MCL right now, and I'm not grappling, but I'm striking.
I just had ACL surgery, and I'm not doing jack shit but laying in bed.
Thankfully, my legs are fine. 3:45 left in round 2.
Ben, I think you're the youngest of the three.
Unsteady steps on Sandhagen's front.
Ben's a couple years younger than me, I think, but not much younger.
Just a couple. You can see Bautista's corner. I mean, now he's putting on pressure, right? This feels like there's opportunity, but I'm not seeing Mario Bautista necessarily taking it as much as you could if you've got an injured foe in front of you.
Could the Bautista side have missed the leg issues because they're clearly there?
There's no way. I mean,
Yeah.
even just him walking around the octagon, he's taking a few weird steps here. Rogan just said it, though. He is hiding it. He's doing a good job of hiding it because that thing is, the way it was buckling, something's wrong there.
Bautista tries to clinch, even exchange. Think he got the better of that sequence. But yeah, this is the time to really start pushing, and I'm not seeing Mario Bautista doing that.
We've got a random comment on the Mac Life channel saying Garbrandt's tattooed sideburns are bizarre. Never noticed that.
That is bizarre.
Does he have tattooed sideburns? I'm not sure.
I'm going to have to search that after this fight.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a thing.
I mean, again, it would go hand in hand, I suppose, with the eye tattoo he's got, but that'd be a step too far even for Cody Garbrandt.
The eye tattoo is just a missed sideburn. They put it in the wrong spot.
He turned during it. He turned and it clipped him.
Shit.
If he retired the way he did tonight, by the way, when he took the gloves off, I'm a little bit frustrated with the UFC for not giving him the chance to just say goodbye, man.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, give him 2 minutes at least just to say, hey, thanks for the career.
Mario's cut.
Yep, laceration on the right eye.
Good placement on it, though. That's not stopping a fight.
No.
It's just impressive to me, even with seemingly a damaged leg, Sandhagen's still keeping up tit for tat with Mario Bautista.
Mario's got the grappling exchange here, though, and he's on that hurt leg.
I almost wonder if it's smarter to shoot on the healthy leg, make him balance on the one that's fucked up.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say, I think the low kicks, right? I know, Johnny, you said you're not necessarily a fan of them, but just keep hammering downstairs.
Now, yeah. After the buckle, fuck yeah. Spam them. It's like me in UFC 6. He can't even step normal. You see that weird tense step back where he almost just...
Oh, we got an eye poke.
The bingo!
Bingo!
Well,
they didn't stop the fight, though. Does that still count?
I was going to say, do we count it if it doesn't stop the fight?
we haven't gotten one all night, damn it. Which is, God bless the
premature
MMA
bingo.
fans for not getting one. But
ask the chat.
Yeah, chat. Do we count that one? I'm not sure.
Let me pop into the Mac Life chat. I got you guys.
More grappling from Bautista. Sandhagen reverses. You can see some significant strike numbers. 30-30 in round one. Sandhagen a little bit behind here in the second. But again, I mean, if he is truly damaged and that knee's gone, this is a incredible effort from Sandhagen.
Here's another big question. Who do you give round 1 to at the end of that?
Ooh.
30-30 on
It's hard
strikes.
for me not to give it to Corey. I feel like he had the pressure. He landed more. He was leading the dance a bit more in the first.
See, I like that. Some oblique kicks, right? Get nasty with it from Bautista. That elicits a response from Sandhagen.
MMA Twitter has it 2-0 Corey. I
think that's accurate.
I may agree, yeah.
It could be 1-1.
Yeah, I think I lean more towards 2-0 Corey, which is interesting because, again, you know, you think about this opportunity for Mario Bautista. You damage him, and then you don't push more with it. I don't know. I feel like the takedowns are a key here in the third, but, you know, 5 minutes to try and get one over on Corey Sandhagen. Easier said than done, Jake.
Well, and you said, too, does Mario know if Corey's hurt? Now he's got the corner advice, so he's certainly going to know he's hurt going into the third. So maybe he ups the pace, changes the game plan, because you're right. He's got to start chasing it more.
I would be shocked if he doesn't recognize that Sandhagen's a bit busted up. With how dramatic the walk was after the first round back to his corner. Here's looking Max Holloway getting the hands taped for his welterweight debut. Former featherweight champion. The
featherweight goat, maybe.
Featherweight goat. Arguably, I don't know. That's a good question, right? Volk or Ilya or Holloway? Connor will say Connor.
Kind of hard to not argue Volk after what he did to Holloway, but
I think that division is the toughest GOAT decision out of any division in MMA. Bantamweight might be there. You could say TJ, you could say Cruz, you could say Merab, but I think featherweight is the most contentious divisional GOAT spot.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, bantamweight and featherweight, I think, for sure. I think Merab's 1 or 2 wins away from taking it.
If he'd beaten Piotr this...
Oh! Mario Bautista piles it on, drops Corey Sandhagen. Here comes the ground and pound. Corey is very aware in the way he's scrambling, tries to grab a leg.
Oh, he's wrenching that leg from Bautista.
Oh, he got a knee bar? Nope.
This could just be survival tactics from Sandhagen. He looked done. His eyes were wide and glassy after that shot from Bautista.
Wow.
And people say Bautista doesn't have the KO power. I think putting Sandhagen down the way he just did says a lot.
Again, I sort of highlighted it at the beginning of this fight. Sandhagen's just being a little complacent right inside the pocket, keeping the chin on the center line and letting Mario tag him. Eventually, that's going to cost you. Here's a look at it. If you're at 341.
Beautiful follow-up as Sandhagen stands up. Bautista's tagging him. Bautista's taking a clear lead here in round 3.
The scoring of this first round is going to be very important.
Oh, yeah. Spinning strike for Sandhagen, not there. Bautista dips under. And now, again, this is putting so much strain on that knee of
straight
Sandhagen.
down. If that knee was okay, I don't think we see the takedown the exact same way there.
He's going to look arm triangle. No, it takes the back.
Now, this is near the position in which he damaged the leg. We'll see what Bautista chooses to go for as he gets one hook in.
I do feel like regardless of how this turns out, Bautista could have put a little more pressure on those legs. I said the opposite in the first, but once he buckles, I feel like that's the obvious target area.
Yeah, he gave Corey Sandhagen the second round. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm curious about where Sandhagen's recoverability is right now, midway through the third. He's only landed 3 strikes to another left hook connects on Sandhagen. I mean, these are not light shots from Bautista.
No, his eye is showing it too. He's got some damage.
But the question is, again, I mean, round 2 felt like he should have sworn. Right here, he should just extend the combo.
Corey's fighting like he believes it's 2-0. Am I wrong in saying that?
I agree.
2:10 left. Bautista brings him back to the mat.
Mario's fighting like he knows it's 1-1, though, and that's dangerous, too.
The guy who believes it's 1-1 versus the guy who believes it's 2-0 is going to win the round, I would say 7 out of 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
Bautista rips Corey's left arm, brings it behind. Ooh, this is a little nasty spot from Bautista.
I'll take it. Some dirty
That's a
jiu-jitsu.
violent move, man. That's a violent move, wrenching the arm like that.
Oh, man, he's really ragged on Sandhagen here.
Yeah,
Largarius said Sandhagen is a dog, but surely can't win here. I mean, there's a world where he's up 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
IAGI says Sandhagen has struggled with Bautista's height.
Bautista again brings Sandhagen down. I mean, it's impressive, the wrestling ability, but yeah, I need more strikes. I need a little bit more damage maybe from Bautista.
More work. Outright, just more work.
But again, you know, with the knockdown, with the success, clearly this third round is Bautista's.
Good elbow.
Under 60 seconds to go in this one. This has been a razor-thin bout, honestly. The scorecards could be all over the place.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable if I was either fighter.
Parlay bettors, strap in your seatbelts.
Yeah.
Just bummed. I mean, we almost had that eye poke. Herb Dean just needed to get in and separate.
I'd count it. We had the poke. We didn't have the stoppage.
I don't know if I can count that, though. All right, final 20 seconds. Sandhagen's up. Bautista, fighting hands. What a third round that turned into. Props to Corey Sandhagen for surviving that. I feel like a lot of guys probably would have been done.
Oh, nice right hand from Corey.
Yeah, overextends. Bautista dips under. Tries to go for a last.
I'm not going to lie. 5-round Apex main event would have been more satisfying for me to this fight. I feel like this fight had a lot of moving parts, and if we saw 2 more rounds, I think we get a much better conclusion to what we just saw.
Largarius, I give it to Mario unanimous. I don't know about that, man. I can definitely see 2-1 Corey. Yeah, that's at least where my head's at with it.
Is this where a split decision gets knocked off the bingo card?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll get the split decision. All right. Well, while we're waiting for the official result, let's head back over to our repacks and kick off one more break while we've got Jake on with us. Okay, so we have got the elite packs. So let's crack these bad boys open. One of two.
Give me a Mario Bautista.
I know. Yeah, we need a Bautista or a Sanhagen card, right? That's the break. These are the big ones, right? These are the big ones. So we should be able to snag something solid. Let's see. A Jamal
Hill PSA 10.
That's a cool
2023. Could that be right in his title run?
I'm not sure if a Jamal Hill card was exactly
90. Yo, we're not talking about the athletes. We're talking about $90 pull. That's $90. Immediate sell back. You just made money.
Good pull.
Solid pull, Jamal Hill.
And he's going up to heavyweight, so that's a light heavyweight Jamal Hill. That's gonna be worth some money, boys.
It's gonna appreciate, yeah.
2023.
You're gonna want to hang on to that.
Yo, wait up. We just got UFC champ Jamal Hill. His only fight in 2023 was the win over Glover Teixeira. We just got the best possible Jamal Hill you can get in a PSA 10. There's no better than that for him.
We probably could have gotten an auto, right? I feel like that'd be if we're talking about like best.
Damn it, Ben,
year,
you're stealing the shine there.
Decision time.
All right, back
To
inside.
be fair, better than Jeremiah Wells.
Yes, a lot better than Jeremiah Wells. All right, I am buffering
Mario Bautista.
Mario decision, baby.
Was that you?
Mario Bautista.
UD.
Struggles in the first round, ends up putting it back together, hurts Corey Sandhagen. You can tell the knee is buckled. The game plan adjusts to define that. And then we get Mario Bautista getting a unanimous decision. That means all three judges saw it the right way. That wasn't just me, Jake, and Ben seeing it that way. 3 judges all give it to Mario Bautista. What's next for him, Jake?
What's next for Mario? I guess he's top 5. I'm just trying to think. Song Yadong is really the only top 5 guy not booked. That might be the fight to make. Song Yadong versus Mario Bautista. Let's do it. Bang.
That's a heavy contrast in styles, too. That would be a fun fight. Let me go to the media rankings because the AI rankings are all over the damn place right now.
Yeah, they're a little wild still.
So we get Mario beating Corey Sandhagen. We got Song Yadong. We don't want to see Ayman Zahabi. If we get Mario Bautista versus Ayman Zahabi, then...
It's a rough one.
Yeah. Umar, no, we got that. O'Malley is maybe. I mean, what does O'Malley do? What
they
does O'Malley
used to train
do right
together, so they have that conflict at MMA lab in Phoenix. I don't know if they'd fight each other willingly.
Yeah, maybe. I guess it depends, right? What the paycheck is attached to it. For Bautista, a fight with O'Malley definitely would be something that could get him up the rankings a lot more.
Wow. Mario Bautista did it.
That is crazy, though. Corey Sandhagen outside the top 5 now for the first time in, 5 years? I mean, that guy's always been a top 5 ranked bantamweight, no longer.
Yeah, I said Song for Mario, but I don't know. That sets Corey back quite a bit. I don't really know what's next for him.
Yeah, he dropped the title fight to Merab in October, I think, of last year, loses this one, so...
Does it not at the same time open possibilities to Corey? Because it feels like he's been trying to snipe a title opportunity for a little while. And now because of that loss, maybe he fights down. Maybe he gives the next few guys a chance, you know? I don't know how Figueiredo is still top 10 in bantamweight, by the way. If he's still top 10, then I don't really know what you do next with Corey, because there's a steep contrast.
So Corey's 1-3 in his last 4. His only victory being that knee injury over Davis and Figueiredo. Before that, a decision of Rob Font in 2023, a split decision over Marlon Vera, and then a 4th round TKO over Song Yadong in 2022 at the Apex. So in terms of like the high level victories, to your point, guys, don't think he possesses them. So it might be time to just chuck Sandhagen down the ranks and see if he can hang. You know, I don't know. Maybe
call me crazy, bro. Call me crazy. Raul Rosas needs to step up, and that could make a lot of sense.
I'm about it.
Yeah,
it'd be fun clash of styles. The only sad thing here is we definitely are not getting Corey and Sean O'Malley anytime soon now.
No, not at all. And
Could have been at the White House.
Should have been.
Could have, yeah. Could have been. Unfortunately, not. What does Homa Fight have coming up, Jake? Any big things on the Homa Fight front that fans should be aware of?
So I know I'm on Mac Life, so everybody, you tune into Mac Life first. But if you're having technical difficulties over there, you come on, you come on over. No, but we got our guy Dan Tom actually in the room with Oscar out in Vegas covering the card. I'm editing YouTube stuff all night for them. What else we got? We got PFL New York coming up. I'll be in Philly for UFC 330, but I don't know. You know us. We wear a bunch of hats. We cover the fights. Our guys gamble. We have merch. We got cards. I don't know, podcasts, the whole nine. So just having fun, growing the team. Yeah, and I appreciate you having me on, Ben, and thanks for ripping our cards.
Of course, man. No, honor's all mine, man. And when is the Show Me the Money podcast? We got new episodes coming of that, or what's the status?
You're asking the wrong guy. Because
Fair.
I don't know. I am in the group chat, so I know a little bit. But
the Twitter is alive and well. I'll give that to you.
They kill their Twitter. They kill it on there. But I know Hey Jive and Maddie just did a podcast in Vegas this past week, and everybody was mad in the YouTube comments like, where's Gilbert? Where's Moicano? So I can say this. There's no beef. People are like, is there beef? They hate each other?
Yeah.
I just think Gilbert and Moicano are kind of doing their own thing right now and just taking some time away from everything. That's all it is.
Different priorities and likely scheduling too has played into it. I know Gilbert and Hanato, busy guys, and so alongside with Maddie's schedule, aligning it all on a consistent basis, it's always a bitch. You know, it's always a bitch.
I do know they plan to come back. It's not over. It's not over, people. Show me the money will return.
We've got the chat kicking in. Got a feel for Corey. He's so good, but it's a stacked division. I agree, man. And plus, if there was an injury, you do got to feel for him a bit. We've got. I've never seen what others see in Sanhagen. I do not see what you don't see in Sanhagen.
Come on.
Are you going to show the fight or just react? I think if we got the Mac Life taken down for showing the fight, we would be having some people visit our houses tomorrow. And Patty gonna submit Benoit. You know what? That's his path to victory. I don't see him getting a knockout or a decision there.
Lorgarius called Mario Bautista unanimous decision. Now Lorgarius calls Patty submission. We'll see if he stays correct. But yeah, I also agree. I don't know what he doesn't see in Sanhagen. I will say this. I think those older highlights and some of these older performances of Sanhagen have done a lot of heavy lifting for, people's perspectives of him. I can't in recent memory, again, it's hard to think of great Corey performances. Given the knee injury over Davison, the Umar fight was a really tough one where he just kept getting taken down. The Merab one felt like it was kind of a clean sweep from Merab. And then tonight, in the last couple of years, I can get not understanding, Sanhagen.
The smoke in the cage keeps getting like more and more intense to where now we can't see the cage through the smoke. Like when Connor comes out, is he going to have a full-on Undertaker fucking robe and hat?
Maybe. I know Adesanya did that Undertaker walkout once and then put on a 5-round kind of boring fight.
I think Connor would do it better. I think Connor would do it a little bit better.
Jake, what are your predictions for this co-main and main?
I think Patty's got BSD's number. I'm very, very confident Patty gets a win. I don't know how necessarily. I just think he's going to be a little sharper and I think his chin is there a little more. Main event, and I hope I'm so wrong because, like I said, big Connor fan, but I just don't see how he's going to do it tonight. I think Max is going to take it almost any way he wants as long as he doesn't get knocked out in the first round. The past 5 years, Max is 6-3 with like 5 former UFC champions. Connor's he's 1-0. He beat up Jake Gyllenhaal. But
Jake, question for you on that fight, though. The way I've kind of thought about it, right? Everybody has that moment where they reach the peak and then they come on the fall down. Let's say, I'm not saying, but for argument's sake, if Max has entered the downswing of his career, could we see Connor pull something out, something special?
I think we could see Connor do it even if he's not on the down. It's still Connor, but the logical, person in me is just like, it's MMA math. I can't see how he does it. But yeah, if that, Ilya fight and just wear and tear has actually done something bad to Max, maybe his chin's going. Maybe Connor's the guy to actually spark it again.
Folks, make sure you go get yourself some Black Rifle coffee. Thank you to them for helping bring this stream together. So many good flavors, so much good coffee, keeping us energized all night long. Yeah, I think with let's turn the attention to the co-main event. Benoit Saint Denis, this is something I said earlier, Jake. The takedowns that he shoots leave himself so open to guillotines and front headlock positions. And while Dan Hooker tried to make the most of it, and Poirier had some success, I think the guy that is so used to punishing people for that weakness is a guy in Paddy. This doesn't feel like a good matchup for BSD.
Paddy loves triangle chokes and guillotines. He likes bottom submissions. But like I said earlier, above all else, I just think Paddy's chin is a little bit better than BSD's. And I can see that playing a big factor in this fight. I feel like it's going to be a firefight.
The big thing is, if you watch the Renato Moicano versus BSD fight, right? If Benoit is the same version that fought Moicano when he's fighting, he's getting tapped out. His arm's gone.
Yeah.
So, and that's the most recent version of BSD we've seen. So,
well, don't forget the 8 seconds of Beneil Dariush. I mean, that was
the 8 seconds of Beneil Dariush. I feel bad for Salt and Pepper.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like so many people have forgotten that Renato Moicano performance, where it was just ground and pound excellence in the grappling from Renato. And again, another superb grappler is Paddy. So it really is, at least the line for this one's interesting, right? Because if you look at the betting, it's Benoit Saint Denis minus 157, Pimblett plus 137 per. A couple days ago, these might have shifted.
Nah, smash. If Paddy's still plus 135, bro, smash that.
Yeah.
But don't yell at me if it doesn't hit.
Oh, you hear the? Do you boys hear the chants?
Oh, Paddy,
I'm gonna mute myself so I can maximize my TV. I'm gonna pull myself off real quick.
He's got aura. Yeah, that's a good fight.
Excuse me, watching without the audio, that whole T-Mobile Arena is loud and proud for Paddy Pimblett, which again, Jake, we talk about an era where looking for stars inside the UFC's roster is a little bit difficult, right? And I think Paddy is one of those guys that really, deserves some sort of a UFC London big spotlight or a UK-based card for him, because he's clearly connected to the fan base.
Dude, his first walkout at O2, I don't know how many years ago it was. It was like March 2022 or something when UFC debut. Oh my God, that was one of the best walkouts ever. They went crazy. Or maybe it was a second fight in the UFC in the UK. One of the two was crazy.
And again, I think that for both Paddy and Benoit Saint Denis, this is kind of neutral territory. It's not like neither has some sort of a claim over Las Vegas. So the fact that it's just a completely pro Paddy crowd, again, it just speaks to, I think, his the star power. And putting Conor and Paddy on the same card. I think there was a time, Jake, where some people speculated that maybe a fight between Paddy and Conor could be down the line. This might be some strategic placement if that is something they try to do.
Dude, stop, because it'll end up being Paddy beating Conor, and then stop. We need Conor to fight I don't know, Donald Cerrone's got to come out of retirement or something.
I mean, genuinely, if I was the UFC and I wanted Conor to win, you do Chandler tonight and then maybe Beneil Dariush next April or whatever it is. If you wanted him to win, there are some beatable names out there. But again, it's not exactly seeming like they want Conor to get the hand raised. At least that's my takeaway from this matchup.
Jake Paul MMA debut versus Conor McGregor. Book it. I'm there all day. Has to be MMA though.
It's funny, I get Dana's resistance to doing shit like that, but he's put CM Punk inside the UFC before. He did, a couple wacky inclusions on cards. So why not? I mean, it would be the most watched fight in quite some time, right?
God, yeah. Even Alex Pereira came over with not much MMA. Gable Stevenson was 3-0 tonight. He makes exceptions.
And again, he was supposed to debut at the PFL at some point, right? I mean, I recall the photo shoot where he's got the PFL gloves on, and
Don Davis really fumbled that bag.
God, yeah. Thanks, Don. Look at that, John Jones.
If we're touching on PFL though, the new spearhead, the new guy, he's fucking great. In comparison, he's fucking great, man.
Big John Martin advocate over here.
I like John Martin. I think that he has a better brain for this than Don Davis. I'm just going to add this. He says the exact same thing every interview. I want John to mix it up. please diversify just a little bit. Add some spice, John. I can't do another one. And Don, he'll still rush and do the whole LinkedIn posting and the corporatized jargon, but it just always felt he was detached from the fan base and wasn't really a fan. John, I think, needs to lean into how much he loves fighting. And, Jake, you've spent, I think, more time interviewing him than I have, but it seems like the guy really is into the game and the industry. So that's a big
Ever since they've swung, you can see the clear identity shift. They're getting guys that can be their guys who are pushing forward. Even their new signings. Yeah, there's a few UFC duds. I'm not going to lie, but you got to get those guys, especially if they're at the right price. But I think right now, John Martin's doing a lot better than Don Davis did. And I hope PFL succeeds. Nobody wants an MMA with less opportunities. I hope Ryzen blows up. I hope PFL blows up. I hope APFC becomes a global brand.
GFL.
We can stop there.
Yeah.
Yo, boys, that might be a good segue because I unfortunately have to go run Premiere and edit some BS.
Of course.
But Ben, Johnny, really appreciate you guys having me on. Mac Life rocks. Oscar, you rock for holding it down in Vegas. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, Jake. Thank you, my friend.
Have a good night, y'all.
Hey, make sure you guys go check out Homa Fight. Homa Fight, sponsor of the show, giving us some dope packs to open. We got Chael Sonnen. That's a sweet spot for me. We're in Oregon, man. I love Chael. Like, my brother saw him at a taco restaurant recently, and when he said, "Are you Chael?" all Chael did was fucking flex and say, "No, I'm the biggest guns in West Lynn, Oregon." So,
hey, drop your predictions for this co-main. Who do you have? Patty Pimblett, Benoit Saint Denis. Let us know. Interesting that Patty's walking first, obviously lower down in the rankings, so that sort of checks out. Tucker Carlson, Vince Vaughn, Theo Vaughn, and Mike Tyson in the building for UFC 329. Our guy Mike has Patty as well. So I think we're all on the Patty train. So we'll have to see.
BSD is getting the smoke. I'm very interested in how this walkout goes. I see booze incoming.
Is he getting the smoke? How am I so far behind you? I've been behind you all night long.
I haven't changed the stream, bro, and then magically you were ahead of me. So fucking Paramount, get your shit together.
This is an interesting time, though, because I believe, in September, they're going back to Paris. So a huge victory for Benoit Saint Denis could set himself up for a nice homecoming standout breakthrough performance. Let's just play.
Funny enough, bro, Dame was at all of the pressers this week because Dame is now based out of Vegas, right?
Yep.
He said the crowd it was a live crowd, but for Patty and Connor, it was like a WrestleMania crowd.
It's different energy,
I don't know
man.
if you know what that clicks into, but
WrestleMania. I mean, I mean,
the biggest pop you could possibly get, basically. For everyone, it's good, and then Patty and Connor come, and it's like you just saw. I can't think of anyone big enough to get cheered by the whole world, but you get where I'm going with that.
It's a different level. Like what Patty and Connor have in terms of star power supersedes pretty much everyone else on the roster. I mean, you saw Alex Pereira, who was the golden boy for some time, but I don't think he got to the same levels of Conor McGregor. I mean, I could run the Google Trends and see peak popularity and compare the two, right? But it felt even as big as he got, still not as big as Conor.
Were you a part of the initial rush when Patty got to the UFC, like before the Vendramini fight? And I'm going to go ahead and if anyone's saying anything wrong, blame it on me. Before his fucking management team got him to not be so fan-friendly and communicate with the fans, allegedly, were you a part of that rush where Patty was basically talking to everyone in the game, anyone in his comments, etc.?
I want to say that him and I have gone back and forth on Twitter a handful of times in the last couple of years. And certainly, when he was in the pre-debut stage. But that was kind of a good and a bad time, right? Because he was seemingly so accessible. But then, Patty said a lot of interesting stuff back in the day when he was more easily talked to.
Cancel culture loves the guy.
Yeah. Oh, Tadpole 10. Shout out my boy Jendo.
Tadpole, that's Ben Dowie, bro. You're an ESFL commentator. He was I forget what group he was in, but he was in ESFL. Tadpole is the man. That's Ben Dowie. He is good skin, as they would say out there, bro. That's one of the best guys you can run into.
Love it. What time is Connor against Max after this one. So probably within an hour, unsure how they're going to stretch the walkouts out for the main event. I assume it'll be kind of extended, but yeah, we're getting close to it. Only one more fight to go. Let's see. I'm blown away by how much Patty is loved by the American fans. Lorgarius. It's interesting, right? I think that American fans just love characters. They love personality, and the Scouser accent, the, antics that Patty has speak to the fan base. All right, I'm going to rip the tail of the tape once again, Johnny, whenever it pops up.
Repeat that. I lost you there on the last 5 seconds.
Oh, you're good, brother. Well, I plugged in some of these sounds like this one. And then the tail of the tape one, and I haven't used them at all.
So we've got to start to because we've got time. The difference is, hey, this is stream 1 going forward. Stream 2, stream 3, stream 15, right? We're going places. I don't know where those places are, but they're places.
We've got, looks like 1,500 people watching along on all platforms. So shout out to those having the second screen experience. Here it is. Tail of the tape for a co-main event. Benoit St. Denis, 30. Paddy Pimblett, 1 year his elder. An inch in height goes to the Frenchman. Each come in at the UFC lightweight limit and are both even at 73 inches in reach apiece. For the intros, here's Chris. Boom.
That's concurrent live, by the way. I do want to say one thing. I appreciate that the fact all night our concurrent live viewers have gone up, up, up. So I'm excited to see where the numbers end up in the end. Shout out to the Mac Life, shout out to Foes to Bros, and shout out to the great fans on Ben the Bane Davis's Twitter, which is one of the most must-follow pages on Twitter. I stopped posting like 3 years ago, and I promise you, you still have notifications on for me. So there's that.
Oh, I appreciate that, Jendo. I try and keep it spicy on the old X platform. I will likely switch back to my DSLR. I've been on the GoPro because I can't trust the battery on my Sony.
You do you. The lighting has gotten better for me. My cord that goes into my usual camera decided not to work today. And then we went live, and I didn't have time to drive to Best Buy. So I've been using my laptop camera all night. I appreciate nobody for mentioning that.
Yeah, we talked a lot about putting this live stream together this week, me, Johnny, Oscar, and the team. And troubleshooting and testing it was something that we needed to do, and then we never did. So,
that may or may not have been because I was doing everything outside of fucking backflips and front flips to make life normal this week. So
the good news is, like we always do, we get it going to some capacity. All right, let's see.
And a major shout out to Oscar, by the way. He's at the venue. I don't think I would have been pulling double duty the way Oscar's been tonight if I was at the venue.
No, I don't think so either. He's crushed it. Make sure you tune into all the Mac Life coverage, the post-fight interviews, the scrums that we are uploading simultaneously. And after this live stream concludes, we truly appreciate your guys' continued support. Okay, I am trying to get into my DraftKings and put money on Paddy Pimblett.
By sub. Do not just put it on Patty. Do it by sub because realistically, he's not knocking out BSD. And if he does, if I wasn't broke, I would pay you for your lost bet, my friend.
Okay, $5 on submission at plus 170. I couldn't bet Patty by sub. Unfortunately, that had already closed. The good news is I've got him.
That's Sophie Cunningham. Bro, that is Caitlin Clark's teammate, WNBA player, Sophie Cunningham, holding up the for round 1 card. Respect. Respect. That's fucking cool, dude.
Ooh, big shots immediately from Pimblett. Benoit St. Denis shoots in. Okay, here it is. Patty instantly trying to get this.
He's got him down immediately. He's got him in a choke. He's got him in a front choke.
Oh, this might be it.
Is that a ninja choke or an anaconda?
I believe it's a Darce. No, it might be an anaconda, right? Because it's the arm coming underneath instead of. I've never understand the difference between the two. Either way, this is not good for Benoit St. Denis.
Yo,
bro, this is exactly what we talked about.
He's sitting on it.
Exactly what we talked about.
Getting foot positioning. Oh my God.
He's done. He's done. He's done.
Is he done?
I mean, he might.
He's out! He's out! Patty the Patty!
Pimblett chokes him out immediately. Oh, my goodness. We talked about it all night long. He's going to shoot in. He's going to extend his neck, and Paddy Pimblett's going to be the one to punish him for it. Chokes him unconscious in a single minute. Holy shit. Wow. Gendo, that is crazy.
Bro, it's funny. My daughter, when this is a segue. When my wife gave birth to my daughter, I was talking to Patty. That's when we did all our interviews, et cetera, et cetera. He said she's baby the baddie, right? So we felt an attachment. And then every fight of his since, she's been so in. She hasn't been here one time all night. She came here. Patty gets a fucking 30-second submission, and she goes, "He beat him." That is fucking nuts.
Oh my
wow, wow, wow.
It really is just such poor game planning from Benoit Saint-Denis, shooting in like that, and then getting choked out instantly. It just shows that he's like, what the fuck are you thinking? Okay, here's a replay of it.
It's just so stupid shooting dry on a jiu-jitsu specialist. When you're the most dry you can be all fight long, you don't want to give him places to grab. And then look at that, the replay. He's transitioning. Benoit's doing the right things. If there was a little sweat going there, he ends up in north-south on top. Shooting that early and letting Patty work. Oh my goodness, bro. Call me crazy, but Patty versus Connor in a stadium in the UK.
Look at how
outcomes
tension Pimblett was putting into that submission. I think he knew this is as good of a time as any to try and sell out. Chokes Benoit Saint-Denis unconscious. Is that the first time that Benoit has been submitted? That's the big question.
Bro, that's the fastest Patty finish in his career in the second toughest fight, because Gaethje is the undisputed UFC lightweight champion. But to have that composure, bro, to have that wherewithal to lock that in immediately, and then he high fives. It looks like Elon Musk. It might have not been Elon Musk. It looked like him though.
So Patty snaps the 4-fight winning streak of Benoit Saint-Denis, which consisted of victories over Mauricio Hufi, Dariush, Hooker, all comes crashing down inside 60 seconds. Patty the baddie, to your point, locks up a. Was that that has to be the fastest finish of his career, possibly.
It was for Patty. It was. He's had some fun finishes. He's had some remarkable finishes. A flying triangle. I think he has 2 flying triangles, but I don't think any faster than that. Dispatch of Benoit Saint-Denis in 30 seconds, bro.
He got a 21-second TKO way back in 2013. So fastest submission of his career as a professional. Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Lorgarius, that was so badass. Patty telling the ref calmly that he was out. Unreal. I think Patty is better than he's credited. Yeah, that's, the chat reflecting.
My boy G.
BSD, the fight IQ of Max Crosby. Yeah, I just don't understand what Benoit Saint-Denis was thinking. It looked pretty solid for him on the feet. And then he just throws it all away by shooting on Paddy Pimblett. I don't know. Listen, he's done that every single fight. It was only a matter of time until someone made him pay, and Patty does it. That is unbelievable.
Mike from Foes to Bros says Ilya next. What I will say, if Connor versus Gaethje doesn't happen, bro, Ilya versus Patty will feed generations. Not only the water bottle incident, all of the Twitter back and forth, interview mentions, that is a massive, massive, massive fight with or without a title on the line.
I'm listening to the post-fight interview.
I'm trying to as well. I love Patty, bro. For anyone who doesn't know or do not care, this is just a fill blank space. I would have never ended up working in MMA if it was not for Patty. Patty fought for a show called Full Contact Contender, FCC, back in the day. And when I was trying to find an in with promotions, Patty is the reason I got that job. Patty's the reason I ended up branching out to where I did. So me and Patty had, for me at least, have a relationship that I can't really duplicate. it's a special time, and seeing him get to live these highs is crazy, because people can have all their opinions on who he is and how he talks, etc. A lot of it is manager speak. A lot of it is filtered through representation. Patty as a dude is everything you would want an MMA fighter to be towards the fans.
Yeah.
He'll beat Ilya.
Yeah.
That's what he said. That's not me
Rematch
saying it.
Justin, Connor, Max next. Doesn't give a fuck. Give him anyone.
I think Connor, Patty in the UK, you could actually do Wembley. A lot of people say, let's do a stadium. There are not many fights that fill a stadium. If you do Connor, Max in Wembley, it will fill that stadium.
Yeah, I think like if you want to sell out a Wembley, and for Connor, that'd be the last fight on his contract. So it's either furthering the star making of Patty Pimblett, or have McGregor close out. Who would you favor? I guess it depends on what we see in the next fight, but McGregor versus Patty, I feel like I lean towards Patty a little bit.
I'm trying to see, does anything make sense for Patty now outside of, a Connor money fight or a Max fight or a Gaethje fight? Like, you're not going to give him Sarukian. Charles could make sense, but you got to do that fight in Vegas, to be honest with you.
Or, you could do that fight in Rio if you're doing Charles.
But are you really taking Patty to Rio? I feel like they want Patty to get cheered, opposed to in Rio, it doesn't matter if you're it doesn't matter who you're bringing. Against Charles, they're getting booed.
Yeah. Wow, good for Patty Pimblett. What a victory. Fastest submission of his career over a top tier opponent in Benoit Saint Denis. It's just a big weakness that I feel was perfectly teed up for him to take advantage of, and he did. Shakur Stevenson, multi-division. Yep.
Do you realize we're about to witness, not what I'm saying, but potentially the final Conor McGregor walkout to the UFC cage?
I don't think that we're going to he has another fight left on the contract, and by all accounts, it's happening in April next year, right? So I don't know. I'm not buying into he's done tonight. I just don't really see that occurring. I'm trying
Diego Lopez in the crowd. That's a fun new face at 155. Let's see what happens next for him. There's plenty of rumors going around. The last I saw, they were saying maybe it's Diego versus Oliveira for the BMF.
I'm trying to find a photo of someone with a really telegraphed takedown, and I can't come up with one.
Google Images is not as good as it was once.
No. You know what also has changed, man, is the GIFs on Twitter. The GIFs on Twitter are garbage these days.
Are you telling me the Musk man let us down?
Kind of let us down. Kind of let us down a little bit.
Yagi says Connor maybe within a half hour. BSD fucking pathetic. Honestly, bro, like I'm not big on downing people, but that was a fight IQ that you would see in Jendo versus Ben Davis in an MMA cage. That's the fight IQ you just saw.
Backstage look at Conor McGregor, second most days between UFC fights during the same UFC stint. He's got the mohawk. Clearly the frame is holding that welterweight body pretty well. I'm curious. I think he has got 2 minutes. I think that Conor McGregor has a shot in the first moments of this fight to crack Max Holloway, sit him down, and get a TKO. I'm not, I feel the closer we get to it, the more I sort of think.
Especially at 170, bro. 170 is a different ball game. The best Max we've seen outside of the night versus Gaethje, which Gaethje has then recalled he didn't really take the fight too seriously, didn't see the dangers, etc. The best Max we've seen was at 145. We're going up to 170, bro.
Yeah. Here, let me like this and pull it up on the screen real quick.
We've got the chat. Lord Gary is before you. I'm sorry. I think Patty is better than he's credited. I think that might be rightfully so. That was so badass, Patty telling the ref calmly that he was out. That was pretty badass.
Congratulations, Bautista, you piece of shit. I fought with a broken arm and gave you the confidence you need for your next fights. I'm like a father to you. Bro, what is with Vinicius Oliveira? Because there's been so many just like mean tweets. If Bautista wanted to eat someone, all my haters would be wearing panties in a heartbeat. Shut your filthy mouth, Patty. You don't know anything about soccer, let alone Brazilian soccer. What was terrible was your fight against Gaethje.
Bro, have any of these tweets aged well? Brazil got knocked out way before England did.
It's
you
almost
lost the
Steve
fight.
Garcia, if you're still awake after the fight against Diego, in that embarrassing moment, I'll be waiting for you. Who is look at Mikhaev spouting idiot? Like, he's just getting on Twitter and shitting on people. Your biggest idol is shitting on your heads in a polite way. Like, what is with Vinicius Oliveira?
Vinicius, kick more into the comedy and less into the anger, bro. You're a little too angry, my man.
Yeah,
life is good for you.
Yeah, Yota, the fight's over. Stop whining. Like, he goes on Twitter and just sort of complains a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Twitter rampages, bro. I don't know, and it's crazy because his style, right, would make him very likable, but his persona does the opposite.
Okay, so before we get to our main event walkouts, let's do one more repacks unboxing. I really want to hit something big with you, Jendo.
Do we have one for after the main event, or is this the last one?
We've got 3 left.
3 left? Even better.
So let's pop this open right now.
Give me a...
Come on.
Ricky Simone. We're hitting the $100, $109. Sell that bitch right away. We're hitting right now, bro, the Pacific Northwest special. Chael Sonnen's 20 minutes down the road south. Ricky Simone's 20 minutes up the road north. God bless. See you at the top.
That's another... Golly. Logarius, if Conor wins... it's going to elevate the sport again like only he can. It will be insane. Odds are against him, but man, it would be cool. Again, you look at, he is the most bet on fighter on this card. So the Gambling Republic is behind him. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. I don't have any repacks, actually. I thought I had some more. That's annoying. Hold on. Let me...
Bane, it's a Conor McGregor fight. Oscar is on his sobriety kick. You have been on a sobriety kick that you didn't even tout. You just kind of kicked ass and we're the man. So I will be the resident drunk of the evening. This one is for Conor McGregor and for Foes to Bros and for everybody who has been in the chat all night. Let's will this to a Conor McGregor victory and a hell of an April 2027.
Yeah, I am... so curious to see what Conor looks like, man. It really is a there was an interesting tweet. I can't remember which journalist it was, but they said that whenever Conor pops up on the screens inside the T-Mobile, there's not like the pop that they've come to expect, but more I don't know, a muted reaction to him. People don't want to cheer for him, but they want to see him, is what the tweet said. As we've got 1,600 people here across all platforms.
Weirdly, that's spot on. Because if you think about the Thursday night press conference, right, where people were saying vintage Conor, this, that, the pop was not the same. It was just more limited. I talked to a colleague of mine, and he said the Conor pop is like a Donald Trump pop. He has more fans than are willing to get loud for him. And I was sitting there and I was like, holy shit, is the closest comparison for Conor McGregor Donald fucking Trump?
No.
No, that's why I'm asking. Throw it at me, because don't get me wrong.
I don't think so.
As long as my gas prices are $5, I don't fucking support anybody.
Right. I'm not sure. Again, like, I think it really depends on who you talk to with what Conor's been doing and been up to the last couple of years. It's really divided, I think, a lot of the fan base. And, I think that he's certainly lost a chunk of the mixed martial arts world. I don't know what percentage necessarily, but like, people feel differently about him now versus then. That just simply cannot be questioned. And I feel like that has to play into, his psyche and his mentality.
Is it not insane that the biggest piece of media we got for this whole fight was a virtual interview on the White House card that was a fucking Zoom call, basically? Like, you're not going to lay a glove on me. That was a virtual interview. We didn't get the sound bits. We didn't. A
Yeah, again,
lot of it has been toned down.
Yeah, the world tours for the press conferences, the hyping it up in a massive manner. It doesn't feel like it. And again, you're competing with the World Cup, which is dividing a lot of the global attention, and that might play into why the return feels a bit more muted. And I don't know. It just I think that the sport is just a little quieter at the moment. But okay, we do have the walkouts for the main event.
Will the Aldo McGregor press conferences ever be outdone? Ever?
I'll do it better than they did then.
They're making Max walk first, which is a smart call, although he probably should walk second, depending on,
The Ant-Man channel, the Mac is back. Well, I mean, it's his first fight back. It's going to be like that. Stevie, y'all let me know who starts winning.
Philip, we're not going to comment on that exact thing. But for me, right, looking into certain scenarios, I can't outright say he XYZ did or didn't. I wish more details were public. Realistically, though, any man who has seen tough times and has seen the downfall of just straight up being a human being, right? Seeing them turn it around, get their head in the right place, it's hard not to just hope, even in a loss, that there's something to take away from it. Because this version of Conor, I would say to 99% of fans, is much more preferred than the version of Conor we've gotten for a couple of years. Without comment on anything else, for someone to be doing better, you've got to pull forward, or you're kind of not, you're kind of a piece of shit too. No? Am I wrong there?
I've got no comment. Max Holloway walks out solo. There's Rush Holloway. Big opportunity for the former featherweight champion. I mean, this could be something that really elevates him. You think about what Dustin Poirier beating Conor McGregor did for Poirier in terms of elevating his brand, in terms of adding to, the excitement of a Poirier fight week. Maybe I'm crazy in saying this, but, it really changed, I would say, the lane that Dustin was in. And Max Holloway, big name, an established name here in the combat sports world, but like a statement win over Conor McGregor, Johnny, a knockout of Conor.
Poly Market says someone just put $900K on Max Holloway to beat Conor McGregor. The payout pays at $1.27 million. All I'm going to say is to whoever bet that, you've got some bullshit odds. To be honest with you, a $900K bet should be paying out at least $500K profit based on closing odds. So good for you.
Yeah, it is poly market, right? The prediction markets are always a little bit more weird. I personally don't play around in them. Stevie, Conor about to put the mittens on him. Lorgarius, well, here we go. I'm locking in for this. Chat's being put down. Lorgarius, I get that for sure. Has it started? George, it is about to start. Max Holloway has walked in. We await Conor McGregor. His walk-in was in a hot Cheeto suit. Yeah, did you catch that, Johnny? The red and yellow brand scheme for Max and his family on the way into the stadium?
Yeah, that's when they mentioned Rush, and I wrote they were all wearing basically the same outfit. Hey, Max Holloway did the Showtime kick off the cage. I don't know if any of you have noticed. But yeah, no, honestly, bro, regardless of how this one goes, I'm happy Max gets the payday. If he gets the win, good for you, bro. You've given us a hell of a career since you were 20 years old. He's never been able to drink alcohol outside of the UFC.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for him. For Conor, you're back where it all began. Let's see how this plays out. I just want to take it in.
900,000 is crazy to slap on any fight. I mean, mixed martial arts, it really can change in just one punch. All right, I'm gonna turn my volume up for this Conor McGregor walkout. I suggest everyone does the same.
This will be the quietest portion of this companion. For someone who remembers every second of watching his walkout against Dennis Seaver in Boston, the fight that got him to Mendez, that got him to Aldo, which should have got him to Aldo a fight before. I cannot believe that I got to witness that before I was even a grown man, and to be able to see this now. Regardless of outcome, I'm very thankful for what Conor's done for this sport.
I mean, he's the biggest star He's the biggest name in mixed martial arts history. He took the UFC to just a completely different level in mixed martial arts, globalized it in a greater way. They're getting the fog out. This reminds me of 100 numbered cards ago at UFC 229, Johnny.
Do you remember when Sinead O'Connor sang him out in person? I can't remember. Was it 194 maybe?
It was
but she sang him
189.
out in person.
Yeah, it's when he fought Chad Mendez at 189.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Sinead O'Connor, by the way.
So we had the Foggy Dew transition into the old Notorious. And here he is with the mohawk, the Irish flag, the mean mug. Conor McGregor makes the walk to the UFC cage for the first time since 2021, over 1,800 days of absence. He looks calm, man. I mean, he looks calm and collected.
I'm not going to lie, bro. He should have that mohawk every fucking fight. That shit looks hard. If I tried to pull that off, you would only know that I'm going bald in 2 years.
The weight that could possibly rest on Conor's shoulders, the anxiety of a layoff of his nature, the injury to his ankle he suffered in the Poirier trilogy. I wonder what's going through his head right now, Johnny.
For Conor, what's going through his head, honestly, in a moment like this, I've talked to a lot of fighters. I've had the privilege of representing fighters, managing fighters in big opportunities. And in moments like these, right, all you're seeing is that life came back to where it's meant to be. Whatever comes in the next 10 seconds to 25 minutes from now, I'm happy he got back to where he was meant to be. Conor was meant to be an MMA fighter in the UFC cage, pushing our sport to heights we've not seen. And don't get me wrong, I was here for Ronda Rousey. I was here for Brock Lesnar. I was here for it all. I've been a long-term fan. I was here for fucking Chuck Liddell, bro. And he felt like the biggest thing the sport will ever see at the time. But for what Conor's done for MMA, the only thing I would like to say is I'm very fucking happy that he gets to have this moment and the career didn't die with 5 years of controversy, no cage showings, and people remember that more. Whatever happens tonight, let's see it happen.
Chat, let us know your predictions for this main event. Max Holloway minus 220, Conor McGregor plus 185. That line has changed in the last couple of days. McGregor, the first simultaneous two-division champion, reigning.
Raul cashed out for 630.
Wow.
He's not cashing out, bro. He's not cashing out, bro.
Raul,
120. Cash out and put 300 on Conor.
Yeah, it's just smart to cash out and put some money on Conor, Raul. Please.
Raul,
it's the better.
If you hear us, bro, the extra 100 profit means nothing. Cash out for 600, bet 300 on Conor, and then you got a big payout. And then that way you're still at least 275 plus. Ben, back to you. I'm sorry, but that's fucking nuts. That's nuts.
He's in the cage doing the Billy Strut. Raul says, Ben Davis, let's get paid. Raul, I'm wishing you the best and success. What a return for Conor McGregor. I anxiously
What do you see from the physique? Ben, what do you see from the physique on fight day?
Look, he's filled out, man. I mean, he is at this 170-pound weight class, and it clearly is what's best for him at this career. And, dude, the power at 170 for Conor McGregor, I think, could be problematic to someone just bulking up to that weight class for the first time. Again, we've heard that he's hitting the pads harder than he ever has before. So, like we said, there's some real live opportunity in the first 2 minutes. For Conor McGregor fans. I think it will have to be an early explosive finish. Max has been dropped in 3 of his 4 last fights. He's been stopped by Ilia Topuria. Yeah, Raul's doing it. Raul Perez, he is doing it. He is riding the lightning. Here is your tale of the tape. Conor McGregor, 37 years old. Max Holloway, 3 years younger. He will be 2 inches taller than the Irishman. Both came in at the UFC welterweight limit. This will be Holloway's first time in this weight class. McGregor holds an impressive 5-inch reach over the Hawaiian. For the introductions, back to Bruce.
Ben, check text.
He's got another slip open with Conor. I'm just going to write it. Conor, the left hand. Philip, We'll see if it connects, man. We'll see if the left hand connects.
What
Carl,
kind of
Connor.
it's time do we got? Do we got a jump from Bruce Buffer? Do we got a 360 from Bruce Buffer? What are we going to get, Ben? What's your money on?
I'm not sure, man. I feel like with his age and where his knees are at, he's probably going to reduce the movement. Mike Beltran, the referee. I know that we spoke about this earlier on the card. I like Beltran being in this position. I think he's an excellent referee to handle this.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
Herb Dean had barely any assignments tonight. Do you think that's just the luck of the draw, or are the politics making Herb Dean ref less fights in Vegas right now?
I think it's luck of the draw. I think that it's AC decision or whatever the sanctioning bodies decide. I don't think that it's in response to any backlash. I mean, Herb Dean in those circles is still very much the gold standard, still very much the top dog when it comes to refereeing. I don't think that they're bending or wilting at all. Let's see. Did you hear before Whitaker KO? Nikita said it's going to be
John Jones 12-6. Pull that back up. The username is John Jones 12-6, bro.
That's funny. That got me. That got me. All right. First intro for Conor McGregor since 2021. Max Holloway is taking on the best of the best, but the biggest name in combat sports rests in front of him. Minus 280 favorite. Holloway 19-2 in 21 bouts as a UFC favorite. I imagine the two that he lost, Johnny, were probably 2 bouts to Volkanovski.
Yeah, Volkanovski, one of them counts because he was minus 125. Volk was minus 105. I only know that because lazily preparing for it today, I watched that fight.
I mean, look, we talk about pressure on Conor's shoulders. What about some of the pressure on Max? You know, this is the guy that beat you in 2013. This is the biggest name in the sport. You are expected to dominate and crush him, given the circumstances surrounding this. And you're moving up to 170 for the first time, right? Does that add anything to this?
I'm happy you brought it up because for Max, right, his outing against Oliveira, although it's completely separate to what we're going to see tonight, people are already hating. People already have all the naysayers are out. And then if you lose to a guy who's been out of the sport for 5+ years, right, people are going to be calling for his retirement. Although we are like, let's be real, bro. We're a year or so away from Max got slept by Ilya Taporia. There's no question, no argument there. He looked fucking good while he was awake. While he was awake, he looked damn good. And then he knocked out Gaethje. And not only did he knock out Gaethje in the last second of the fight, he dominated that fight. He led that fight. For Max, what's at stake here is you could get a title fight. You could skip Charles after this because of the outcome of you versus Gaethje. It wouldn't have happened if it was Taporia. But there's a lot. There is a lot at stake. You know what, Bane? Turn it up to 100.
All right, here we go. Main event of UFC 329. Conor McGregor back in action against Max Holloway. He beat Holloway once over 13 years ago. We'll see if he can do it twice in what has been an excellent card so far.
Here we go. The energy he brings is undeniable, though. I wish every main event felt the way this one does.
We're underway.
He opens with a jumping switch kick and slips to the ground. Another head kick. He hurt his leg. No. Let's hope I'm wrong. Dude, he accepted guard.
Yeah,
he accepted guard there.
Not good at all for Conor McGregor. Instantly on his back, throw 2 kicks. Very odd open for Conor. I mean,
let
if
me
you're
see
Max,
him move that right leg. Okay, let's move. Okay.
Leaps into the left. We'll see if he throws any more high kicks. I feel like, Johnny abandoned that.
His leg's fucked. He's slipping on everything, dude.
Yeah, that leg is cooked for Conor McGregor, seemingly. Beltran.
Every shot Conor throws, he's going to the mat. Max just said, pick him up. Conor does not look right on the feet.
Yeah,
he's now in orthodox, a position he does not strike from often. Switches back.
No, he can't. Yeah.
We mentioned it earlier in the stream, bro. We mentioned it earlier in the stream. Nobody wanted what just happened. Nobody fucking wanted what just happened. The biggest Connor fan, the biggest Connor hater, the biggest Max fan, the biggest Max hater. Nobody fucking wanted what just happened. Nobody. That did no justice. That did no service. That did no positive. That did no benefit. I cannot fucking believe that. Ben, take me away, bro, because I'm about to go on a fucking rampage just on how that ended.
All right, here's a replay of it.
Do we see a tweak?
Yeah.
Is that an Achilles pop?
He blew his knee apart instantly.
Is it the knee, or if you look back on the replay, the way his calf pops, that's what it looks like in an Achilles injury. The only reason I know that, my buddy's a sports medicine doctor, and in the NBA, you see a lot of these. That looks like an Achilles pop. And if that's an Achilles pop, we never see him again.
Yeah. I mean, he literally just can't put any weight on it. Wow. That is the most anticlimactic way that could have gone. What a disappointing conclusion. I really don't even know what to say. I truthfully have no clue what to say.
Out of all of the outcomes that could have possibly happened, none would leave us speechless. They would leave us with infinite things to say. And this one, no one threw a strike. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, Max threw the ground and pounds. No, in terms of while the fight was in the balance, nobody threw a strike.
Yeah.
The only winner tonight out of anybody in the world, the only winner from this outcome is Las Vegas, that had 93% of the money on Connor last night, and it closed today. 75% of the money was on Connor today. Las Vegas 8 and MMA fans suffered. Honestly, that's a fucking gut punch. That's a gut punch. Regardless of which side of the fence you land, that is not how anyone wanted to see this go. We wanted 5 minutes of work. Is Max... Okay, Max jumped out of the cage, but I thought he was leaving. Now he's coming back. That's not what anybody wanted to see. And Ben, I can tell you're feeling what I'm feeling. What can you really fucking say, man?
I mean, I'll just reiterate what I said a couple moments ago. I really have nothing to say. You know, he blew his knee out instantly the moment the fight started, throwing a stupid flying kick. I'm going to reserve my opinion a little bit.
Do we get a trilogy? Do we get a trilogy? We have to get a fucking trilogy. We have to. We got to see something. Connor can't end like that. That's not how it has. That's not how it's meant to go, bro.
Yeah. All right, they're going to replay some footage of it.
If you got to start the replay with a walkout clip, then you know where you're at.
Here's the... Ooh. So, yeah, he had some difficulty getting his shoes off. Looked a little bit more nervous coming in than before.
He couldn't balance himself on his right leg even taking his shoes off.
In the walkout, when he was taking his shoes off, he couldn't step on that right leg.
Right.
I don't want to insinuate anything.
What do you mean? You're not insinuating anything. They played that fucking video because that's what clearly they think. Wow, 69 seconds. 69 seconds. All right, let's listen to what Max
Did he go into that
to
fight compromised? Did he go into that fight compromised, try to make it work? Your personal opinion. I wish I had a bowl of that, but there's no way he didn't.
They're booing. They're booing.
That's not Max's fault. Las Vegas and Max Holloway won tonight. They're all fucking raking in the dough. But other than that, this was supposed to be a super event, and
Listen to that.
we got.
Listen to that reception. Everyone's booing. No one's interested. No one's gonna thank Connor for that. No one's gonna be excited for a Holloway McGregor 3. Like, I'm sorry, this you needed a lot more than this. Why on earth would you throw a strike like that unless
on that replay too? There's no pop in the leg, bro. If you watch any ACL or Achilles injury in the history of sports injuries, you see the pop. There was no pop on that. There was no pop on that. There was no pop on that.
I would need it to be brought up again.
Hold on a second. Fuck it out.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
What the fuck just happened, Oscar? What the fuck just happened, Oscar?
Hold on. Yeah, listen. I don't really know how much I'm allowed to say. I knew that was going to be the opening move. Obviously, mate, just like he threw that in practice so many times, and he just lands junky in the fight and fucking.
Did he go out hurt? Because the replay,
no, we can't. I mean, look, we can unpack that later.
That happening, you know. I watched him throw that kick. Sorry, I watched him throw that kick loads of times. It's fucking crazy.
What was the? I mean,
yeah.
They replayed him getting out of his shoes and sort of implied that could have been he's injured before the fight even started. So that was sort of seemingly the implication from the UFC.
Yeah, listen, I have. Okay. I mean, last time I saw him was a week before fight. It was 3 days before fight week. I saw no compromise. I didn't see him compromise, but he would have hidden that from us as well. But I don't know. I think it was just. I think it's truly a fluke, but I don't know.
It seemed like the reception inside T-Mobile was pretty negative. There was a lot of booing for Holloway's post-fight when he said, thank Connor, let's do it again. Nobody seemed to be about it. Is that kind of the energy you felt?
Yeah, but that would have could have been any fight. Wait. What?
Gun to your head, do we see a trilogy?
This ain't the right one, boss.
Yeah, brother, I have to go scan that machine right in there. Thank you very much.
Oscar, let us know when you've got us.
1 second, boys.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So Holloway's exiting the cage now, taking some photos with the photography staff ringside. You can see T-Mobile's exiting out as the event kind of concludes. Yeah, I just can't really think of a more anticlimactic.
I should be with you now, hopefully.
All right, Oscar's back with us. So Oscar, in terms of like worst ways that this could have gone, that's got to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, immediately you'd say trilogy, but it's just, I think a lot of people are just going to be skeptical now. Do you know what I mean? That's unfortunately the case. It's just, I think you have to see the severity of Connor's injury as well and kind of go from there, no?
I mean, the thing with Poirier in the rematch, Connor clearly was giving it his best, tagged Poirier, and then, comes up on the losing end of some calf kicks and a great sequence from Poirier. That warrants a trilogy. To me, this was, I mean, how do you, I don't know. What do you
to me, the main thing I'm thinking right now, and this is not even due to a personal relationship or anything like that. The main thing I'm thinking right now is like, man, this guy, hasn't fought for 5 years, tried to come back, had an injury, pulled out, finally got through a camp in which I know the main concern day to day was injury. They were so padded up. It was the biggest thing they were worried about, so he could come back and have a fight. And he fucking does his knee in the first second. It's just feel bad for the guy, to be honest. I actually just really feel bad for him. Like, dude, you actually tried so hard and still got an injury. That's just like, what the fuck,
It kind of calls into question, right, the stupidity behind that first strike. If injury is a big concern, why throw? Even if he practiced that 1,000 times.
When I say injury is a huge concern, I just mean getting through camp uninjured is what I mean by that. I don't mean like he was worried about his body. I just think he was so concerned. Like, I want to fight.
How do you
So-
think that this is going to impact his confidence to step back in there? Because now it's back-to-back fights where injury has basically spoiled his chances at his age.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I think we do need to see the severity of the injury before we can really make a call on that. But yes, that's what, like you said, Ben. What can't really script more worse ways to happen. But on that note, lads, I think we're going to have to end the stream. The post-fight press conferences will be kicking off shortly. I appreciate everyone who watched. That's fucking nuts. The fight ended like that.
Yeah, we've got one more Homo Fight pack. Oscar, if you want to hang around for 1 second while we break this open.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, here it is. Last pack of the evening. It's an elite one. Maybe we'll get something good to close out our stream. Once again, thank you all to the viewers for tuning in. Thank you to Black Rifle Coffee Company for sponsoring us. Make sure you go grab a pack today. There we go. A Thiago Santos. All right.
How
Well,
appropriate.
an awful pack to close out an awful course of action in the main event. But yes, make sure you guys tune in to the Mac Life's post-fight press conference and the scrum and all of the content coming from us. And we will see you, Post to Bros, on Tuesday.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah.